Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 1. The winter snows were melting in the forests of the Calibob, and the red-orange Vermilion Cliffs were streaked with melting frost. Deer were feeding in the forest glades among the stands of ponderosa and fir, and trout were leaping in the sun-sparkled streams. A shadow moved under the ponderosa, and then was gone. 5 deer fed on the grass among the banks of the mountain stream, back of the Finger Butte, their coats mottled in the light and shadow of sunlight through the leaves. It was very still. Water rippled around the roots of a tree where the soil had washed away, and gurgled cheerfully among the rocks. A buck's tail twitched again, and the regal head lifted, turning its nostrils to the wind and reading it cautiously. But the reading was betrayal, for the shadow under the pines was downwind of him. A faint breeze sifted through the grass and stirred the leaves. With the breeze the shadow moved into the sunlight and became a man, standing motionless not 20 feet from the nearest deer. Straight and tall he stood in gray buckskins. He wore no hat, his hair long. Lean and brown, his black hair loose, he waited until the buck lifted its head again and looked right at him. A startled snort, and the buck sprang away. The others followed. Mike Bastian stood with his hands on his hips and watched them go. Another man came through the trees behind him, a lean, wiry old man with a gray mustache and blue eyes alive with humor. "What do you think of that, Roundy?" Bastian asked. "Could your Apache beat that? Another step and I could have touched him." Roundy spat into the grass. "No Apache I ever knowed could do better, son. And I never seen the day I could do as well. You're good, Mike, really good. I am surely glad you're not hunting my hair." He drew his pipe from his pocket and began stoking it. "We're heading back for Toadstool Canyon, Mike. Your pa sent for us." "No trouble, is there?" "None that I know of, although things don't look good. They don't look good at all. No, I think your pa figures it's time you rode out with the bunch." Mike Bastian squatted on his heels, glancing around the glade. This is what he liked. He did not want to leave, nor did he want what he was going back to face. "I believe you're right, Roundy. Pa said I was to ride out in the spring when the boys went, and it is about time." He tugged a blade of grass and chewed on it. "I wonder where they will go this time. Whatever it is and wherever it is, it'll be well planned. Your pa would have made a fine general, boy. He's got the head for it and never forgets a thing. You've been with him a long time, haven't you?" "Mighty long. I was with him before he found you. I met him during the Mexican War, longer ago than I care to remember, and I was just a youngster then myself." From the grass he took a fallen pine cone. "Son, look!" He tossed the pine cone in the air. Mike Bastian palmed his gun and it belched flame, and then again. The second shot spattered the pine cone into flying brown chips. "Not bad," Roundy said, "but you shot too quick. You gotta get over that, Mike. Most times one shot is all you'll get." Side by side they started back through the woods. The earth was spongy with a thick bed of pine needles. An occasional break in the trees offered a glimpse of the far-off San Francisco peaks, with clouds shrouding their summits. Roundy was not as tall as the young man, but he walked with the long, easy stride of the woodsman. Coming to a break in the forest that permitted them a long view of the wild, broken canyon country to the east, Roundy spoke. "Your pa picked mighty well. Nobody in God's world could find him in all that." "There's Indians," Bastian reminded, "and some of the Mormons know that country." "He doesn't bother them, and they don't bother him," Roundy said. "That's why this outfit needs a tight rein." They walked on in silence. Several times Bastian paused to study the ground, reading the tracks, to see who or what had passed, since they had passed. "This here's something you better not do again," Roundy suggested. "Coming back the way we went out. Somebody could be laying for us." "Who?" "Ah, now that's the question. Nobody's supposed to know your pa's plans for you, but there's always the chance that somebody might. Believe me, son, nothing is secret for long. And you can just bet some of the boys have been doing some thinking about you." They paused again, studying the country around, and Roundy put the question that had been bothering him for months. "Mike, if Ben's ready to get out, what will you do?" "Go, I guess." "What choice do I have?" "You're sure? You're sure you want to be an outlaw? Wasn't that why he raised me? To take over from him? There was an edge of bitterness in Mike's tone. Wasn't I to take over when Ben Curry stepped aside? That's what you were raised for, all right, Roundy poked the pine needles with his toe. But it's your life you have to live. Ben Curry can't live it for you, and you can't live his life for him, no matter how much he wants it. The thing to remember, Mike, is that things have changed since Ben and me rode into this country together. It's no longer wild and free like it was. Folks are moving in, settling the country and building homes. Getaways won't be so easy no more. The kind of men you ride with will change. Fact is, they already have changed. When Ben and me rode into the country, it was wide open. Most banks had been mighty hard on the poor man, ready to foreclose at the slightest chance, and the railroads gave all the breaks to the big cattle shippers, so nobody cared much if a train was robbed or the bank. If you killed somebody, especially a man with a wife and kids, well, that was something else. But if you just robbed a bank or a train, the posses would chase you more for fun than to actually catch you. It was a break in the work that they were doing. They'd get out and run an outlaw for a while, but nothing too serious about it. Kill a man, that was different. They'd chase you for keeps then, and they'd catch you. That's why Ben Curry wouldn't stand for killing, and he's been known to personally kill a man who disobeyed that order. He actually did. Seen it myself. It was Dan Peoples, and Dan was a high hand with a gun. They robbed a bank in Wyoming, and as they were riding out, the young feller came out of an alley, blundered right into the way, and Dan Peoples shot him. Folks seen it, and folks knew it was deliberate. Well, we rode on 3-4 miles, and Ben pulled up. He turned to Dan Peoples, and he said, "I said no killing, Dan." Dan, he just grinned and said, "Well, he got in the way. Anyway, what's one farm kid, more or less?" Ben Curry said, "When I say no killing, I mean it." And Dan, he says, "So?" And Ben shot him. Dan saw it coming and reached, but he was too slow, and Ben left him laying there for the posse to find. What if they got cornered? Well, that was different. If they had to fight their way out, well and good. And a time or two that happened. Your pa was against needless killing. And word got around. The outlaws knew it, but the town folk, ranchers, and lawmen knew it too. I've heard some of the stories. No way you could miss. Ben Curry's kind breeds stories. In them old days, many a man rustled a few head to get started, and sometimes a broke cowhand would stand up a stage, and nobody took it too serious. But it isn't like that anymore. This country's growing up and changing viewpoints. More than that, it's Ben himself. You think he's too big? What else? Your pa controls more country there than there is in the New York State. It's right under his thumb. He's feared so much over the West by those who really know about him, but not many do. Outside of his own crowd, nobody has seen Ben Curry in years, at least not to know who he was. Mighty few know his power, although there's a rumor around that there's somewhere that a man lives who rides herd on more than 100 outlaws. Much of his success lies in the fact that nobody believes it. His men ride out and meet at a given point. They ride alone or in pairs and never more than 3 together until a job is pulled, and then they break up and scatter. He plans every job himself, and maybe 1 or 2 settling in. He's scouted or had the job scouted by somebody he can trust. It's planned, rehearsed, and then done. Mostly folks lay the robberies to drifting cowhands, to Jesse James or somebody else. He pulls jobs anywhere from Canada to Mexico, from San Antone to Los Angeles. Rowdy stared off along the trail. He's been the brains all right, but don't forget it was those guns of his that kept things in line. Lately, he hasn't had to use his guns. Curb Perrin, Rigger Molina, or somebody else will handle discipline. He's become too big, Ben. He's like a king, and that king isn't getting any younger. He stopped in the trail and turned around. How do you suppose Perrin will take it when he hears about you taking over? Do you think he'll stand for that? I doubt if he will, Mike said thoughtfully. I imagine he's done some planning on his own. You bet he has, and so has Molina. Neither one of them will stop at murder to get what they want. Your pa still thinks he has them buffaloed. But that won't matter when the showdown comes, and I figure that time has come. Now? Mike was incredulous. Mike, I never told you, and I know Ben hasn't, but Ben has a family. A family? Mike Bastian was shocked. He's got a wife and 2 daughters. and they have no idea that he's an outlaw. Wouldn't believe it if you told them. Their home is down in Tuscan somewhere, but occasionally they come to a ranch that he owns in the Red Wall Canyon, a ranch supposedly owned by Voyle Reagan. Ben visits them there. Who else knows this? Nary a soul, and don't you be telling anyone. Ben, he always wanted a son, and he never had one. So when your real pa was killed down in Messala, Ben took you to raise. That was nigh on to 18 years ago, and since then he spent a lot of time and thought on you. A long time later, he told me that he was going to raise you to take over whatever he left. What about my real father, my family? Roundy shrugged. Never did get the straight of that. And there may be other stories. The way I heard it, your real pa was killed by the Apaches whilst you was off in the brush somewhere. They come down, killed your pa, stole your horses, and looted the wagon. They were being chased by soldiers out of El Paso or somewhere, and it was sort of a hit-and-run thing. The soldiers brought you back to town, and Ben took you to raise. Kind of 'em. Yes, it was. Not many men would do such a thing them days. Most of them just didn't want the responsibility or wouldn't take the time. For several years it was just you and him, and he tried to teach you everything he knew. Look at it. You can track like an Apache. In the woods you're a ghost. I doubt if old Ben Curry himself can throw a gun as fast and as accurate as you. You can ride anything that wears hair, and what you don't know about cards, dice, roulette, and the rest of it, nobody knows. You can handle a knife, fight with your fists, and open anything in the way of safes and locks. Along with that, he's got you a good education, so you can handle yourself in any kind of company. I doubt if any boy got an education and training that you've had. And now Ben is ready to step back and let you take over, so he can join his wife and daughters? Uh-huh. He wants to step out of the picture, go somewhere far off and live a quiet life. He's getting no younger, and he wants to take it easy in his last years. You see, Mike, Ben's been afraid of only one thing, and that's poverty. He had a lot of it as a youngster, and I reckon that was one of the reasons why he taken you to raise. He knowed what he was up against, if you lived at all. Now he's made his pile, but he knows he can't get out alive unless he has somebody younger and stronger and smarter to take control of what he's built, and that's where you come in. Why not let Perrin have it? You know the answer to that. Perrin is mean and dangerous, and he'll have gone off the deep end long ago if it hadn't been for Ben Curry. He's a good second man, but a damn poor leader. That goes for Molina, too. He'd have killed 50 times over if he hadn't known that Ben would kill him when he got back. No, neither could handle it, and the whole shooting match would go to pieces in 60 days if left to either of them. More than that, a lot of people would get killed, inside and outside of the gang. Little of what Roundy was saying was new to Bastian, yet he was curious as to why the old man was saying it. The two of them had been together a lot, and knew each other as few men ever did. They had gone through storm and hunger and thirst together, living in the desert and the mountains, returning only occasionally to the rendezvous at Toadstool Canyon. Obviously, there was a purpose in Roundy's bringing up the subject, and Bastian waited, listening. Over the years, he'd learned that Roundy rarely talked at random. He spoke when he had something to say, something important. Even as they talked, he was aware of all that was about them. A quail had moved into the tall grass near the stream, and ahead of them a squirrel moved in the crotch of a tree, and only minutes ago a gray wolf had crossed the path where they had walked. Roundy had said that he was a woodsman, and it was true. He felt more at home in the woods and wild country than anywhere else. The idea of taking over leadership of outlaws filled him with unease. Always he'd been aware that this time would come, and he'd been schooled for it, but until now it had always been pleasantly remote. Now suddenly it was at hand. Was he afraid of the responsibility? Or was he simply afraid? He searched his thoughts. He could find no fear. As for responsibility, he'd been so prepared and conditioned for this role that it was a natural step. He thought of Curb Perrin and Rigger Molina. Was he afraid? No, he was not. Both men had been tolerant and even friendly with him since he was a boy, Molina especially. Yet as he grew older and became the man, they had withdrawn. Did they realize the role that he was being prepared for? They knew him, but how much did they know? None of them had seen him shoot, for example. At least none that he knew. Roundy interrupted his thoughts by stopping to study the country ahead. Mike, Roundy said, the country is growing up. Last year some of our raids raised merry hell, and the boys had a hard time getting away. Folks don't like having their lives disrupted. And when the boys ride out this year, they'll be riding into trouble. Folks don't look at the outlaw like they used to. He isn't regarded as some wild youngster full of liquor and excess energy. He's a bad man, dangerous to a community, and stealing money that folks have saved. Now they see an outlaw like a wolf, and every man will be hunting him. Before you go into this, you'd better think it over and think seriously. You know Ben Curry, and I know you like him, as well you should. He did a lot for you. But at the same time, Ben had no right to raise you to be an outlaw. He chose his own way of his own free will, and you should feel free to do the same. No man has the right to say to another, this you must be. Nobody ever asked you, did you want to be an outlaw? Although as a youngster you might have said yes. Looking at it from afar it seems romantic and exciting. Well, take it from me, it isn't. It's hard, it's dirty, and it's rough. It's hanging out with mean, bitter people. And it's knowing cheap, tricky women who are just like the outlaws, out to make a fast buck the easiest way they can. The old man stopped to relight his pipe, and Mike kept silent, waiting for Roundy to continue. I figure every man has a right to choose his own way, and no matter what Ben has done for you, you got that right. I don't know what you'll do, but if you decide to step out of the gang, I don't want to be around when it happens. Old Ben will be fit to be tied. I don't figure he's ever really thought about how you feel. He's only figuring on getting out and having somebody to take over. He's built something here, and in his way, he's proud of it. Ben would have been a builder and an organizer in whatever direction he chose. But he's not thinking straight. Moreover, Ben hasn't been on a raid for years. He doesn't know how it is anymore. Oh, he plans. He studies the layouts of the towns, the banks, the railroads. But he doesn't see how folks are changing. He doesn't listen to them talk. It isn't just saloons, corrals, honky-tonks, and gambling anymore. Folks have churches and schools, and they don't want lead flying whilst their kids are walking to school. Right now, you're an honest man. You're as clean as a whistle. Once you become an outlaw, a lot will change. You will have to kill, don't forget that. It's one thing to kill in defense of your home, your family, or your country, but it's quite another thing when you kill for money or for power. Do you think I'll have to kill Perrin and Molina? Unless they kill you first. You're good with a gun, Mike. Aside from Ben Curry, you're the best I ever saw. But shooting at a target isn't like shooting at a man who's shooting back at you. Take Billy the Kid from Lincoln Country Gunmen we've been hearing about. Frank and George Coe, Dick Brewer, Jesse Evans, any one of them can probably shoot as good as Ben. The difference is that part down inside where the nerve should be, well, that was just left out. When he starts shooting, or they shoot at him, he's like ice. Curb Perrin's that way too. He's cold and steady like a rock. Rigger Molina's another kind of cat. He explodes all over the place. He's white hot, but he's deadly as a rattler. 5 men cornered Molina one time out of Julesburg. When the shooting was over, 4 of them were down, and the 5th was holding a gunshot arm. Molina, he rode out under his own power. He's a shaggy wolf, that one, wild and uncurried and big as a bear. Roundy paused, puffing out his pipe. Sooner or later, Mike, there'll be a showdown. It'll be one or the other, and maybe both of them, and God help you. End of Chapter 1.
Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 2. Listening to Roundy, Mike remembered that time and time again Ben Curry had warned him to confide in no one. Betrayal could come from anyone at any time, for even the best of people liked to talk and repeat what they knew. And there were always those who might take a drink too many, or might talk to get themselves off the hook. What nobody knew, nobody could tell. Obviously, Ben practiced what he preached. For until now, Mike had not even guessed that Ben might have a life other than the one he lived in and about Toadstool Canyon. Of course, he did ride off alone from time to time, but he was understood to be scouting jobs or tapping his own sources of information. Nobody knew what the next job was to be or where until Ben Curry called a conference around the big table in his stone house. At such times, the table would be covered with maps and diagrams, the location of the town in relation to the country around, the possible approaches to and routes away from town, the layout of the bank itself or whatever was to be robbed, and the information on the people employed there and their probable reaction to the robbery. The name of the town was never on the map. If it was recognized by anyone present, he was advised to keep his mouth shut until told. Distances had been measured and escape routes chosen, with possible alternatives in the event of trouble. Fresh horses awaited them and first aid treatment if required. Each job was planned months in advance and a final check made to see that nothing unexpected had come up before the job was pulled. There were ranches and hideouts located at various places to be used only in case of need, and none were known criminal resorts. Each location was given only at the time of the holdup, and rarely would a location be used again. Far more than Roundy imagined had Mike Bastian been involved in the planning of past ventures. For several years he'd been permitted to take part in the original planning, to become acquainted with Ben Curry's methods of operation. "Some day," Ben Curry warned, "you will ride out with the boys, and you must be ready. I do not plan for you to ride out often, just a time or two to get the feel of it, to prove yourself to the others. When you do, you will have to be in charge of the job, and when you return, you will make the split. Will they stand for that? They damn well better, I'll tell 'em, but you'll be your own enforcer, and no shootin'. You run this outfit without that, or you ain't the man I think you are." Looking back, he could see now how carefully Ben Curry had trained him, teaching him little by little, watching how he received it. Deliberately, Ben had kept him from any familiarity with the outlaws that he would lead. Only Roundy, who was no outlaw at all, knew him well. Roundy, an old mountain man, had taught him Indian lore and ways of the mountains. Both of them had showed him the trails known to no others. Several times outlaws had tried to pump him for information, but he had professed to know nothing. The point Roundy now raised worried him. The Ben Curry he knew was a big, gruff, kindly man, even grim and forbidding at times. He had taken in a homeless boy, given him kindness and care, raising him as a son. For all of that, Mike Bastian had no idea that Ben had a wife and a family, or any other life other than this. Ben had planned and acted with care and shrewdness. "You ain't done nothing wrong," Roundy suggested. "The law doesn't know you or want you. You're clean. Whatever you knew about those maps and such, that was just a game your pa played with you." And that was how it had been for the first few years. It was not until recently that he'd begun to realize that those maps and diagrams were deadly serious, and it was then that he had begun to worry. "Nobody knows Ben Curry," Roundy said. "Any warrants there may have been forgotten. He ain't ridden out on a job in 15 year. When he decides to quit, he'll simply disappear and appear somewhere else under another name with his family. He'll be a retired gentleman who made his pile out west." Roundy paused. "He'll be wanted nowhere. He'll be free to live out his years, and he'll have you trained to continue what he started." "Suppose I don't want to?" Roundy looked up at him, with his wise old eyes measuring and shrewd. "Then you'll have to tell him," he said. "You'll have to face him with it." Mike Bastian felt a chill. Face that old man? He shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "If I could." "Is it that you don't want to hurt him, or are you simply scared?" Mike shrugged. "A little of both, I guess. But then why shouldn't I take over? It's an exciting life." "It is that," Roundy commented dryly. "You've got no idea how exciting until you tell Curb Perrin and Rig Molina who's boss." Mike laughed. "I can see them," he said, and that smile faded. "Has Ben Curry thought of that?" "You bet he has. That's why he's had you working that 6-gun all these years." Here around the Vermilion Cliffs was the only world that he knew. This was his country, but what lay outside he could only guess. Could he make it out there? He could become a gambler. He knew cards, dice, faro, roulette, all of it. Or he could punch cows, he supposed. Somewhere out beyond this wilderness of red dust cliffs, there was another world where men lived honest, hard-working lives, where they worked all day and went home at night to a wife, children, and a fireside. It was a world from which he had been taken, a world in which his father had lived, his mother, he supposed, although he knew nothing of her. "Roundy, what do you know about who my parents were?" The old man stared at the ground. He'd known the question would be asked someday. He'd wondered how he would answer it. Now faced with it at last, he hedged. "You were in Mozilla when he found you. The way I heard it, your pa was killed by Patches. I reckon your ma was dead before that. Or else why wouldn't she be with you, young as you were?" "I've wondered about that," Mike said quietly. "I suppose she had died before." He paused. "I guess a man is always curious. Ben, he never speaks of it." They'd reached their horses grazing on the meadow among the aspen. Roundy spoke. "You'd better be thinking of the future, not the past. You'd best be thinking of what you're going to tell Ben when he tells you you're riding out with the boys." Roundy stared after Mike as he walked toward the horses. He'd never had a son, none that he knew of anyway. Yet for years he'd worked with Mike Bastian, leading him, training him, talking to him. He'd spent more time with him than most fathers did with their sons, and not only because it was his job. Now he was scared. He admitted it. He was scared. He was scared for more reasons than one, because Ben Curry had made a mistake. Roundy had only heard of it after the fact. Usually he sat in on the planning, keeping well back in a corner, and rarely putting in a comment. But in this case he'd been out in the hills with Mike and had not heard it until later. When they were alone, he faced Ben with it. "Mora, you've got to be crazy!" Ben Curry pulled up his walking across the room. "What's that? Why?" Roundy had never spoken to him like that, and Ben was startled. He stared at the old man. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You said Mora. You sent the boys into Mora. That's Tyrel Sackett's town." "Who?" "Ben, you've been back in the hills too long. You don't listen anymore. Tyrel Sackett is that gunfighter who's in on the land grant fight. He's hell on wheels." "I never heard of him. Anyway, he was in Santa Fe. I made sure of that." "And when he comes home?" "The boys will be long gone and far away." "Ben, you don't know him. He won't stand for it, Ben. He'll never quit until he knows who, how, and why. I know him." Ben shrugged. "Too late now. Anyway, there's no tracks. The rain washed everything out, and the boys never even raised a whisper. 60,000 on that one. Most of the town's savings in one swoop." Roundy said no more, but in the weeks that followed he grew increasingly worried. Mike would be going out soon, and the country was tightening up. It was bad enough without incurring the anger of a man like Tyrel Sackett, who was a master at tracking and trailing. A few months later, Ben had commented on it. "What did I tell you? Nothing came of that Mora business." Roundy squatted on his heels at the fireplace, nursing a cup of coffee, and glanced up. "It hasn't been a year yet. You can bet that Sackett hasn't forgotten." Approximately 400 miles to the east, a train was stopping even as he spoke. Stopping at a small, sand-blasted town in eastern Colorado. A town with only a freight car for a depot. One man stepped down from the train, a tall young man in a black suit. He stood there watching the train pull away. Glancing out the window, Borden Chantry had seen the train slow, then come to a stop, and as it rarely stopped, he waited, watching. He'd been doing his accounts. Never a job he liked, but taxpayers demanded to know where every dollar went. And as town marshal, he had to account for every fine, every cent spent feeding those in jail. He saw the lone man swing down, and he got up. "Ma," he spoke to his wife, Bess, "set another plate. We're going to have company. Tyrel Sackett just got off the train." End of chapter 2. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 3. When the dishes were put away and the table wiped clean, Borden Chantry refilled their coffee cups. He swung a chair around with his back to the table and straddled it, leaning his thick forearms on the back. "This is a long way from Mora," he suggested. "Things are quiet over there, and I've got a good deputy. Thought I'd ride the cars over and have a little talk." Borden sipped his coffee and waited. "Ever hear of Dave Cook? Officer up Denver way, ain't he?" Borden paused. "My wife says I shouldn't say ain't, but I keep forgetting." "That's right, Denver. He's got an idea of organizing all the officers so that we all work together. You know how it's been. You keep the peace in your town and I in mine. And if someone kills a man here, why should I care if he keeps out of trouble in Mora? Well, Dave thinks that we should all work together. I'm for it. About a year ago, we had a hold-up in Mora. Store hold-up.
but a store that banked money for folks had quite a lot of money, $60,000 in the store safe. And I was out of town, he added. Handy, Chantry commented. I thought so. Just too handy. 60,000 in a safe, and the sheriff is out of town. Makes for easy pickings, especially when the note that got me down to Santa Fe was a fake. Forged? No, and that's the interesting part. It was a note from my brother Orrin, and it simply said, need you. When a Sackett gets that kind of word, he just naturally comes a-running. The trouble was that note was one that Orrin wrote to his former wife a couple of years ago. Now the question is, how did somebody get a hold of that note, and where has it been all that time? Orrin wrote that note. He remembered it well, because it was a troublesome time. But he never saw it again. Tyrel paused. Seems to me that somebody was mighty far-sighted. They come on that note somehow, some way, and they just kept it against a needful time. It doesn't seem reasonable. How would anybody know that they might need such a note years in advance? Think of it, Borden. That note doesn't explain anything, and there's no date, so somebody saw it, and that it might be useful, and just filed it away, and that somebody had to be a crook. They robbed your bank. Exactly. That note says that somebody 2 years ago thought that note might be useful, somebody who's probably a thief at the time. Sackett put down his cup. Let me lay it out for you. At noontime, folks are home eating. The streets are empty, there's only one man in the store, and then all of a sudden there are 3 other men. The storekeeper was bound and gagged, and the money taken from the safe, as it was rarely locked in the daytime, and the shade drawn on the front door window. The 3 men leave by the back door. Nigh on to 2 hours later, a fellow comes to the store, finds it locked, and goes away. Some time later another comes, only he don't go away, but walks around to the back door. He's out of tobacco, and he'll be damned if he's going without. The back door is closed. He knocks, and it opens under his fist, and he hears a thumping inside. He goes in, and finds the teller all tied up and the money gone. Any descriptions? 3 youngish, middle-sized men, one of them wearing a polka-dot shirt. Teller says that they moved fast, knew right where the money was, and weren't in the store more than 5 minutes. Probably not more than 3. Nobody said a word amongst them, just to the teller to tell him to keep his mouth shut if he wanted to live. Nobody saw them coming or going? Yes. A youngster playing in his yard. He saw a man setting on a horse holding the reins of the 3 others. He saw 3 men come out of an alley and mount up, and then another man rode in from the street, and they all trotted off down the lane. That youngster was 9 years old, but canny. He noticed one of the 3 horses. It was a black with 3 white feet and a white splash on the rump. Borden Chantry put his cup down carefully, and then he looked across the table at Tyrel Sackett. What are you saying? I described a horse. I know you did, and I have a horse like that. Sackett nodded. I know you have. I saw him when I was down here the night after Joe was killed. A mighty fine horse, too. Borden Chantry took up his cup. His coffee was lukewarm, so he went to the stove for a coffee pot. He filled Sackett's cup, and then his own. Returning the pot back to the stovetop, he sat down, straddling his chair. Sackett, he said slowly, maybe we've got something. Let's run it into the corral and read the brands. Chantry paused. This here job was wished on me, but when it was offered, I sure needed it. I'm no detective or even marshal, except for by the wish of these folks in town. I went broke ranchin' Sackett. Drought, rustlers, and a bad market did me in. And when I was mighty hard up, these folks asked me to be the marshal, and I've done my best. You solved the murder of my brother Joe. Well, sort of. It was kind of like tracking strays. You know where the feed's best, and where they might be water, and where you'd want to go and hide from some dumb cowhand. It was just a matter of putting 2 and 2 together. Like this. Sort of. You done any work on this? A lot of riding and a lot of thinking. Sort of like picking up the cards and shuffling them all together again, then dealing yourself a few hands face up to see what the cards look like. Only in this case it wasn't cards, but news items. Tyrel Sackett reached into his breast pocket and brought out 3 clippings and spread them out on the table facing Chantry. All 3 were hold-ups, and the date scattered over the last 2 years. Robberies, no shooting, no noise, no clues. The robbers appeared and then disappeared.
One robbery was in Montana, one in Washington, one in Texas. Mighty spread out, Chantry commented. Only in Montana had there been an organized pursuit, but the bandits had switched to fresh horses and disappeared. Had the horses waiting, he commented. The rancher says no. They were horses he kept in his corral for emergencies, like going to the doctor or something like that. But somebody knew it. Chantry looked over the descriptions. They were vague, except for a tall, slim man wearing a narrow-brimmed hat. Funny-looking galoot was the description of the man in the bank. I think he was meant to be, Sackett suggested. I think he was meant to be noticed like the man wearing the polka-dot shirt in Mora. You mean they wanted somebody to be able to describe him? Chantry asked. Look at it. What happens is over in minutes, and your attention focuses on the obvious. You're asked to describe the outlaws, and that polka-dot shirt stands out. Or your tall man in the narrow-brimmed hat. You see the obvious, and you ignore the rest. You don't have a description, just a polka-dot shirt, or a tall man in a narrow-brimmed hat. What were the others like? You don't recall. You've only a minute or two to look, so you see what's staring at you. Chantry ran his fingers through his hair. Sackett, until now, I've been wondering if I'm foolish or not. He got up and walked to the sideboard and opened a drawer, taking out a sheaf of papers. Looks like you and me been trying to put a rope on the same calf. He sat down and spread out the papers. They were wanted posters, letters, and news clippings. 9 of them, he said. Kansas, Arkansas, Wyoming, California, Texas, and Idaho. 2 in California, 3 in Texas. 7 of them in the past 4 years, and others earlier. Nobody caught, no descriptions, no clues. Nor were any strangers noticed hanging around town before the holdups. In all 4 cases, they got away without being seen and without being recognized. Chantry picked up a poster from the stack. But look at this. 4 bandits, one described as a tall man wearing a Mexican sombrero. The same man with a different hat? Why not? Sackett finished his coffee. All over the West, the same pattern, clean getaways, and nobody saw anything. Borden Chantry nodded toward the stack of papers. Got 2 of those in the mail on the same day, and there seemed to be a similarity. I was comparing them when I remembered the wanted poster. Since then, I've been collecting these, and I went over to the newspaper and went back through their files. They keep a stack of the Denver and Cheyenne papers, too, so I ran a fairly good check. Chantry got up and went over to the stove and, lifting the lid, glanced at the fire, then poked in a few small sticks, enough to keep the coffee hot. I'm glad you came over, Sackett. We've got to do some figuring now. Let's start with your horse. You don't suspect me? Sackett smiled. I suspect everybody. But I've got a theory. Suppose you tell me how you got him. Well, it was roundup time, and it was late. Work had been held up, so we got off to a bad start. So we were working our tails off when this gent came riding up to the chuck wagon, leaving 5 horses. He asked the cook if he could eat, and of course we fed him. I came in for coffee about that time, and he commented that we were short-handed. I agreed, but I added that what we were really short of was horses. He sat there chewing for a minute like he was thinking it over, then he waved his hand at his stock. I've 5 good head of horses here you're welcome to use, he said. All good stock horses. All I ask is that when you finish the roundup, you keep them close to your house, in a corral or small pasture where I can pick 'em up when I come back through, and keep them together. That gent got up, threw his coffee grounds on the grass, and started for his horse. When will you be back? I ask him, and he says he'll be riding to the coast. He may be 6 months or even a year, but don't worry, he'll be back. And maybe if we're driving stock, we may just leave those horses we're riding and pick up these. He turned his horse around and said, treat 'em gentle, they're good stock, and he rode away. Those horses made all the difference. So when we were finished the roundup, I did like he said. Only once in a while, I'd catch one of them up and ride 'em to town, like that black. That sort of thing isn't that unusual, and I gave it no thought, until after they appointed me town marshal. When I was cleaning out my desk over the office, I came on this reward poster. Seemed like there'd been a hold-up over east of here a few days before. Our newspaper wasn't offering then, and I'd been too busy trying to make ends meet, and nobody had mentioned any hold-up to me. 4 or 5 men, they said. Nobody seemed right sure. Well, I filed it with the others and gave it no thought, but when I was rounding up and selling off some of my own cows trying to pay bills, and riding past my horse pasture, I saw those 5 horses were gone, but there were 5 others in their place. 5 horses, all good stock, but they looked like they'd been used mighty hard and just lately. That's when I started putting it all together. The fire crackled in the stove, and the clock ticked in the silent room. Neither man spoke for some time. "Smart," Sackett said, at last. "Somebody is all fired smart." "How could they guess that just a 2-bit rawhide rancher like me would someday be marshal?" Chantry said. Sackett answered, "And they plan way ahead, like with your horses and that note of Oren's." He gestured toward the papers. "There's 12 holdups or more, and who knows anything? I wonder how long it's been going on." Sackett shrugged. "Who knows? Or how many other robberies have there been of which we have no record? It would be my guess that this is only the fringe. We're only 2 men in mighty small towns." He tapped the stack of papers with his finger. "This makes the James boys look like pikers." "They were pikers," Chantry said. "They advertised themselves too much. Everyone knew who they were, and they were too bloody, too many people killed for no reason. Like that schoolboy who ran across the street in front of them." "They've been getting away with this for years," Sackett commented. "But when they picked you to keep the horses, they made them a mistake. It only takes one." "So what do we do now?" Sackett indicated the stack of papers. "We go through that, and we look for something in common to all of them. That tall man, for instance, who wears funny hats. And we write to places that there have been holdups. We look for something common to them all. There will be something." "We've already got something," Chantry said. "We've got one thing, anyway." "What's that?" "Utah. There have been no robberies in Utah." End of chapter 3. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 4. Borden Chantry got to his feet and stood there a moment thinking, and then went over to the big hide-covered chair and dropped into it. "You think they're Mormons?" "No," Sackett replied, "I don't. Most Mormons I've known were law-abiding folks, although there's a bad apple in every basket. But look at it like this. There's thousands of square miles of rough, wild country in southeastern Utah and neighboring parts of Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico. This outfit seems to be operating all over the West, so why not Utah? My guess is that he doesn't want trouble on his own doorstep." He tapped the clippings. "Look here, a robbery in Montana, and a day later in Texas. That means, if we're figuring right, that he has more than one bunch of men. My guess would be 5 or 6, and to control that number of men and keep them disciplined, their boss man has to be tough and smart. So far, we haven't tied this outfit to a single killing, nor has anybody caught one of them." Chantry studied the man at the table. He'd heard all the stories, as had everyone. Tyrel Sackett was known to be one of the most dangerous gunfighters in the West, a quiet young man who had come out from Tennessee never hunting trouble, yet never backing away from it either. Chantry had met Tyrel before when investigating the murder of his brother Joe. But Sackett made him uncomfortable. He did not want such men, no matter how law-abiding, in his town. They had a way of attracting trouble. He himself had never had the reputation of being a good man with a gun, yet deep inside him, he was confident that he could handle the best of them. He'd not wanted to be a peace officer, yet when he needed the money, the job had been there, and he had accepted it. Keeping the peace in a small western town was not that hard. Most of the cowboys who came into town went on a drunk, and they were men that he had worked with. Some had worked for him, and some had worked trail drives and roundups beside him, so they were prepared to listen to him when he suggested that they just sleep it off. He'd been successful so far, but he made no claims of being a good officer. He was competent, up to a point anyway. This job Sackett was talking about was out of his depth, and he said as much. Sackett gave him one of his rare smiles. "You're better than you think." He tapped the papers on the table. "You saw these and smelled something wrong. You've got an instinct for the job, Bord, whether you think so or not." He tapped the papers again. "You know what we've got here? Something that nobody would or will believe. Hold-ups are local gangs, cowboys who need drinking money and something like that. But the very nature of them, folks, are going to say that such men can't be organized.
My guess is that in the last 4 years, this outfit has pulled over 100 hold-ups and robberies, getting away with every one. Somebody has to come in to scout the layout. Somebody has to plan the getaway. Somebody has to be sure there are fresh horses when they're needed. I don't know, Chantry shook his head. Somewhere, somehow, something's got to give. Sackett took out a billfold and extracted the news clippings. They've had their troubles. Look at this. Suspect arrested at Carson. Man who gave his name as Dan Cable was arrested last night at Jennings' livery. He had in his possession sacks containing 12,500 in freshly minted gold coin. He stated that he was en route to buy cattle. 3 days ago, the bank at Rapid City was robbed of 35,000 in freshly minted gold coins. Cable is being held for investigation. So, the next morning his cell was empty. He was gone and the gold was gone, his horse was gone, and nobody knows how it was managed. They moved fast, Chantry said thoughtfully. They must have had somebody close by. There was no jailer at Carson, it was a small jail. The same key opened both the cell door and the outer door. Left alone like that, he might have managed it himself. The gold? Left in a desk drawer at the jail. The door was locked and seemed safe. They'd had no trouble at Carson, and the bank was closed, so the marshal just locked it up and left it. Carson's quiet now, so the 2 saloons close at midnight. After that, the streets are empty. Cable just unlocked his door somehow, broke into the desk, and then unlocked the outer door, and went around to the livery stable, saddled his horse, and rode out. I'll be damned! They talked until after midnight, carefully sifting the little they knew and going over the wanted posters, the news clippings, and a few letters from other peace officers and bankers. Maybe, Chantry said at last, we'd better try to think ahead. If we could pick out several likely places, we might beat them to it and be waiting. I thought of that. The trouble is, there's so many possibilities. Of course, they'll be wanting a big strike. No stage hold-ups, Chantry suggested, because when they carry the big shipments, they have a shotgun guard. Most of them will fight, so somebody's going to be killed. Tyrel reached for the coffee pot and filled up his cup. I've been thinking about what you said, trying to beat them to it, he paused. How about right here? How about your town? Chantry shook his head. The trouble with that is nobody here has any big money. Nobody. He stopped and then sat up slowly. Maybe. Yeah, just maybe. Chantry looked up at Sackett, at the table. You heard about that deal. Heard about it? Everyone's been talking about it. Old man Merlin bought cows from everybody around and paid them in script. Merlin had several gunmen riding with him, and nobody dared argue the point. So he drove off half the cattle in the country. About a year ago, I think it was. Young Johnny Merlin told everyone that he was coming back to redeem that strip. $100,000 worth, and he'd pay off in gold. His old man may have been a highbinder, but young Johnny was going to do the right thing. Next month, Johnny will be in town, and he'll have $100,000 in gold here waiting to pay off. Bait for a trap, Chantry said. He glanced up. $7,000 of that is coming to me, he said. I wouldn't want anything to happen to it. All right, Tyrel said quietly. It's you and me then. That outfit seems to have good information, so don't tell anybody who might repeat it. Just you and me. You've got a good deputy, but don't tell him until the day. I'll bring a man along too, and we'll be waiting. I hope they try it, Chantry said grimly. They will, Borden. I'm betting on it. You still got some of their horses in that pasture? I have. They'll come, Borden. And this time, they'll get a surprise. In the massive stone house at the head of Toadstool Canyon, Ben Curry leaned his great weight back against the chair and stared broodingly at the valley below. The door stood open, and the day was a pleasant one, yet Ben Curry was not feeling pleasant. His big face was blunt and unlined as the rock from which the house was built, but the shock of hair above that leonine face had turned gray. No nonsense about it, he was growing old. Even such a spring as this did not bring the old fire to his veins again, and it had been a long time since he himself had ridden out on one of the jobs that he planned so shrewdly. It was time to quit. Yet for a man who all of his life had made quick and correct decisions, he was uncertain now. For 6 years he had ruled supreme in this corner of the mountains and desert. For 20 years he'd been an outlaw, and for 15 of those 20 years he'd commanded a bunch of outlaws. that had grown until it was almost an empire in itself. 6 years ago, he had moved to this remote country and created the stronghold from which he operated. Across the southern limit was the Grand Canyon of the Colorado, barring all approach from that direction. To the east, north, and west was wilderness, much of it virtually impassable unless one knew the trails. Only at Lee's Ferry was there a known crossing, but further along was the little-known crossing of the Fathers. Both places were watched day and night. There was that one other crossing, of an entirely different sort, and that one was known only to Ben himself. It was his ace in the hole. The law of the gang was never transgressed. There was no lawless activity in Mormon country to the north. Mormons and Indians were left strictly alone and were, if not friends, at least not enemies. Both groups kept what they knew to themselves, as well as what they suspected. A few ranchers lived on the fringes, and they traded at stores run by outlaws. They could buy supplies there closer to home and at cheaper prices than elsewhere. The trading posts were listening posts as well. Strangers in the area were immediately noticed, and usually, when they stopped by the stores, their presence was reported to Ben Curry. Ben Curry had not made up his mind about Curb Perrin. He knew the outlaw was growing restive, aware that Curry was aging and eager for the power that went with leadership. What would he do, and how would he react when Mike Bastian took over? Well, Curry reflected grimly, it would be Mike's problem, and he'd been trained for it. Old Ben himself was the bull of the herd, and Perrin was pawing dust. But what would he do when a strange young bull came in to take over? One who had not won his spurs on the outlaw trail. That was why Ben had sent for Mike. It was time for Mike to go on his first job. It would be big, sudden, and dramatic, and also relatively foolproof. If brought off smoothly, it would have an excellent effect on the gang. There was a sharp knock on the door, and Ben Curry sat back in his chair, recognizing it. "Come in," he bellowed. He watched Perrin enter and close the door behind him, then crossed the room to him with his quick, nervous steps, his eyes scanning the room to see if they were alone. "Chief, the boys are restless. It's spring and most of them are broke. Have you got something in mind?" "A couple of things." "Yes, it's about time for them to move out." He paused. "Are they all back?" "Most of them. Of course you know some of them never left." "I've got one or two that look to be really tough. Seems it might be good for the kid to try one." "Oh?" Perrin's irritation was obvious. "You mean he'll go along?" "I'm going to let him run it. The whole show. It'll be good for him." Curb Perrin absorbed that. For the first time, he began to seriously consider Mike Bastian. Until now, the only rival for leadership if Curry stepped down was Melina. He knew little about Bastian except to see him ride in and out of camp. He hunted a lot and was often with Roundy. And he knew Bastian had sat on some of the planning at times. Yet for some reason he'd never considered him as vying for leadership. Perrin had accepted the fact that he would have trouble with Rig Melina, but Bastian? He was the old man's adopted son, but... A quick, hot anger surged through him. It was all he could do to keep his voice calm. Do you think that's wise? How will the boys feel about a green kid leading them? He knows what to do, and they'll find he's as trail-wise and smart as any of them. This is a big job and a tough one. Who goes along? Curb paused. And what job? Maybe I'll let him pick them. Good practice for him. And what job? I haven't decided. Maybe the gold train, or maybe a job over in eastern Colorado. It's one I've been thinking about for some time. The gold train? To Curb's way of thinking, that should have been his job. He'd discovered it, reported it, dug out most of the background detail. It was a job he wanted. It was a shipment of gold mines from high in the mountains. Gold brought down by muleback to the railroad, rich beyond dream. Months before laying out the plan for Curry, he'd had it vetoed. He recommended killing every man jack of them, burial nearby, no witnesses, nothing. The gold train would simply have vanished into thin air. He could do it. He knew he could. Too bloody, Curry objected. You're beginning to sound like Melina. Dead man can't talk, Perrin insisted. Ben Curry nodded. Maybe not, but their families can, and a thing like that wakes people up, stirs their curiosity. Whenever people are killed, some others want revenge or justice or whatever they call it. Whenever gold disappears, it starts everybody in the country looking. Curry drummed his fingers on the table, thinking. "No," he said finally, "we won't do it, not that way." Even as he spoke, Curry was thinking of the effect upon the men, if he let Bastian pull it off. Perrin was too bloody, Bastian would not be. Moreover, he could probably come up with a plan. Many of the men knew Bastian slightly. Some of them had helped train him in various skills. Some of the older men were as proud of Mike as if he'd been their own son. If he brought off this job, his position in the gang would be established. And yet what of Perrin? Not much later, he thought again of giving the job to Bastian. It was big, the biggest in years. Fury surged up within Perrin. Curry had no right to do this. The gold train was his job. He found it, he scouted it, and as for killing them, if Curry was squeamish, he was not. A total washout, that was the only way to go. And now he was being sidetracked for a kid. Curry was shoving Bastian down their throats. His rage died, but in its place was resolution. It was time he acted on his own. For too long he'd done what the old man directed. If Curry wanted the kid to handle the gold train, he would pull the other one, whether Curry liked it or not. Moreover, he would be throwing a challenge into Curry's teeth because he could plan this job without him. If there was to be a struggle for leadership, let it begin here. "He'll handle the job," Curry said. "He's been trained and has the mind for it. You boys couldn't be in better hands." Curb Perrin left the stone house filled with a burning resentment, but also a feeling of grim triumph. After years of taking orders, he was going on his own. To hell with Ben Curry. He'd show 'em. He'd show them all. Yet the small, still voice of fear was in him too. What would Ben Curry do? The thought made him shrink inside. He'd seen the cold fury of Curry when aroused. He'd seen him use a gun. He was fast. But was he as fast and accurate as Ben Curry? In the innermost being, Perrin doubted it. He shook off the doubt. He could beat him. He knew he could. Yet maybe it would not be necessary. There were other ways. One thing he knew. He'd have to do something about Ben Curry, and he would have to do it soon. End of Chapter 4. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 5. Mike Bastian stood before Ben Curry's table and the two men stared at each other. Ben Curry was huge, bear-like, and mighty. His eyes were cool and appraising, yet there was a kindliness in them too. This was the son he had always wanted, tall, lithe, powerful in the shoulders, a child of the frontier grown to manhood, skilled in all the arts of the wild, trained in every dishonest practice, every skill with weapons, but educated enough to conduct himself well in any company. "Take 4 men and look over the ground yourself, Mike," Ben Curry was saying. "I want you to plan this one. The gold train leaves the mines on the 20th. There will be 5 wagons, the gold distributed among them. Roughly $500,000 of it. We've scouted the trail 3 times over the past couple of years, so all you have to do is ride over it to be sure that nothing has changed. Don't be seen if you can help it. Don't ask questions or loiter around any place where people are. If you speak to anyone, ask them how far it is to Prescott. Let them think you're just passing through. When you've pulled off this job, I'm going to step down and pass the reins to you. You'll be in command. You've known I intended to do this for some years now. I'm getting up there in years, and I want a few years of quiet life. This outfit takes a strong hand to run it. Do you think you can handle it?" "I think so." "I think so too. Watch Perrin. He's got a streak of snake in him. Rigor is dangerous, but whatever he does will be out in the open. It's not that way with Perrin. He's a conniver. He'll never get far with me because I was always a jump ahead of him. And I still am." Curry fell silent, staring out the window at the distant peaks of the San Francisco mountains. "Mike," he said more quietly, "sit down. It's time you and me had a talk. Maybe I've taken the wrong trail with you raising you the way I have to be an outlaw and all. I'm not sure what's right and what's wrong, and to tell the truth, I never gave much thought of it. When I came west, it was a dog-eat-dog world, and if you lived, you had to have big teeth. I got knocked down and kicked around some. Cattlemen pushed me off my first homestead I staked and killed my sister. I struck it rich in the mines, and some men moved in and took it away from me. They done it legal, but it wasn't just or right, so I decided it was time to bite back. I got some boys together, and when those fellers shipped the gold from that claim, we stole it back. Then I rode east with a big outfit. I moved in and ran off 500 head of stock from that outfit that pushed me off my homestead. They took in after me, and I let the boys take the cattle over to Mexico. And then I went back and I ran off another 500 head whilst they were chasing the first batch. When I had those cattle started south with some of the boys, I went back and pulled down his corrals. And then I stamped my brand in the door of his house. I mean, I burned it deep. I wanted him to know who hit him. They taken in after me, the law did. They wanted me in prison, but I stayed clear of them. Now I was an outlaw, whether I liked it or not, and stamping that brand in that door would have been a fool thing to do. That's the trouble with outlaws. They want to brag about what they've done. Well, I've made my mistake, but I decided I'd never do that again. So all these years, we've kept quiet about what we were doing. My boys move in, they get what they come after, and they drop from sight. Those James boys now, everyone knows who they are. So they have to stay hid out most of the time. He paused. Who do you want to take with you, to do your scouting? Roundy, Doc Sawyer, Coley, and Garland. Curry nodded slowly, then looked over at him. Why? Roundy has an eye for a train like nobody in this country. He says mine's as good, but I'd like him along. Doc Sawyer is completely honest. If he thinks I'm wrong, he'll say so. And as for Coley and Garland, they're two of the best men in the outfit. They'll be pleased if I ask for their help, which may put them on my side when I need them. Curry nodded. That's good thinking. Yes, Coley and Garland are two of our best men. And if there's trouble later with Molina and Perrin, it'll be good to have them on your side. Later, when Bastian had gone, Ben Curry got up and walked to the windows. He was feeling restless and irritable, and he did not know why, unless... For the first time he was having doubts as to his course of action. What right did he have to start Mike on the outlaw trail? Maybe Roundy was right. And the time for all that was over and past. The country was filling up and the old days were fading. Even the Indians were settling down. Unwillingly, perhaps, but settling nonetheless. For the past several years, he'd been careful in picking the spots for his boys to operate. Some of the small-town marshals were very tough men, and the townspeople were changing too. Just look what happened to those James boys up there in Minnesota. Shot to pieces by a bunch of farmers and businessmen. Bill Caldwell, Chell Miller, and Charlie Pitts had all been killed, and all three of the youngers wounded, one of them so bad he could travel no further. Jesse had wanted to shoot him and leave him behind, but the youngers stood by their brother, so Jesse and Frank had gone off by themselves, and one of them was wounded. The James boys had gotten a bit of sympathy because they were supposed to be still fighting for the lost cause. But that just wouldn't wash because most of the banks they robbed were Southern banks operated by former Confederates of other Southerners. Ben Curry turned away from the window and walked to the fireplace. Picking up his pipe from the mantel, he knocked out the ashes and refilled the pipe. Hell, he'd trained the boy for what he was to do. And he would be handling a couple hundred of the toughest men around, although come to think of it, the time was coming when the outfit should be cut down in size. Most of the boys didn't take to this life. They liked to drink and carouse more, and they wanted to spend their money as fast as they made it. He thought back to Mora. Despite his scoffing at Roundy's worries, he was having doubts himself. Tyrel Sackett, he'd heard the boys talking about him, but he'd paid little attention. After all, they were always talking about some gunfighter, or some bucking horse, or something of the kind. Yet Roundy was right. He'd been back in the hills too much. He was losing his touch. That little town in Colorado now. That should be an easy touch. Maybe you should start the kid on that one. And he'd left some horses there with a rancher, big, strong-looking man, ranching a rawhide outfit. He relit his pipe. He'd have to watch Curb Perrin. Perrin had not liked it a bit when he'd suggested Mike handle the treasure train. Perrin had not said much, but he knew him all too well. Curb Perrin was dangerous, and Perrin was shrewd, a conniver and a plotter. Good at planning, but apt to fly off the handle. He was given to impatience and sudden rages. Frustration infuriated him. Mike Bastian was excited. At 22, he'd been considered a man for several years, but in all that time, except for a few trips to Salt Lake City, he'd rarely left the mountain and canyon country where he'd grown up. Roundy led the way, for the trail was a familiar one to him. An old Indian trail the outlaws used when they rode out of the country to the south. Snow still lay in some of the shadowed places, but as they neared the canyon, the cliffs towered even higher, and the trail dipped into a narrow gorge with sheer rock walls that gave way to rolling red waves of solid rock, enlivened by the green of scattered cedar that seemed to grow right from the rock itself. In this wild country, seeing another human, even an Indian, was a rare thing. The Navajo country lay south of them, and there were a few scattered Paiutes, who'd probably knew this country better than anyone. Ben Curry had established a friendship with them right from the start, traded horses with them and left occasional presents, and kept his men away from their camps. Mike followed Roundy, riding hump-shouldered on his ragged gray horse that seemed as old as himself, but was mountain-wise and reliable in any kind of a pinch. Behind them rode Doc Sawyer, his lean, saturine features showing little of what he thought, his eyes always alert and faintly amused. Tubby Coley was short, thick-chested, and confident, a hard-jawed man who'd been a first-rate ranch foreman before he killed 2 men and hit the outlaw trail. Tex Garland was tall, rangy, and quiet. Little was known of his background, aside from the fact that he came from Texas, although it was said that if he had been that kind of man, he might have carved a dozen notches on his gun. Roundy turned his horse around a gray boulder and struck a dim trail along the face of the cliff, following a route that led them down to the river. There was a small cabin and a square plot of garden. The door opened, and a man awaited them with a rifle. His cold eyes went from one to the other. "Howdy, I been expectin' company." His eyes went to Mike Bastian. "Ain't seen him before." "It's all right," said Roundy. "This is Ben Curry's boy." "Heard of you. Can you shoot like they say?" Mike flushed. "I don't know what they say, but I'll bet a lot of money I can hit the side of a mountain if it'll hold still." "Don't take no funnin' from him," Roundy said. "If he has to, he can shoot." "Let's see some shootin', son," the old man said. "I always did like to see a man who could shoot." Bastian shook his head. "A man's a fool to shoot unless there's a reason. Ben Curry taught me to never draw a gun unless I meant to use it." "Go ahead," Coley urged. "Show us." That old man pointed. "See that stick over there? That's about 50, maybe 60 paces. Could you hit that?" The stick was no wider than a piece of lathe, barely discernible against the backdrop of rock. "You mean that one?" Mike Bastian palmed his gun and fired, and the end of the black stick pulverized. The move was so smooth and practiced that no one of the men even guessed that he intended to shoot. Garland's jaws ceased their methodical chewing, and he stared as long as it would take to draw a breath. He glanced at Coley, spat, and said, "I wonder what Curb Perrin would say to that." Coley nodded. "Yeah," he said softly, "but that stick wasn't shooting back at him." Old Bill took them over the swollen river in one hair-raising trip. With the river behind them, they started south. Several days later, after exchanging horses at several points along the way, and checking the stock available at each stop, they rode into the little mining town of Weaver. Coley and Garden rode in around sundown, followed an hour later by Roundy and Doc Sawyer. They kept apart, and when Mike Bastian rode in alone, he did not join the others. Most of those gathered in the saloon were Mexicans who kept to themselves, but there were 3 tough-looking white men at the bar who Mike eyed warily. One of them glanced at Mike in his beaded buckskins and whispered something to the others, at which they all laughed. Mike leaned nonchalantly at the bar, avoiding the stares of the 3 men. One of them moved closer to him. "Hey, stranger, that's a right purty suit you got there. Where can I get one like it?" Garland heard and glanced over at Coley. "Corbus and Fletcher and trouble hunting. Maybe we should get into this. Wait, let's see how the kid handles it." Mike's expression was mild. "You want an outfit like this? Well, almost any Indian can make one for you." He'd taken their measure at once and knew the kind of men that he had to deal with. There's at least one such in every bar. Given a few drinks, they hunt trouble. "Just that easy?" Corbus asked. He was in a quarrelsome mood, and Mike looked too neat for his taste. Trouble was coming, and there was no way to avoid it. If he walked out, they would follow him, and it was better to meet it head on. "Just like that," Mike said. "But I wouldn't know what you'd want with it. A suit like this would be far too big for you." "Huh?" Corbus was startled by the brusque tone. "You getting smart with me, kid?" "No," Mike replied coolly. nor am I about to be hurrahed by a lame-brained whiskey-guzzling saddle-tramp. You commented on my soup, and I told you where you could get one. Now you can have a drink on me, all three of you, and I'm suggesting that we drink up." His voice became softer. "I want you to have a drink because I want to be very, very sure that we're friends, see?" Corbus stared at Bastian, a cold hint of danger filtering through. This might be dangerous going, but he was stubborn, too stubborn to laugh it off and accept the drink and end the trouble. "Suppose I don't want a drink with no tenderfoot brat?" Corbus never saw what happened. His brain warned him as Bastian's left hand moved, but he never saw the right. The left smashed his lips, and the right cracked on the angle of the jaw. He hit the floor on his shoulder blades, out cold. Fletcher and the third tough hesitated. Corbus was on the floor, and Bastian was not smiling. "You boys want a drink, or do we go on from here?" "What if a man drawed his gun instead of using his fist?" Fletcher asked. "I'd kill him," Mike replied. Fletcher blinked. He'd been shocked sober about what happened to Corbus. "I reckon you would, all right." "Let's have that drink. The boot hill out there already has 20 graves in it." Relieved, the bartender poured. Nobody looked at Corbus, who was still out. "What will Corbus do when he gets up?" Coley wondered. Garland chuckled. "Nothing today. He certainly won't feel like it." There was silence, and then Garland said, "I can't wait to see Curb Farron's face when he hears of it." He glanced over at Coley. "There's a whisper going around that the old man intends the kid to take over." "That is the rumor." "Well, he can shoot, and he doesn't waste around. Maybe he can cut the mustard." Mike Bastian finished his beer as he heard the stage roll into the street. It offered an easy way out, and he took it, following several men who started for the door. The passengers were getting down to stretch their legs and eat. There was a boarding house alongside the saloon. 3 of the passengers were women, all well dressed with an Eastern look to them. Seeing him, one of the younger girls walked up to him. She was pale, a pretty girl with large gray eyes. "What's the fastest route to Redwall Canyon?" she asked. Mike Bastian was suddenly alert. "You'll make it by morning if you ride the stage. There is a cross-country route if you have a buckboard. Could you show us where to hire one? My mother is not feeling well." Doc Sawyer was on the steps behind him. "Be careful, Mike," he spoke softly. "This could be trouble." End of chapter 5. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 6. Mike stepped down into the street and walked back to the stage with her. The older woman and the other girl were standing near the stage, but he had eyes only for the girl. Her hair seemed to have a touch of gold, but it was a shade or two darker than the hair of the girl who had spoken to him. She who had approached him was quiet and sweet. This other girl was vivid. Their eyes met, and he swept off his hat. The girl beside him spoke. "This is my mother, Mrs. Reagan, and my sister, Drusilla." She looked up at him. "I am Juliana." Mike bowed, but had eyes only for Drusilla. "I am Mike Bastian," he replied. "He said we could hire a rig to take us the shorter route to Redwall Canyon." "Just where in this canyon did you wish to go?" he asked. "To the V-Bar, Voyle Reagan's place." He had started to turn away, but then stopped mid-stride. "Did you say Voyle Reagan's?" "Yes. Is there anything wrong?" No, of course not. I just wanted to be sure." He smiled. "I wanted to be sure because I might come calling." Juliana laughed. "Of course, we would be glad to see you. It gets rather lonely at the ranch sometimes, although we love it. Sometimes I think I could spend the rest of my life there." Mike walked swiftly away, heading for the livery sign that he had seen along the street. These, then, were Ben Curry's wife and daughters, and somehow Doc Sawyer knew it. How many others knew? He was their foster brother, but obviously his name was unknown to them, nor would he have guessed who they were but for what Roundy had told him. Yet he was, as Sawyer had warned, treading on dangerous ground. He must reveal nothing of what he knew, either to them or anyone else. This was Ben Curry's secret, and he was entitled to it. Hiring the rig was a matter of minutes, and he liked the looks of the driver, an older man with a lean, weathered face and an air of competence about him. "No danger on that road this time of the year," the driver said.
and I can have them there before the stage is more than halfway. I don't have to take the roundabout route and pick up passengers. Take good care of them, Bastian said. While he left, the man was harnessing his team, and he walked back to the boarding house. Drusilla looked up as he came in. Did you find a rig? He'll be around in a matter of minutes. It will be a long drive, but you can lie down in the back if you like. He's putting some buffalo robes in when I left. You're very kind. I hope I am, he said, but all I could think of was that you were beautiful. She blushed, or seemed to. The light wasn't very good. And can I come to visit? My sister invited you, didn't she? Yes, but I'd like the invitation from you, too. All right. Now why don't you ask my mother, too? She likes visitors as much as Julie and I do. I'll take the invitation from you and your sister as being enough. If I ask your mother, I might have to ask your father, too. He isn't with us. His name is Ben Regan, and he's probably off buying cattle or looking at mining property. He travels a great deal. Do you know him? I've heard the name, he said. He sat with them, eating a little, drinking coffee, and listening to them talking of the trip. Drusilla was very cool, saying little. Twice he caught her eyes upon him, but each time she looked away, though without embarrassment. You wouldn't be able to see much but stars, he said. My advice is to lie down in the back and get what rest you can. Do you live over that way? Juliana asked. Sort of, he said, when I'm home. He hesitated, not wanting to lie. I've always been kind of a hunter, and I like to keep to the wild country. He paused, thinking about being a hunter, and that it didn't seem like much of a life to girls such as these. I'm thinking of going into ranching. Drusilla glanced at him coolly, curiously. She was disturbing in more ways than one. Did she believe him? Why did she look at him like that? When they had gone, he walked back to the saloon, dissatisfied more than ever. At the bar he listened to the talk, and had another beer. All such places were clearing-houses for information. Men did business there, found jobs, sought entertainment, often even attended church services in saloons. Certainly, if one wanted to know what was happening in the country, that was the place to go. There was talk of the gold shipment, as men were being hired to make the trip. The guards, he heard, had been chosen. Now more than ever it seemed fantastic that he could actually be planning to steal all that gold. And the possibility of resistance, even of killing men. He considered that. Killing a man in a fair fight was something that could happen to anyone. But killing men who were defending property was something else. He stared gloomily into his beer. What would Drusilla think of that? And what would Ben Curry think of an outlaw visiting his daughters? The idea that he might someday lead the gang had been with him for years. He knew that's what he'd been trained for, conditioned for it. He knew Curry had based all of his plans on him, Mike Bastian, so now what? Often he had thought of what he would do and how he would do it. He supposed many a man had considered a hold-up and how it should be done, but with no idea of ever actually doing it. It was a form of daydreaming, but with no connection to reality. The trouble was, this was no longer a daydream, this was reality, and now suddenly he was uneasy. Yet he was thinking not only of himself, but of Drusilla. What a girl she was, and her father was an outlaw. Was she aware of it? He doubted that. Roundy said that Ben Curry had kept his family life completely away from the other side. Ben Curry himself was a strange man, one who, had he gone straight, might have directed his energies into cattle, mining, or some other business, even into politics. He knew the man had a genius for organization and control, a strange life. Turned off suddenly down the wrong roads, but that was Ben Curry. But what of him? What of Mike Bastian? Doc Sawyer cashed in his chips and strolled to the bar, offering to buy him a drink. It was a casual meeting, like many that occur in saloons. The 20th, he said, and there will be 5 shotgun guards, but 12 guards in all. The big fellow at the poker table is one of them. He paused. It looks bad, Mike. It looks very bad indeed. What Roundy said was true, of course. He was still an honest man. This was a turning point. Once he stepped over that boundary that separated the thieves from the honest men, it would not be the same. Of course, later he might be able to step out of it as Ben Curry would do, if he was able to do it. Listening to Sawyer made him wonder. Why had such a man, a brilliant, intelligent, and skilled surgeon,
Why had he taken to the outlaw trail? Doc, he spoke softly, whatever made you take this route? Sawyer glanced at him. Having doubts, Mike? Doubts? Seems all I ever have these days are doubts. I've wondered about that. You've said nothing, so I assumed you were perfectly willing to go along with Ben's plans for you. It means power and money, Mike. If it is the future for outlaws that disturbs you, don't let it. From now on, it'll be different than Ben Curry's day. You will have to have the best lawyers, the right connections, and spend some money for bribes, but with the money you will have, that should be easy. Roundy told me he had spoken to you about it. He can see more clearly than Ben. The old days are over. Up to now, those robberies were considered to have been pulled off by freewheeling outfits like the James boys and the Renaults. Nobody has thought that there might be an organization behind it. That will change. There are some pretty shrewd officers out there. And when they begin getting organized themselves, outlaws will have no chance. Still, with the connections, the lawyers, and the money, you should manage. Yes, it could be, Mike agreed, only maybe I don't want it that way. Sawyer smiled wryly. Does conscience rear its ugly head? Can it be that Ben Curry's conditioning has fallen on fallow ground? What started this sudden feeling? Is it fear or a woman? Would that be so strange? That it was a woman? I wondered it hasn't happened before, except that you've been such a recluse. If it is a woman, take a second look and time to think about it. It wasn't her. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 years. I've been wondering what I should do. I hate to disappoint Ben Curry. And actually, I've no other place to go. What can I do? Hunt? Punch cows? Doc Sawyer put his glass down hard. Either is better, Mike. Anything is better. And it's easier to get in than get out. Once you have a name, it follows you. But don't ask me. I made a mess of my own life, partly a woman and partly for what I thought would be easy money. Well, let me tell you, there is no such thing as easy money. You make your own decision. What was it Matthew Arnold said? I think you learned the quotation. No man can save his brother's soul or pay his brother's debts. That's it. You save your own and you pay your own. But remember this, Mike. No matter which way you go, there will be killing. If you take over from Ben, you'll have to kill either Curb Perrin or Rig Molina, and maybe both of them. And if you decide to step out, you may have to kill them, and even Ben Curry. Oh no, not Pa. Mike, get this through your head. There's no easy way out. Do you suppose you're alone in this? Roundy and me have talked this up one side and down the other. After all, he added, neither of us have ever had a son. We've helped to train you and teach you, and it's meant a lot to us. But remember this, no man is the complete ruler or dictator. He is only a mouthpiece for the wishes of his followers. As long as he expresses those wishes, he leads them. Ben is the boss because he's strong, because he has organization, and because he's good with those guns. Also, he's the boss because he's made them money and kept them out of trouble, sometimes even against their own wishes. He's offered them security. If you walked out, there would be a chink in the armor. No outlaw ever trusts another who turns honest. He always fears betrayal. Let's check with Roundy. He was coming across the room to them. Get the horses, we've got to blow town. Duckrow and Fernandez just rode in, and they're drunk, and they're talking. If they see us, they're apt to spill everything. Garland was there. Duckrow's a pal of Perrin's. He thinks he can get away with anything. Here they come now. All right, drift, Bastian ordered, and be quick with the horses. End of chapter 6. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 7. The world of criminals is incredibly small, consisting largely of others like himself. He wants to be considered a big man, a tough man, a smart man among his own kind. If not that, he wants to be associated with someone who is big, tough, and smart, even if only to run errands for him. Few can stand alone, and most are afraid to try. The gang is their protection and their strength. It's also their refuge. The world is a few hangouts, a few saloons, a few places where lawbreakers meet. If in the city, it comprises of a few city blocks. In the western lands, a few towns, a few 100 square miles of territory. When escaping, they will almost invariably return to old associations, to areas they know,
people with whom they're familiar. Ben Curry had provided a refuge, the planning, the access to money, but most of the men did not like it. They were restless for freedom, to go as they pleased, to act as they wished. Most of them wanted a reputation of being bad men. They wished to swagger and strut. Over the years, Ben had tried to weed them out, to keep the cool and careful men, to eliminate the braggarts and the show-offs. He'd been only partially successful. Usually he managed to weed out the undesirables before they knew anything about the ramifications of his operations. Duckrow had been a tough man, a quiet man, but lately he'd become a close ally of Perrin. Also, he'd begun drinking too much. Saloon doors slammed open, and the two men came in. One glance, and Mike knew that there was trouble, not only for him, but for Ben Curry, for all of them. Tom Duckrow was drunk and ugly. Behind him was Snake Fernandez, an unpleasant pair. They made trouble before this, always protected by Perrin. Bastian started toward them, but had taken scarcely a step when Duckrow saw him. "There he is, the pet, the boss's pet." "Tom," Bastian said mildly, "I suggest you go sleep it off. This isn't the place." "Look who's giving orders. Getting big for your britches, ain't ya?" "Your horses will be waiting outside the door," Bastian suggested. "Get on them and start for home." Duckrow planted his feet. "Suppose you make me." "Tom," Mike protested, "this isn't the place." He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Ben wants no trouble, you know that." "Ben? Who the hell is Ben? Kerb Perrin's the man, and don't you forget it." It was a challenge, and more words might reveal too much. Mike Bastian struck swiftly, a left to the body, a right to the chin. Duckrow was not a fistfighter, and the blows were totally unexpected. He went to his knees and then slumped, face down, to the floor. With an oath, Fernandez went for his gun, and Mike had no choice. He shot him through the shoulder. The gun dropped from Snake's fingers. Mouthing curses, he reached for his left-hand gun. Garland, who had stayed behind when the others went for the horses, grabbed him from behind and disarmed him. Mike pulled the groggy Duckrow to his feet and started for the door. He found himself facing a big man with a stern look and a star on his chest. "What's going on here?" he demanded. Mike smiled pleasantly. "Nothing at all, officer. A couple of boys from our outfit with too much red-eye. We'll take them back to camp, and we're moving on in the morning." The sheriff looked from Mike to Doc Sawyer. The apparent respectability of the two calmed him somewhat. "Who are you? I don't know you." "No, sir. We've come up from the Mugions, driving a few head of cattle to the ranch in California. It's been a rough trip, and the boys got a little too much to drink." The sheriff was suspicious. There may be something here that he just didn't understand. "You may be a cowhand," he said, "but the gent with you looks like a gambler." Mike chuckled. "Officer, I've played with him, and if he had to make his living off cards, he'd starve. As a matter of fact, he's a doctor, a surgeon, and a mighty good one. He's a friend of the boss." A tall, gray-haired man had strolled over beside the sheriff. "What outfit did you say you rode for? I'm from the Mugions myself." Garland had hustled Fernandez and Duckrow outside as they talked. Doc Sawyer was wishing he'd gone with them. "I don't ride for a Mugion outfit," Mike said, smiling, "but Jack McArdle can vouch for me. Doc Sawyer's a friend of his and has handled the sale of some of his beef." The sheriff glanced at the gray-haired man. "Do you know this McArdle, Joe?" "I do, and he's a good man. He has the Flying M, but I didn't know he was selling cattle." "Guess you're all right." The sheriff was reluctant to let go. He studied Mike. "You sure don't talk like no cowhand." "Officer, cowhands come from anywhere and everywhere. We had a puncher working for us last year from Norfolk, England." "However," he said gravely, "I was studying for the ministry, but my interest led me in more profane directions. I'm afraid I'm a backslider. An interest in draw poker isn't conducive to a place in the pulpit." "I guess not," the sheriff chuckled. "All right, you ride out of here, but no more trouble, do you hear? And Doc, you better look at that man's shoulder." Mike turned away and Doc followed. Outside, the men had disappeared. They rode out of town, heading north. It was not until they had several miles on the road that Doc rode up beside Bastian. "You'll do," he said. "You handle that better than anybody I know. "Hell," Garland said, "I was getting ready to shoot our way out of town. You sure smooth-talked 'em." "That sheriff," Mike said thoughtfully, "wasn't satisfied. He'll come out at daybreak and check for tracks." Garland chuckled. "I figured on it, but we're riding somebody's cow trail right now. I seen 'em passing when we rode into town. Figured they were headed for that grassy patch at the spring 4 miles west, and they'll ride on by daybreak. I doubt if the sheriff is ready to ride that far just to check up on us." Curb Perrin and Rig Molina were sitting around the table at the stone house when Mike and Doc returned to the canyon. Both men looked up sharply, and Ben Curry was suddenly watchful. Bastian wasted no time. "Curb, what were Duckrow and Fernandez doing in Weaver?" Perrin looked around, irritated by Mike's tone, but puzzled too. "In Weaver, and drunk. We nearly had to shoot our way out of town because of them. They were drunk and talking too much, and when I told them to get on their horses and head for home, they made trouble." "How?" "Duckrow was attracting too much attention. If I hadn't stopped him, there's no telling what he'd have said." "You stopped him?" Ben Curry leaned back in his chair and was watchful, with attention. "I knocked him out," Mike said coolly, "and when Fernandez went for his gun, I put a bullet in his shoulder." "Should have killed him," Molina said. "You'll have to do it sooner or later." Curb Perrin was stumped. This was something he'd not wanted to happen, nor could he have believed that Mike Bastian could handle Duckrow, let alone Fernandez as well. "We got what we went after," Bastian told Curry, "but another break like we had and we'll walk right into a trap. As for that, I think we should drop it for now." "Are you crazy?" Perrin said. "That's the big one. That's the one we've been waiting for." "The sheriff in Weaver is a good man, a tough man, and a smart one. I talked our way out of it, but he may do some checking. He struck me as a careful man." "To hell with him," Perrin said. When Perrin and Molina had gone, Mike left for his own room, and Doc Sawyer turned to Ben. "It would have done your heart good. He had a run-in with Corbus and Fletcher, too. He flattened Corbus with a punch and backed Fletcher down. He'll do, that boy of yours." "I knew he had it," Ben said with satisfaction. "He met a girl, too," Doc added. "Good for him. It's about time." "This was a very particular girl, Chief. And if I'm any judge of things, he fell, and fell hard. And I'm not so sure it didn't happen both ways." Something in his tone caught Curry's attention. "Who was she?" "A girl who came in on the stage. Mike got her and her family a rig, and a driver to take them out to their ranch, out to the V-Bar." Ben Curry turned on him, and for a moment their eyes held. So Doc Sawyer knew. The one secret he'd been determined to keep, the one he wanted none of them to know. How many others knew? How many had guessed? Or had he discovered some clue? He'd believed his tracks had been covered. For the first time, Ben Curry knew fear, real fear. "The girl's name is Drusilla Reagan. She's a beautiful girl, Ben." "I won't have it." Ben slammed his glass down. "I'll be damned if—" Doc Sawyer's tone was ironic. "You mean the foster son you raised isn't good enough for your daughter?" "Don't use that word here. Who knows beside you?" "Nobody of whom I know, and it's only accident that I know. Remember that time you were laid up with that bullet wound? I took care of you myself. You were delirious, and you talked too much." Doc lighted his pipe. "They made a nice-looking couple," he added, "and I believe she invited him to Redwall Canyon." "He won't go. I'll not have any of this crowd here. If you think I want my daughter associating with outlaws—" "He isn't, yet." Doc puffed on his pipe. "He could be, and he might be. But if he does, the crime will be on your shoulders, because I don't think he wants to be." Curry went to the window and looked down the canyon. "Chief, the boy has it in him. He could be all of it. Believe me, he's quick. You should have seen him throw that gun on Fernandez. And when the sheriff walked up to him, he handled it like a veteran." Ben Curry was silent. Doc glanced at the broad back and went over to the sideboard and took up a cup and filled it with coffee. "He may be deciding that he doesn't want to take over. That boy is smart, Ben. He's smart. He'll do what I tell him." "Maybe, but he's got a mind of his own, Ben." Ben swore under his breath, all of his plans all falling apart. After all the thinking, all the years. A small voice of doubt was whispering within him. a voice that made him remember that quiet, determined little boy who he'd brought home with him, a boy who would not cry, a boy who listened and obeyed and tried very hard to do what was expected of him. Yet despite that, Ben had always been aware that the boy had a mind of his own, that he listened and he weighed everything in some balance all of his own. Long after Doc Sawyer was gone, Ben Curry sat alone thinking. If Doc knew, somebody else might know. Yet he thought not. Doc was canny, and Doc always had his ear to the ground. Doc would know if anyone else knew. His thoughts reverted to the discussion over what had taken place in Weaver. What were Duckrow and Fernandez doing there anyway? It had always been the policy for none of the gang to show up in town when a job was to be pulled off, except for the scouts who went in and got the lay of the land, and then rode out unobtrusively as possible. Now there had been trouble. Attention had been drawn to them, and Duckrow had been drunk and shooting off his mouth. Mike warned that the sheriff was a canny man, and that he would remember their faces. So none of them could be used. The boy was out of it. Despite himself, Ben felt relief. The risk had worried him. 12 guards, several with shotguns. How were they to handle them? Curb Perrin wanted the job, so let Curb have it. For the first time, the thought of betrayal entered his mind. He shook his head. No, Perrin was his problem. He would cope with it himself, as he always had. But what were Duckrow and Fernandez doing in Weaver? And Doc had reported the words that Duckrow had spoken in anger. That it was no longer Ben Curry who mattered, but Curb Perrin. Something brewing there. He was getting old. For the first time he began to doubt his rightness. And what about the boy? He'd wanted a man that he could trust to take over. But had he any right to raise the boy to be an outlaw? He walked to the window again. He had a reason, or thought he did. But Mike had none beyond his father's wish. Suddenly Ben stopped, staring at the partial reflection of himself in the glass. Mike was the son he'd never had. Why not Mike and Drusilla? He shook his head. No, 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 never. Yet how many fathers could raise their own son-in-law? He smiled at the thought, but put it aside. There was too much else to think about now. Curb Perrin was planning rebellion, planning to go his own way. His thoughts reverted to Drew. Suppose she wanted Mike Bastian, outlaw or not. Had it been Juliana now, he could have bluntly told her no, and she would have. Might have listened. But Drew? He chuckled. She would laugh at him. She was way too much like him. What to do? Ben Curry moved away from the window. He must remember not to stand there again. Once he need not have worried, but now there were enemies among his own men, something he dared not tolerate. What had Duckrow and Fernandez been doing in Weaver? Scouting the job for Perrin, for themselves? He walked back to the fireplace and stared at the sullen coals. He was growing old, and it was time to quit. He wanted the last years with his wife and his girls. He wanted to get out, to get away. He was a man born out of his time, and in past he might have been a Viking, a robber baron, a freebooter, but now he was an outlaw. He'd liked planning the forays. He'd liked playing his chess game with the law, but lately, was he changing, or was it the times? Was it like Roundy kept telling him, that the old days were gone, that the outlaw was an enemy of society, a different society from that rough, casual, tolerant West from which he had spent his early years? He walked over to the clothes tree and took down his gun belt. He checked each pistol and then slung the belt about his hips. From now on, he'd better wear them. All the time. End of Chapter 7. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 8. Mike Bastian rolled out of bed and sat up. Rarely did he sleep during the day, but upon his return he had been tired, and now he felt better. Darkness had come while he rested, and the sky was spangled with stars. From his window he could see a few lights glowing in the settlement below, a settlement of outlaws. Only Doc Sawyer and himself shared the stone house with Ben Curry, and on the occasional visits when others discussed future jobs with Ben, they never left the spacious living room where its big table and planning was done.
The doors leading to the other rooms were closed, and the conferences were kept to the big table. Ben Curry had always been a private person, and nobody had ever ventured to intrude on that privacy, not even Mike himself. He was restless and uneasy. There had been a sampling of what he could expect, facing Corbus, and later with Duckrow and Fernandez. Was that what he wanted, or did he want a more respectable life, such as a life that Drusilla Reagan might wish to share? Hey, he flushed. What was he thinking of? She scarcely noticed him, and who was he, after all? He had nothing. He was nothing. He did not have a home, other than this provided by Ben Curry. He had no job. He had nothing to offer. Although he knew there were some people who admired outlaws, largely because they'd never known any, he did not think Drusilla would be of that sort. He had not needed Roundy's questions, nor Doc's, to start thinking. Whenever he went into a town, he wondered about the people there. They did not have to worry about being recognized by some lawman or former victim. They did not have to be hiding out in the hills, seeking shelter from the cold and rain, or suffering from a gunshot wound that they dared not have treated. Ben's operation was the most successful, but he had his failures too. Only a few weeks before, 4 of the boys had ridden in on hard-ridden horses, 1 man wounded, with only $14 to show for their trouble. At the last minute, plans had been altered and the shipment of gold had gone out early, going through the day before they arrived. Down there in town, they'd proudly told the story of his meeting with the sheriff, or his coping with Duckrow and the others. The majority liked him, and this would tell them that he could handle himself. Melina and Perrin stood between him and leadership of the gang. Melina, Perrin, and himself. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Did he want to be an outlaw? Blowing out the light, he opened the door and stepped out into the night. For a moment he stood listening. It was very quiet. Distant music came from the saloon. He walked down the path toward town, hoping to see no one, simply to walk and think. There was no more time, he must decide. Yet how could he leave Ben? Avoiding the main street of the little settlement, which composed of a saloon, a store, a livery stable, as well as a boarding house, and what was called a hotel, but was actually just a big cabin with bunks, he walked down one of the lanes toward the creek. Several cabins were scattered along the lane, with corrals, stables, and a well or two. He was passing the last cabin, reaching the trees along the small creek when he overheard at Red Wall. Abruptly he stopped. The cabin door was open and the light streamed out. He was in the darkness and out of sight. Curb Perrin was speaking. "It's a cinch. We'll do it all without anybody's say-so. There'll be about 2,000 head of cattle on their range, but there must be at least 500 head gathered for a drive, and I've got a buyer for them. We'll hit the place about sunup." "Who's on the place?" "Only 4 hands now. If we wait a few days, there will be a dozen. They'll be expecting nothing." "How many men will we have?" "A dozen, maybe less. Keep the divvy small. Hell, that Reagan ranch is easy. The boss won't even hear about it until it's too late to stop us. Anyway, he'll never know it was us." "I wouldn't want him to," Fernandez said. "To hell with him," Duckrow said. "All I want is a crack at that Bastian kid." "Stick with me," Perrin said, "and I'll set him up for you." "You said there were some women?" Duckrow suggested. 2 white girls are visiting there, and there's 2 Mexican maids and the mother of the girls. I want the younger girl. What happens to the others is none of my business." Fernandez looked uneasy. "It is not good," he said. "The women, I mean." "Steal cattle, yes, but women, they'll hunt you forever." Perrin shrugged. "Who will be left to talk?" Duckrow glanced at him, wetting his lips. Fernandez said nothing. After a bit he muttered, "Killing a man is one thing." "You want to be left out?" Perrin demanded. "You don't have to go." "I'll go." "What happens if Ben Curry finds out? He doesn't miss much, you know." "What happens? If he opens his mouth, I'll kill him." There was a pause, and then he added, "I never wanted to kill anybody the way I wanted to kill him. He thinks he's the big man. I'll show him who's top dog." "What about Bastian?" Perrin waved a dismissing hand. "He's your problem. If you and Fernandez can't figure a way to handle him, then you aren't the men I think you are." "He's quick," Duckrow remarked. "It won't do to think he's easy. You handle him." "And you handle Ben Curry?" The voice was that of a man named Bayless. "He may not be young anymore, but he's hell on wheels with a gun." "Forget him. You three, along with Klatt, Pannell, Monson, and Kiefer, go with us. 9 out of the 10 will be making a break. There's been a lot of dissatisfaction lately. The boys don't like being tied down so much. Sure, they've got money, but what good does it do to them?" "Melina wants to raid the Mormons," Bayless commented. "They've a lot of fat stock and some damn good horses." Mike Bastian waited no longer. The chance of discovery was too great. His first thought was to go at once to Ben Curry, but it might betray his interest in Drusilla, and the time was not ripe for that. What would Ben Curry say if he learned that the foster son he raised to be an outlaw was in love with his daughter? A foster son who had nothing and no prospects. Yet what could he do? Ben Curry would know the girls and their mother were at Red Wall, and he would be going to see them. If he kept an eye on Ben, he might find Ben's shortcut to the V-Bar. Recalling other times when Ben had left, Mike knew the route had to be much quicker than any he could guess at. It was probably further west and south, possibly some way across the Grand Canyon. Although knowing the enormous depth of the canyon, he could not picture a possible route. He would have to wait. He wanted to see Drusilla again, but now he must wait here, watch Perrin, and do what he could to protect Ben. How fast was Ben now, and how tough? Speed of draw was the least consideration. Nerve and a steady hand were infinitely more important. If there was as much unrest in the gang as Perrin implied, something might break loose at any moment. He'd known the outlaws were restless. Most of them had become outlaws to avoid discipline. Ben had commanded them longer than anyone would have believed, their loyalty due in part to the returns, and in part to the carefully prepared escapes, as well as fear of his far-reaching power. Now there was fear that he was losing his grip. Mike felt the sudden urge to saddle his horse and ride away forever, to escape all the cruelty, conniving, and hatred that lay dormant here. He could ride now by the way of the Kalybob trail through the forest. Living as he did, it might be a week before they even knew he was gone. Yet to run now, no matter how much he wished to be away, would be to give up all hope of seeing Drew again. Moreover, whatever future he chose, he could not abandon Ben in his hour of need. Returning to his room, he sat down on his bed to think. Roundy first, then Doc Sawyer. Each seemed to be hoping he would give it up and get out before it was too late. Doc said it was his life, but was it? There was a light tap at the door. Gun in hand, he reached for the latch. Roundy stepped in, glancing at the gun. "Getting jumpy, Mike? I don't blame you." Mike explained what he'd heard. Roundy heard him out and then asked, "Mike, have you heard of Dave Leneker? You mean that Colorado gunman? He's headed this way. Ben Curry just got word that he's coming to take over the gang. I thought he was one of Ben's best men." "So did we all, and so he has been. But more than likely, he's afraid that Perrin will climb into the saddle, and they've never liked each other. Does Ben know?" "You bet he does. He's mighty wrought up, too. He'd been planning on being away for a few days on one of those trips to Red Wall, and now he can't go." Doc came in, and the three talked, trying to foresee what might happen and the best strategy would be. Perrin was hot for a break. "Roundy," Mike suggested. "Either me, or you, or Doc had better be here at all times. But you two had best sift around and get some of the men on whom we can depend, like Garland and Coley. Don't get any that you have doubts about. Have them drift up this way and be ready for trouble." "Garland's with the horse herd," Roundy said. "No way to reach him today without riding down there." "All right, get him when you can." When Roundy had gone, Mike went out onto the porch overlooking the canyon. The night was dark, although the stars were bright and there were no clouds. Somehow he must warn them at the V-Bar, but who could he trust? The secret of the ranch and its people was not his, but Ben's. Nobody in the canyon would carry any message in any way harmful to another member of the gang. If he could get a dozen men by using Ben's name, but that was just something that he dared not do. Ben knew how to get over there in a hurry, but how? And how could he find out in time? The date for the raid on the treasure train was the 20th. There had been talk of a raid in eastern Colorado. Was that to be the 20th also? Dave Lenneker was on his way here. If Ben knew that, Perrin might know also. Such things were hard to keep secret, especially when there was no reason for keeping them a secret. For a long time he lay awake trying to think his way to a solution. He must talk to Ben Curry. He must warn him and tell him what he knew. The window was open. He could hear the far-off howling of coyotes. He found himself wishing he was out there in the wilderness, away from all of this, walking down one of those long, long valleys, or climbing among the aspen up to the timberline where the spruce ended and the tundra began, up to the side rock slopes where the springs were born. There was freedom there and peace. There was no worry about men such as Curb Perrin. He sat up suddenly. He was not cut out to be an outlaw. He'd known it all the time. He'd played with the idea because that was expected of him. But now he knew it was not for him. Yet much as he wished he could just ride away from it all, there was no way it could be done. No matter what he was to other men, Ben Curry had been a father to him. Gruff but kindly, his affection shown only through a friendly squeeze on the shoulder when he was younger, or a casual cuff or ruffling of his hair. Now Ben's back was to the wall, his lovely daughters and wife were in danger, and nobody to help but him. Of course there was Roundy and Doc and a few loyal men, but nobody who could stand up to Molina or Perrin or Lenneker if it came to that. There was only him, and this is what he'd been raised for. He lay down again, staring wide-eyed into the darkness. He would need all of his training, all of his skill. Perrin was a wily, dangerous man, good with a gun, but cunning as well. And he would know Ben Curry because he would have studied him all of those years. Tomorrow, he told himself, I've got to move tomorrow and I must talk to Ben. I must make him see what is happening and how he must tell me how to reach his family in a hurry. His eyes opened again. This was the end. He could see it clearly now. Ben Curry had held them together, but he could do so no longer, nor could anybody else, no matter how well trained. Many of the men were good men who just got started off down the wrong track, but others were murderers and thieves and wild animals that were about to turn on their keeper. Tomorrow. Tomorrow he would see what could be done. Tomorrow. End of Chapter 8. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 9. The Red Wall Ranch, also called the V-Bar, lay at the head of a small canyon, an isolated oasis at the upper end of a network of small canyons watered by scattered springs and runoff from the cliffs. It was such a place as only an Indian, an outlaw on the run, or a wandering prospector might find. During a wet year the range would support cattle, but in the dry year much of it was semi-desert, offering little. Ben Curry had found the place a dozen years before, and with the help of some Indian friends had put up a stone house, a stable and corrals. He'd piped water into the house from a spring, and had kept some cedars growing close by, and had planted a few other trees, carefully watered until their roots were down. By handling cattle judiciously, taking advantage of the wet years and cutting the numbers during the dry periods, a man might do well with a small ranching operation. Ben Curry did not intend to live out his life there, simply to maintain it as a secret base of operations. Doc Sawyer knew of the place, but only Roundy had actually been there. The ranch house was a low building, almost lost to the view against the cliffs some distance behind, and partly screened by trees. A man might easily ride by the lower end of the canyon without even seeing the house, which was on a low knoll. Behind it, and between the house and the canyon wall, there were the corrals, the stable, the storage shed, and a smokehouse. "It's so alone," Juliana said, looking down the long, narrow valley. "I love it here, but it scares me, too." Drusilla said nothing, but she, too, was looking down the long valley. It was beautiful, it was remote, it was wild and strange. Maybe that's why she loved it so much. And maybe that's why she so looked forward to coming back, even though their visit would be a short one. "I often wonder why Papa chose such an out-of-the-way place," Juliana went on. "He could have had a ranch anywhere. I don't believe anyone lives within 100 miles of us. We aren't that far from Flagstaff, it just seems far. But what if something went wrong? We'd have to fend for ourselves," Drew said. That's why you learn to shoot. Someday you might have to. There was trouble in town after we left, Juliana said. I heard the men talking about it, some sort of fight. I wish Papa would come. It was very quiet. From the steps before the bunkhouse where the men slept, they heard a low murmur of voices. It was a comfortable sound. Night was falling. Already they had a light on down there. It gives me the shivers. There's nothing to be afraid of. There are 4 men out there. They were silent, and Juliana drew the shades. Walking back to the table, Drew took the chimney from the lamp and struck a match, and touched it to the wick. Replacing the lamp globe, she drew back a chair. It's almost time for supper. I don't like it, Drew. I don't feel right. Something's going to happen. Drew looked at her sister, a cool, appraising glance. Juliana had these feelings once in a while, and they were often right. It was foolish to be afraid, still. By day, anyone approaching could be seen for some distance, but at night? I'll speak to the men, she said after supper. Juliana left the room and Drew walked slowly back to the window. Standing at one side, she could still see far down the valley. But in a few minutes, it would be too dark. Now she was feeling it too. Suddenly she turned and went to her room. From her duffel, she took a derringer that her father had given her and checked it. Loaded, in both barrels, she slipped it back into her skirt pocket. It was lonely. Where was Pa? He'd warned them not to expect him at any particular time, but that he would come. They could depend on that. Of late, Drusilla had been doing some wondering of her own. Several times her father had met them at the ranch, but it was not until the last time that she'd noticed anything strange. The first thing was his horse. Pa said that he'd come far, but his horse did not look it or act it. Thinking back, she remembered that his horses had never seemed ridden hard. And yet if Pa came from somewhere near, where could it be? There was nothing near. There was only wilderness. She looked down the valley again. Now all was darkness, a few stars hanging in the sky. Supper was a quiet meal. None of them felt like talking much. But then her mother never really had been much of a talker. How did you meet Papa? Drew asked suddenly. Papa? Oh, her mother hesitated and then laughed. It was at a party back in Texas. Some riders stopped by, and of course everyone was welcome in those days, so we invited them to join us. We danced and talked a little, and ate supper together. 2 of the men who came with them stayed with their horses, although once in a while one of the others would change places so they could come in and enjoy the party too. He was so big and so very good-looking. He wasn't like anyone from around there, and when I asked him, he said that he was from Colorado, but that he'd been back further east to buy cattle. They left before daylight, but he was back a week later, and that time he was alone. He stayed for several days, and we went driving and riding. Something about him kind of scared the others away. There were several young men who courted you? You could call it that. But after he came, they were all frightened away. He frightened them? What did he do? Oh, nothing really. There was just something about him. He was very romantic, so mysterious. He would come and stay around for a while and then be gone. He's still mysterious, Drew said quietly. Her mother glanced up quickly, defensively. Not really. Just his work keeps him away. I've always understood that. When supper was over, Drew went back. The door of the bunkhouse was open, and Voyle Regan was coming towards her. Uncle Voyle, when will Papa be here? I don't know, honey. He can't always get here when he wants. What's the trouble? Juliana is scared. I don't know why, but she is. She says something's wrong. And when she feels that way, she's usually right. He was a tall, lean man. He managed the ranch, talked a little. He was a kindly, thoughtful man. Nothing to worry about, he said. Not many folks even know of this place. We don't see many strangers. She was silent. If she were to ask, would he tell her? Uncle Voyle, she hesitated. What does Papa really do? She watched him turn the head and glance down the canyon. Then he said quietly, Why, you know as well as I do. He buys cattle, drives them sometimes, sells them to the best buyer. He does right well, but it keeps him on the road. He spoke hastily before she could interrupt. He never talks business at home. It just ain't his way. Buying like he does, he goes out to ranches, deals with some pretty tough men time to time. Sometimes he buys and sells cows without ever moving them. Knows the buyer before he buys. He's a shrewd man." "I believe he is. I believe you are too, Uncle Voyle. And that's the story that will satisfy Mama and Juliana, but not me. I want to know where Papa is, and I want to know why he always comes from over toward the canyon." "Where'd you get that idea?" "I've seen him. Once when I was riding, I saw him coming up through the draw. And when he gets here after those long rides, his horses are always so fresh." Voyle Regan was disturbed. For years he'd been afraid of this. Juliana would accept things as they seemed to be, but not Drusilla. She was like her father and missed nothing. "Have you talked to anybody else about this?" "Who would I talk to? I've seen no one." "Well, don't, not even the men here. Your papa knows what he's about, and you leave it lay. The less you know, the better, and the fewer questions you ask, the fewer other folks are apt to ask." "So that's it." Her voice fell. "He's an outlaw, isn't he?" "Well, I've suspected it for a long time, but somehow he never seemed the type. No, Drew, he surely doesn't, but that's it, he never did. Your ma, well, I think she knows, but she'd not mention it, and she'd not admit it even to herself. He'll be along soon, and when he does, you get him alone if you're a mind to, and you ask him himself. But not where anybody can hear you. Uncle Voyle, I don't believe he'll come tonight. I think there's been trouble. Call it intuition, whatever you wish. I have a feeling." Her uncle shifted his feet. "Now don't you be getting scared. There's nothing." "Yes, there is." She paused. "Uncle Voyle, when we were coming up from Flagstaff, we were followed." "Followed?" He was startled. "By a man who came out of the draw from the east. He kept back out of sight most of the time, like he did not wish to be seen, but he was following us. Just before we came into the red wall, he disappeared." Voyle Regan was worried. The fact that Ben Curry owned the V-Bar was a well-kept secret, and Voyle knew that Ben had prevented any raiding of ranches close to the hideout in Toadstool Canyon. His argument had been simple. Leave the nearby ranches alone, and they'll be friendly in the time of need. Yet Voyle had never trusted Curry's leadership. Sooner or later, some of the outlaws would break loose and go to raiding on their own. Who would be scouting the place? The law? There was none within miles. No breath of suspicion invited their interest. Outlaws? That would be more likely, with cattle already gathered and ready for moving. Don't scare your sister or mother with this, Drew. You can use your rifle, so keep it handy. I'll have a talk with the boys." He paused. "Just where did you see that rider?" He listened to her description, recognizing the area at once. "Tomorrow I'll have a look," he told her. "You be careful," she said, and then she changed the subject. "Uncle Voyle, did you ever hear of a cowboy named Mike Bastian?" Voyle Regan was glad of the darkness. "Can't say I have," he said cautiously. "What about him?" "We met him on the way up here. In fact, it was he who helped us get a rig and bring us in after we left the stage." "Any Western man would have helped you." "I know, but it was he who helped, and there was something about him." "I'll bet I know," Voyle said, amused. "He was probably young and good-looking." She laughed. "He was that, too, but the way he moved, like a big cat. But like somebody else, too. I can't think of who he reminded me of, but somebody I know very well." "Mike Bastian. I'll remember the name. Did he tell you what he did?" No, I don't believe he did. I thought he might be a cowboy, or even a hunter. He was wearing buckskins, like the Indians do." She paused again. Then, trying to keep her tone casual, she said, "He asked if he could come calling." Voyle Regan chuckled. "And I'll bet you said yes." It was her turn to laugh. "Of course. Could I be any less than hospitable? After all, this is the West." After she'd gone inside, Voyle Regan walked to the bunkhouse. Two of the hands were already asleep or pretending to be. The other one had a boot off and one on. "You," Voyle said to him. "Put that other boot back on. You're taking first watch." "Watch? For what?" "Somebody followed that buckboard when it brought in the women folks, and I don't like it." One of the other men, Garfield, sat up. "Been meaning to tell you, Voyle. I come on some hoss tracks up on the rim scouting a few days back. Looked like somebody had been scouting us." All right, you boys know your business. Make like it's Injun times. Only these Injuns will be white men and outlaws, more than likely. We're bunching cows for a drive, and in a few days we'll have a dozen more hands on the place. I'd guess they know that. So if anything happens, it'll be before the other hands get here. Don't any of you get more than 2-3 miles from the place, and watch your back trails. If anything happens, you hightail it back here to stand by the women folk. Hell, I never knowed no outlaw to bother women, Garfield protested. I know, but we're away out in the hills, and mighty few folks even know we're here. And there's outlaws and outlaws. Garfield pulled on his other boot and straightened up, hitching his suspenders over his shoulders. Then he slung on his gun belt. Take your Winchester, too. You may need it. Garfield gave him a bleak look. One of the hands started to snore, and Voyle indicated him. Wake him up at midnight. He can stay on watch until 3, and then Pete can take over until daybreak. Voyle Reagan went outside and stopped listening. It was quiet, very quiet. He walked up to the house and to his room. After he'd hung his gun belt on the headboard of his bed, he placed his Winchester across the washstand close by. It had been a long time since he'd been in a shooting fight, and he wasn't all that sure that he was up to it. End of Chapter 9. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 10. Morning was cool and clear, yet Mike Bastian could feel disaster in the air. Dressing hurriedly, he headed for the boarding house. Only a few men were eating, and there was no talk among them. They glanced up when he entered, but only nodded briefly. Mike was finishing his coffee when Curb Perrin entered. Instantly, Mike was on guard. Perrin walked with an arrogance that was unusual for him. He glanced at Mike Bastian, then seated himself and began to eat. Roundy came in, and then Doc Sawyer, and that meant that Ben Curry was alone in the stone house. A moment later, Duckrow entered, followed by Kiefer, and then Rocky Clatt, Monson, and Pinnell. His cup halfway to his mouth, Mike remembered suddenly that these were the men that Perrin planned to use to raid the Reagan ranch. That could mean that the raid was going to happen today. He looked up to see Roundy push back from the table, his coffee unfinished. The old woodsman hurried outside and disappeared. Mike put down his cup and stood up. Instantly he was motionless. The hard prod of a gun was in his back, and a voice was saying, "Don't move." The voice was that of Fernandez. Perrin was leaning back in his chair, smiling. "Sorry to surprise you, Bastian," Perrin said, "but with Lenneker on his way here, we had to move fast. By the time he arrives, he'll be in the saddle. Some of the boys wanted to kill you, but I figure you'll be a bargaining point with the old man. He might be a hard colonel to dig out of that stone shell of his, but with you for an argument, I think we can make him listen." "You're mistaken," Mike said quietly. "He doesn't care what happens to me. He can afford to get rid of me and recruit somebody else. He won't let you get away with it." "I shall, though. You see, Rigger Molina left this morning with 10 of his boys to knock over that gold train. That was to be my job," Mike said. "I swapped with him. He could have the gold train if he left me the bank job. I must admit," Perrin smiled, "that I neglected to tell him about the 12 armed guards, and the number who had shotguns. In fact, I only told him that 3 guards would be along. I believe that'll take care of him for me." Perrin turned abruptly. "Take his gun and tie his hands behind his back, then shove him into the street. I want the old man to see him." "What about him?" Kiefer pointed the gun at Doc. "Leave him alone. We may need a doctor. And he knows where his bread is buttered." Mike Bastian was coldly, bitterly angry with himself. He should have been more careful. His attention had been on Perrin, and Fernandez had slipped up behind him. He was shoved into the street. The morning sun was warming things up, and he was pushed out in its full glare, facing up the street towards the stone house. He felt a fierce triumph. No matter what happened to him, the old man would be tough to move out of that house. The sun was full in his face, as it would be for the face of any of the attackers, and that old man would be up there with a high-powered rifle. From the doors and windows he could command the whole settlement. Perrin had moved out behind a wall of logs and sandbags hastily thrown up in the street. "Come on down, Curry," he shouted. "Come down with your hands up, or we'll kill your son." There was no reply, no evidence that they'd been heard. I'm not a son, Bastian said. We're not even kin. He raised me to do a job, and he can get along without me. He doesn't give a tinker's damn about me. He hasn't heard you, Clat said. Let's just rush the place. You rush it, Kiefer said. I'll just sit back and watch. Despite his helplessness, Mike felt the glow of satisfaction. Ben Curry was a wily fighter. He knew that once he responded, their threat would have force. It was useless to kill Bastian unless Curry could see it. Useless to waste him when they did not even know if Ben was even listening. Perrin had been positive that Curry would come out rather than sacrifice Mike, and now they were not even sure if their message was reaching him. Nor, Mike knew, were they sure that Curry would give himself up to save him. At first it had seemed logical. Now he knew Perrin was no longer sure, nor were those who followed him. "Come on out," Perrin shouted. "I'll give you and Bastian each a horse and a mile start. Otherwise you'll both die. We've got dynamite." "Perrin," Mike said, "you've played the fool. Curry doesn't care whether I live or die. He won't come out, and there's no way to get him out. Don't you think the old man has planned for this? When did you ever know him not to plan for everything?" Mike was talking as much for the effect on Perrin's men as for Perrin himself. If he could make them doubt his leadership, they might, out of fear of Ben Curry, turn on Perrin. Perrin ignored him, but some of the men stirred restlessly, and one or two of them looked around as if wondering if someone was creeping up on them. Ben Curry was a shrewd fighter. Suppose he'd planned for this. What would he have done? "All he has to do, Curb," Mike said, "is wait for Dave Lenniker to show up. Then he can make a deal with Dave, and where will you be? Out in the cold with these men who are crazy enough to listen to you." "Shut up!" Perrin's tone was ugly. "He'll come out all right. He's just stalling. Let's open fire on the place." Duckrow was impatient. "Or rush it, like Clat suggested." "Hell," Kiefer was disgusted. "Why bother? Let's take all we can get away with and leave. There's cattle, at least 200 head of the best riding stock in the country, and what all. Rigger's gone. Lenniker ain't here yet. We've got a clear field. Take pennies when there's millions up in that stone house?" Curb's veins swelled with anger. "There's loot of years up in that house. A strong room with gold in it, stacks of money. With all that to be had, you'd run off with just a few head of cows?" Kiefer was silent, but unconvinced. "There's no strong room," Mike told them. "I sleep in one room, Doc Sawyer in another, and there's one for the old man. The only thing he's got stored up there is ammunition. He's got enough ammunition to fight a war. He's got the range of every place in town, and any time he's good and ready, he can start taking you out one at a time." Standing in the bright sunlight of the dusty street, Mike turned and looked up toward the stone house. All the love and loyalty he felt for the old man up there came back with a rush. Whatever he was, good or bad, he owed Ben Curry. Perhaps Curry had reared him for a life of crime, but to Ben Curry it had not been a bad life. He had lived like a feudal lord and had no respect for any law that he didn't make himself. Wrong though it might have been to take an orphan boy, he'd given Mike Bastian a start. He could never, Mike now realized, have become an outlaw. It was not in him to steal, to rob, to kill. It did not mean that he could not be loyal to the man who had reared him or given him a home when he had none. He was fiercely proud of that old man up there alone. Like a cornered grizzly, he would fight to the death. He, Mike Bastian, might die here in the street, but he only hoped that Ben Curry would stay in his stone shell and defeat them all. Curb Perrin was stumped. He'd planned quickly when he heard Lenniker was on his way to Toadstool Canyon. When Lenniker arrived, he would have men with him and fight for control, and it would turn into an ugly 3- or 4-way battle. With Melina out of the way, he'd been sure he could take over from Curry and be ready for Dave Lenniker when he arrived. He would be waiting to ambush Lenniker and his men, and they would never live to enter the canyon. Now suddenly both of his plans and his time had gone awry. The idea that Ben Curry would not even reply had never occurred to him. That he might not surrender, Perrin had foreseen, and he'd had a sniper posted to pick him off if he so much as showed himself. "You boys want to make a strike," Mike spoke casually. "There's that bank in eastern Colorado. According to all we hear, it's ripe and waiting to be taken." Nobody said anything, but he knew that they would be thinking.
He doubted if any of them would really want to face Ben Curry. He might be old, but how old was he and how tough? There was simply nothing he could do. At any moment, Perrin might decide to kill him where he stood. Out in the open as he was, with his hands tied behind him, there was nothing that he could do but think. What had become of Roundy? The old trapper had risen suddenly and left the table. And Roundy had left his coffee unfinished, an almost unheard of move for Roundy. Could he be in league with Perrin? No, that was impossible. Roundy had always been Ben Curry's friend, and he'd never liked Curb Perrin. Yet where was he? Up there with Ben? That was likely. Yet Roundy disliked being cooped up. He liked to range free. He was a moving fighter, not given to defense unless forced to it. Wherever he was, he would be doing what was necessary. Of that Mike was sure. "All right," Perrin said suddenly. "There's no use all of us watching one old man." He glanced at Bastian. "That was a good idea of yours about that bank. We'll just hold you, knock off that Reagan place, and then the old man'll be ready to quit. We'll take care of him, and then we'll ride east and pick off that bank." Bastian was led from the street. His ankles were tied, and he was thrown into a dark room in the rear of the store. His thoughts were in a turmoil. He fought to bring them to order. If he was to get out of this alive, he must think. There was always a way if one tried. If Perrin's men rode to Redwall, they would find only 4 hands on the V-bar. They would strike suddenly, and they knew how to do what must be done. Juliana, Drew, and their mother would be helpless. 4 men, 5 counting Boyle Reagan, could not stand against a surprise attack. And here he was, bound hand and foot. Desperately he fought the ropes that bound him. But those who did the tying were skilled with ropes, and had tied many a head of cattle and horses. As his eyes became accustomed to the darkness, he looked for something that he could use to free himself, but there was nothing. No projecting corner, no nail, nothing. Outside all was still. Had they gone? But if Perrin had not gone, he soon would be, leaving enough men to watch Ben Curry. Mike ceased struggling and tried to think. If he could get free and discover Ben's secret route across the river, he might beat Perrin to it and be waiting when the outlaws arrived. Where was Roundy and Doc Sawyer? Just when he had all but given up, a solution came to him, so simple that he cursed himself for a fool. Mike rolled over to his knees. Fortunately, he was wearing boots instead of moccasins that he often wore in the woods. Bracing one spur against the other to keep them from turning, he began to chafe the rawhide against the rowel of the spur. He wore big roweled Mexican spurs given to him by Sawyer. Spurs with many saw-like teeth instead of long spikes. Desperately he sawed until his muscles ached, and he was streaming with perspiration. Once, pausing to rest, he heard the rattle of hooves from outside, several horses being ridden away. Were they just going? He might have a chance, if only. Boots sounded on the floor. Someone was coming. And just when he was cutting through the rawhide, fearful that they would guess what he was doing, he rolled to his side. The door opened. It was Snake Fernandez. In one hand he held a knife. The other shoulder was still bandaged from Bastian's bullet. "You shoot Fernandez, eh? Now we'll see. I am Yaki. I know how to make a man bleed in many ways. I shall cut you into pieces. I shall cut slowly, very slowly. You will see." Bastian lay on his shoulder, staring at the half-breed. Stooping over him, the Yaki pricked him with the knife point. But Bastian did not move. Enraged, Fernandez tossed the knife and caught it up in his fist. "You do not jump, eh? I make you jump." Viciously he stabbed down, and Mike, braced for the stab, turned to his back and kicked out with both feet. The heels of his boots caught Fernandez on the knees and knocked him over backwards. As he fell, Mike rolled to his knees and jerked hard at the rawhide, binding his wrists. Something snapped, and Mike pulled and strained. Fernandez was on his feet, recovering his fallen knife. Fighting the ropes that tied him, Bastian threw himself at Fernandez's legs, but the Yaki leaped back, turning to face him with a knife in hand. Bastian turned himself, keeping his feet toward the other man, and then the outlaw moved in. Mike lifted his bound feet and slashed downward. His spurs caught the outlaw on the outside of the thigh. Slashing down, it ripped his pant leg and cut a deep gash in his leg. Fernandez staggered, cursing, and Bastian jerked hard on his bound wrists and felt something give. The rawhide rope started to fall away, and shaking them loose, he whirled himself around and grabbed for the outlaw's ankle, jerking it toward him. Fernandez came down with a crash, but fighting like an injured wildcat. He attempted to break free. Mike, grasping Fernandez's wrist with one hand, took his throat with the other, shutting down with all of his strength developed from years of training and for just such trouble. Struggling, the man tried to break free, but Mike's grip was too strong. Fernandez's face went dark with blood. He struggled, thrashed. His struggles grew weaker. Releasing his grip on the man's throat, Bastian slugged him viciously on the chin, then hit him again. Taking the knife from the unconscious man's hand, Mike cut his ankles free and stood up, chafing his wrists to get the circulation back. Now. End of Chapter 10. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, Chapter 11. A moment he hesitated, looking down at the unconscious man. Fernandez was wearing no gun, but usually had one. It could have been left outside the door. Careful to make no sound, as he had no idea what awaited, he moved to the door and opened it cautiously. The street before him was deserted. His hands felt awkward from their long constraint, and he worked his fingers continually. He pushed the door wider and stepped into it. The first thing he saw was Fernandez's gun belt hanging over the back of a chair. He had taken 2 steps toward it when a man stepped out from the bunkhouse. The fellow had a toothpick in his hand and was just putting it to his mouth when he saw Mike Bastian. Letting out a yelp of surprise, he dropped the toothpick and went for his gun. It was scarcely 15 feet, and Mike threw the knife underhanded, pitching it point first off the palm of his hand. It flashed in the sun as the gun lifted. The man grunted and dropped his gun, reaching for the hilt of the knife buried in his stomach. His features twisted with shock. Mike grabbed Fernandez's gun belt and slung it on. One gun butt forward, the other back. He ran for the boarding house where his own guns had been taken from him. He sprang through the door, then froze. Doc Sawyer was there with a shotgun in his hands. 4 of Perrin's men were backed against the wall. "I've been waiting for you," Doc said. "I didn't want to kill these men, but I wasn't about to try tying them up." Mike's gun belt was on the table. He stripped off Fernandez's guns and belted on his own, then thrust both of Fernandez's guns into his waistband. "Down on the floor," he ordered them. "On your faces." It was the work of minutes to hog-tie all 4. He gathered up their weapons. "Where's Roundy?" "I haven't seen him since he walked out of the boarding house. He just stepped out and disappeared. I've been wondering." "Forget him. Let's get up to the house and get Ben Curry, and then we can figure this out. We don't have much time. They're headed for the V-Bar." Doc looked sick. "I didn't know, my lord, all those women folks." Together they went to the back door and walked along the line of the buildings. Mike carried his hat in his hand, easier to be recognized. He knew that Ben would see them, and he wanted to be recognized. Sawyer was excited, but trying to be calm. He'd seen many gun battles, but he'd never been directly involved in one. Side by side, gambling against a shot from the stone house, or from someone of the Perrin outfit. They had not rounded up. They mounted the stone stairs to the house. There was no sound from within. Opening the door, they stepped into the living room and looked around. There was no sign of life. On the floor was a box of rifle cartridges scattered over the carpet. A muffled cry reached them, and Mike paused, listening. Then he ran out of the room and up the staircase to the fortress room. He stopped abruptly, Sawyer only a step behind him. This was the room that no outsider had seen, not even Doc. A thick stone-walled room with water trickling into it from a stone pipe, falling into a trough and then out through a hole in the bottom of a large stone basin. The supply of water could not be cut off, and there was a supply of food stored in the room. The door was heavy and could be locked from within. Nothing short of dynamite could blast a way into this room. This was Ben Curry's last resort, and he lay on the floor now, his face twisted with pain. "Broke my leg. Tried to move too fast, and I'm too heavy. I slipped on the steps and dragged myself up here." He looked up at Mike. "Good for you, son. I was afraid they'd killed you. Got away by yourself, did you?" "Yes, Pa." Ben looked at him, then away.
Sawyer dropped to his knees, examining the older man's leg. "This is a bad break, Ben. We won't be able to move you very far. Get me a mattress to lay on where I can see out the window. You and me, Mike, will handle them." "I can't stay, Pa. I've got to go." Ben Curry's face turned gray with shock. He stared unbelieving. "Boy, I never thought. You don't understand, Pa. I know where Perrin's gone. He's gone off to raid the V-Bar. He wants the cattle and the women. He figured he could get you any time." The old man lunged with a wild effort to get up, but Doc pushed him back. Before he could speak, Mike explained what happened, then added, "You've got to tell me how you crossed the Colorado. With luck, I can beat them to the ranch." Ben Curry relaxed slowly. He was himself again, and despite the pain Mike knew that he was feeling, Curry's brain was working. "You could do it, but it'll take some riding. They're well on their way now. And Curb will know where to get fresh horses. He won't waste time." He leaned back, accepting the bottle Soil brought to him. "I never was much on this stuff, but right now." He took a long drink, then eased his position a little. Quickly but coolly, he outlined the trip that lay ahead. "You can do it," he added. "But that's a narrow, dangerous trail. The first time we went over it, we lost a man and 2 horses. Once you get to the river, you'll find an old Navajo, been a friend of mine for years. He keeps some horses for me and watches the trail. Once across the river, you get a horse from him. He knows about you." Mike got to his feet and picked up some added ammunition. "Make 'em comfortable, Doc. Do all that you can." "What about Dave Lenniker?" Doc protested. "I'll handle Lenniker," Curry flared. "I may have a busted leg, but I can still handle a gun. You get a splint on that leg and rig me up some kind of crutch. I'll take it from there." He paused. "I'm going to kill him when he shows up in the street. If something happens and you have to do it, Mike, don't hesitate. You either kill Perrin or Duckrow, and you're doing the West a favor. I've been thinking about it for years. But remember this about Lenniker. If I miss out somehow and you see him first, watch his left hand." Mike went down the steps to his own room and picked up his .44 Winchester rifle. It was the work of a minute to throw a saddle on a horse. Ben Curry and Doc would hold out for weeks in that room if need be, but the risk was dynamite thrown through or against the window. He would have to ride to Red Wall and get back as quickly as possible. Mike Bastian rode out from the stable on a dappled gray and turned onto the winding trail that led through the Ponderosa and Aspen to the hidden trail leading to the canyon. He'd never ridden this trail, although he'd discovered it once by accident. The gray was in fine fettle, and he let it have its head. They moved swiftly, weaving through the woods, crossing a meadow or two, and twice fording the same stream. As he rode, he tried to picture where Perrin would be at this time. He knew nothing of the secret crossing, of course. He must ride the long way around. Even with fresh horses and getting a little sleep, it would take some time. His own ride would cover less than a quarter of the distance, but it was steeper and rougher. Nor could Mike even imagine how he would cross the river. All Ben told him was that there was a crossing and he would see it when he got there. "It'll take nerve, boy, nerve, but remember, I've done it 12 times and I'm a bigger man than you." This was all new country to him, for he was heading southwest into the wild, unknown region, toward the canyon of the Colorado, a region he'd never traversed. It was unknown country to everyone but Ben Curry, the Indians, and perhaps some trapper. Occasionally the trail broke out of the trees and let him have a tremendous view of the broken canyons and soaring towers of rock. He must ride fast and keep going. He was sorry now that he'd not picked up some jerky before leaving Ben, for there would be nothing to eat until he reached the ranch, and then there might not be time. Once atop the long rise, he drew up to let the gray catch its wind and sat in the saddle, looking out across the country. In the purple distance he could see the gaping maw of the great canyon. He spat into the dust, feeling a chill. How could any lone man hope to cross that? At the end of the ride, if he made it, there would be Curb Perrin. He'd seen Perrin shoot. The man was fast with a gun and deadly. He was almost too fast. Patches of snow still showed themselves around the roots of trees or in shaded slopes. He dismounted, letting the gray drink from a clear, cold mountain stream that cascaded down a steep slope. Disappearing into the brush, then appearing once more. Beaver had built a dam and formed a wide pool, and built a house at the pond's edge. He drank well above the pond and let the grey rest for a few minutes while he stood, listening to the silence and watching a beaver push through the water with a green branch, which it would bury in the bottom of the pond against the days when snow fell and the pond was covered with ice. He walked back to the grey, and putting a toe in the stirrup, he swung into the saddle. "All right, boy, we've got a way to go." The grey trotted down a narrow path covered with pine needles, and then suddenly out of the ponderosa and onto an eyebrow of a trail that clung hopefully to a cliff's sheer face. One stirrup scraped the wall and the other hung into space. The drop was 1,000 feet or more to the first steep slope, and if one slid off, it was another 1,000 after that to the bottom. The grey was a good mountain horse who went where there was only imagination. It picked its way with care, and the trail dipped into the forest again. Shadows fell across the trail, and he glimpsed a white rock that he'd been told to watch for. He turned sharply left and went through a steep cleft of side rock where his horse simply braced his legs and slid to emerge at the foot of a mesa, with a long rolling plain before him. A whiskey jack flew up, flying ahead to light in a tree he must pass. He knew where men were there was often food, and it followed along, perhaps as much for the companionship as for whatever he might have. "No time, old boy," he said. "I've got a long way to go while the sun's still up." He was tired, and he knew the grey was slowing down, but that meant nothing now. Would he arrive in time? What was it like there? If he did not arrive in time, what then? There was a coldness in him at the thought, something he'd never known before. But he knew what he would have to do. He would hunt them down, every man of them, no matter how long it took or how far the trail led. He would find them. Mike rode down through the heaped-up rocks, which had been falling for ages down the slope, rolling into position and lying there. Here the trail dipped and wound, and he thought of what lay ahead. He'd never been in a gunfight. He'd drawn and fired at Fernandez without thinking. But he knew he'd been lucky. In a gun battle, you were shooting at living men who would fire back. And they could shoot. How would he react when hit by flying lead? He must face that, and make up his mind once and for all. If he got hit, he must take it and fire back. He'd known men who had done it. He'd known several men hit several times who kept on shooting. Cole Younger at Northfield had been hit 11 times and escaped to finally survive and go to prison. His brothers had each been hit several times and yet had survived, at least for the time. If they'd done it, he could do it. Perrin and Duckrow, those two he must kill, for they were the worst. If they fell, the others might pull out. No matter what, he must kill them. He could not die trying. He had it to do. Suddenly the forest seemed to split open, and he was on the edge of a vast blue immensity that was the canyon. He drew the grey to a stand, gasping at its wonder. Even the weary horse pricked his ears. Here and there, through the misty blue and purple of the distant, red islands of stone loomed up, their tops crested with gold of last light. The grey horse was beaten and weary now, and Mike turned the horse down another one of those cliff-hanging trails that hung above a vast gorge. The grey stumbled on, seeming to know its day was almost done. Dozing in the saddle, Mike Bastian felt the horse come to a halt. He could feel dampness rising from the canyon and hear the subdued roar of rapids as the river plunged through narrow falls. In front of him was a square of light. "Hello, the house!" he called out, and stepped down from the saddle as the door opened. "Who's there?" "Mike Bastian." He walked toward the house, rifle in hand, riding for Ben Curry. The man backed into the house. He was an old Navajo, but his eyes were bright and sharp. He took in Mike at a glance. "I'll need a horse. I'm crossing the river tonight." The old Indian chuckled. "It cannot be done. You cannot cross the river tonight. There will be a moon, and when it rises, I'll go across." The Navajo shrugged. "You eat. You need to eat first." "There are horses?" He chuckled again. "If you wish a horse, you find him on the other side. My brother is there. He has horses, the very best horses." "Eat," he said.
then rest. When the moon rises, I will speak." He paused. "Nobody ever try across at night. It is impossible, I think." Mike Bastian listened to the water. No man could swim that, nor any horse, nor any boat could cross it. He said as much. The old Indian chuckled again. "If you cross," he said, "you cross on a wire." "A wire?" "Sleep now. You need sleep. You will see." A wire. Mike shook his head. That was impossible. It was ridiculous. The old man was joking. He crossed to the bunk and lay down, staring up into the firelit darkness, and the sound of the rushing waters filled the night, and then he slept. And in his dreams a red-eyed man came at him, guns blazing. End of chapter 11. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 12. Borden Chantry glanced out the window toward the train station. When the tracks were built through town, they fortunately passed within 50 yards of his home, so he could drink coffee, eat his breakfast or supper, and watch people get on and off the trains. Not that very many ever did. 4 days out of 5, the train just whistled and went on through. He liked seeing the trains come in, and so did Bess. She brought coffee to the table now, and with it, the old subject. "I wish you would give it serious thought, Borden. This is no place to raise a boy." "I grew up in the West," he replied mildly. "That's different. You enjoy this life." "But I want something different for Tom. I want him to go to school back east. I want him to have a fine education. I don't want him to grow up riding after cows or wearing a gun." He glanced towards the station again. He knew how she felt, but what could he do back east? She just didn't understand. He'd always been somebody, wherever he was, but that was because all he knew was the West. Back east, the best he could do would be to manage a livery stable or do common labor. He was a fair hand at blacksmithing, but not the kind of work he would have to do back east. Right now, he was holding down 2 jobs and getting paid for them both. He was sheriff of the county and marshal of the town. And for the first time in years, he was actually saving money. If he could work a couple years more, he could buy cows and go back to ranching. All he had now was about 60 head running on the open range, and about 30 head of horses, 5 of which did not belong to him, but ran with his stock. "I've thought about it, Bess. How would I make a living back there? All I know is cattle and range country. I got my start buffalo hunting, and I went into cow punching and then ranching. Drought and tough banker broke me. But these folks were kind enough to give me a job as town marshal. You'll find something, Borden. I know you would. I just don't want Tom growing up out here. All he does is run with that orphan McCoy boy. And all he thinks about is nothing but guns and horses." "Billy's a good boy," Borden said. "Ever since he lost his paw a few years ago, he's been batchin'. You should see that cabin. He keeps it spotless. That's a good lad, and he'll do well. At what?" He shifted uncomfortably. This discussion occurred at least once a week, and Bess was living a dream. She wanted to go back where she'd come from, wanted Tom to grow up as her brothers had, as her father had. What she wasn't realizing was that they would be poor. You could be poor in the West, and if you worked, nobody paid much attention. But back east, you fell into a different class. There were things that you would be left out of, places you weren't invited. At least that's the way he'd heard it. He'd only been east twice, and for a few days each time. The first was when he took Bess east after they were married. He saw at a glance that the money he was earning out west wouldn't take them far in the east. If he could just get started ranching again, well, he knew he could make it. Right now, for example, the range was good. What he needed was 300 to 500 head. With that kind of start and a break on the weather, he could soon build himself a herd. Back east, he would be a poor relation, and that was all. "You just wait, Bess. I'll get back to ranching again. I've been thinking about those cows of Hyatt Johnson's. He's going to sell out, and maybe I could pick them up if I had a little cash, maybe." "Borden, why did Mr. Sackett come over here to see you? Is there trouble?" He sipped his coffee. "No, not really. Just something we're interested in. It's a fool idea, Bess. But you recall those letters I had, the one I wrote to Fort Worth and El Paso? Well, Sackett thinks the same as I do. He believes that most of those robberies will be pulled off by one big outfit with one man in charge." What kind of man would it take to keep that many outlaws in line? Of course, that was it. Bess had as usual had put her finger on it. The kind of man needed to ramrod that sort of operation wouldn't be any average sort of man. He would be something special, and he would have to be noticed, and if noticed, remembered. Between them, Sackett and he had now come up with 18 jobs in which the robberies were pulled off, with quick, neat work, nobody shot, nobody caught, no trail left. Men appeared, pulled off the robbery, and disappeared. Usually, one or more of the men loafed around town beforehand, studying the bank, getting the layout. No strangers had been spotted that could be accounted for. Yet a few days ago, he'd had an idea and had written to Sackett. Whoever was ramrodding that game had been keeping his men under cover. So how about checking up on known outlaws who hadn't been showing themselves and were not in prison? It had been his experience that they couldn't stay under cover for long. They showed up in another robbery, got into a saloon brawl, or something of the kind. Most of them were the sort who craved attention, and it was unlike them to stay out of sight for so long. His thoughts returned to the kind of man to control such an operation, and suddenly he had a hunch. Bess, who had come up with the key question in the Joe Sackett murder when she'd asked him how he got to town, had done it again. What kind of man would it take to keep such men in line, or words to that effect? And he knew, at least he had a hunch, that big man who'd left the horses with him. The big man might have been a big cattleman or something. He might not be the man, but he was the kind of man who could do it if anybody could. Borden Chantry pulled out his watch, glancing at it, barely 9 o'clock. Mary Ann would be up, even if the rest of her girls were sleeping. Bess wouldn't like it, but he would have to see Mary Ann, and it was best to tell her first. Somebody else certainly would mention it if he was seen going to her house. Police business occasionally called him there, and she'd been help in that murder case. Moreover, Mary Ann had been around, and there was little she did not know about outlaws. He emptied his cup and got to his feet, reaching for his hat. "Bess, I've got to see Mary Ann." Her face stiffened. "Is that necessary?" "Bess, you just gave me a lead when you spoke about the kind of man it would take, and you're right, as always. Remember how your question opened up that murder case? I think you've done it again. Then why see Mary Ann? That woman knows more outlaws than anybody in the country, and she's on the grapevine. Whatever is going on, she knows. But will she tell you? Bess, this is her town too, and she has money in that bank." Mary Ann was in the kitchen drinking coffee when he rapped on the door. "Come in," she said, "but keep your voice down. The girls worked late last night." He accepted the coffee she offered. Mary Ann was no longer young, but she was still a beautiful woman, and during her rare appearances on the street she dressed sedately and conducted herself modestly. She was a shrewd, intelligent woman who listened as he laid it out for her. "What I want to know," he said, "is who the boss man is, or the name of any outlaw who's dropped from sight." He paused, "And it's just possible that the boss man stopped overnight here in town 5 or 6 years back, maybe less." She gathered her kimono a little tighter. "What's happening?" "I think, among other things, the local bank. It's just a hunch, but Tyrel Sackett thinks so too. I've money in that bank, most of my savings." Chantry waited, letting her think. Most outlaws were known to girls such as these, and the girls moved around a good bit and talked among themselves. There was not much that they did not know. "Rigger Molina," she said. "I don't know him. Not the boss, he hasn't brains enough, but he's big, tough, and very, very good with a gun." "And?" "Nobody has seen anything of him in 2 or 3 years, and that's unlike him. The girls were talking about it the other day. With some other fellow who was here. Molina isn't the sort of man that you can miss. He's big and powerful, thick arms and legs, a shock of hair and broad jaw, small eyes, moves like a cat, and he swaggers. He doesn't brag, he doesn't have to, but you can look at him and you know he's got it. The point is, he's not a man to remain unnoticed. If he'd been around, he would have been seen and talked about. Odd that I don't really know him. No, it isn't, not really. He's out of Vernal, up in Utah. He worked in Montana, the Dakotas, and Idaho. He killed a man in Catlow Valley, up in Oregon. Something about a dispute over a steer. When they came after him, he killed 2 more and wounded the sheriff. He loaded the sheriff on his horse and took him to a doctor, banged on the door, and left him. The thing was, Melina rode 10 miles out of his way to get help for that sheriff. He could have just let him die. She got up. "Wait, I'll get Daphne. She's the new girl." Daphne was a tall, slinky blonde who looked at the badge on Chantry's chest and then to his face. "How'd a good-looking man like you start wearing that thing? Lay off, Daff. He's married and happy." "All the good ones are." She sat down and lit a cigarette. "You want to know about Rigger? He's a good bad man, Sheriff." "Where is he?" She drew on her cigarette. "Is this guy a really good friend of yours, Marianne?" "Yes, he is, and he'll be a friend of yours too if you level with him." She waited and then dusted the ash from her cigarette and said, "The Rigger was nothing to me, but he was a regular to a girlfriend of mine. They saw each other regular. Then one day he told her to take care of herself and that he'd be out of circulation for a while. And when he came back, he'd be loaded. We hear that sort of talk all the time, but not from Melina. He'd never had to brag. He said he was tying up with an outfit that would make it big, and then he went away. One of the girls I ran into said that she saw him eating in a restaurant in Pioche with some tall, thin galoot." She paused. "I hope this isn't trouble for him. He's an all right guy. I didn't have an enemy in the world, unless it was Curb Perrin." "I hope he kills him," Marianne said. "Perrin beat up one of my girls once when I was working in Goldfield. He beat her up and he liked doing it." She paused. "Come to think of it, I haven't heard anything of him for a long time either." Borden Chantry walked back to the office, mulling it over in his mind. He might have something. Kim Bacca, his own deputy, had been a skilled horse thief at one time, and he knew everybody on what some called the Owl Hoot Trail. He'd never heard it called that himself. An hour later, he knew much more. Kim Bacca knew both Melina and Perrin, liked Melina, didn't like Perrin. Both had dropped from sight, and so had Coley, the Deadwood outlaw. When Bacca thought about it, there were a dozen or more that he could name that simply hadn't been around. Chantry was having his supper and watching the train when he remembered the big man who'd left the horses with him. He should have asked Marianne about him. Thinking about it, he remembered detecting a change in her face when he spoke of the man stopping over in town a few years back. She had sort of tightened her kimono, and he knew Marianne somewhat. It was a gesture she made when she had an idea or made a decision, but what did she know? He wished Sackett was here. It took too long for a letter. What was he thinking of? The telegraph! Why couldn't he get used to the idea of the telegraph? Ever since they'd put in the railroad, it had been there, available. He walked through the twilight to the station and wrote out his message. Rigger Melina, Curb Perrin, Coley, big man, middle-aged or older, 6'3", 240, strong face, big hands, deep scar below the right earlobe. Sitting beside the fire that night, Borden Chantry drew a long breath and waited. Then he spoke quietly. "Bess, if you're set on it, I mean, if you want it that much, we could try it back east." She stopped sewing and lowered her hands to her lap. "I haven't wanted it because this is my world. For you, I'd do it." He hesitated again. "Only reason I haven't wanted to go is that I don't want you to see me a failure. I've been enough of one so far." He waved a hand around. "They like me here, and I was a good marshal, I guess, so they elected me sheriff. I didn't make it ranching because of the weather. Maybe I wouldn't have made it anyway. I don't know what I'd do back east, where nobody knows me and where I've no skills that they can use. The thing is, I want you to be happy. And you've thought of little else the past few years. When my term's up, we'll go." "Borden, I don't know what to say. I do want to go back. You can't realize how much I've hated all this, the shooting, the killing. That could happen anywhere." He brought his knee up and pulled off a boot. "This thing I'm into, this thing I'm helping Sackett with, I've got to finish that first." He pulled off the other boot and got up. "I'm going to bed, Bess. I'm a little tired. You and Tom make your plans, and I'll go with you." He carried his boots into the bedroom and put them down. Then he took off his gun belt and hung it on the back of a chair that stood beside his sleeping place. Taking off his vest, he sat down. He was being a damn fool. What could he do back east? Bess wanted to live in town. She was remembering how it had been for her father, who had kept a store or something. He couldn't keep a store. He had too little education to compete. That would be... There was a rap at the door, and he stood up, reaching for his gun belt. He listened, heard Bess replying to something, and then the door closed. She came into the room with a sheet of paper in her hand. It was the telegrapher. He was going home, and he brought this over, thinking it might be important. It was from Tyrel Sackett, and it was just 2 words. Ben Curry. End of chapter 12. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 13. He knew the name. Borden Chantry was at his battered office desk when Kim Bacca came in. Chantry glanced up at his young deputy. Bacca had been one of the most skillful horse thieves in the country before he became Chantry's deputy, and he knew the men who rode the outlaw trail and their ways. "Kim, what do you know about Ben Curry?" "Leave him alone." Chantry shuffled some papers on his desk. "I may have some horses of his. If I'm not mistaken, he left them at the ranch a while back. If he did, he'll pick them up in his own good time. Leave him alone, Chief. He's trouble. Big trouble. When he picks those horses up, he will be on the run, and we want him, Bacca." Kim ran his fingers through his dark hair. "If the horses are there, they're there for a purpose. Ben Curry doesn't make many mistakes, and he doesn't make any false moves." "I think he wants our bank," Chantry commented mildly. "He won't do it himself, and my suggestion is stay out of the way and let him have it. You aren't getting paid to get killed." "I'm paid to do a job, Kim, and so are you." "Yeah, I know." Bacca paused. "I'm told you could pick up an easy $1,000 by being out of town for a few days. You're sheriff, too. You could be investigating that counterfeit money that's been showing up. Kim, you can tell whoever passed that word along that I am not for sale. An officer who turns crooked is worse than any thief. A thief is out to steal and is at least honest in his intentions. A police officer takes an oath to support the law." Chantry pushed back from his desk. "If I was a judge and a crooked officer came up before me, I'd give him the stiffest sentence the law permitted." Kim shrugged. "I figured you'd think that way, but I was told to pass the word along." "Let them know that I'll be here," Chantry said, "and I'll be ready." "It won't be Ben Curry," Kim said. "More than likely it'll be Molina or Perrin or somebody new. There's a word out that Ben's got a new man, specially trained for the work." "Do you have friends in that outfit?" Bacca hesitated, then shrugged. "No, I can't say I do. I never ran with a gang, you know. I worked alone. I knew some of those boys. There were good men among them, or I wouldn't have stayed together for so long. The word is that the old man is letting go and the boys are restless." "Thanks. If you hear anything, let me know." Bacca shook his head. "Since I pinned on this badge, I don't hear as much. However," he added, "I could put it in my pocket and ride over to Denver. Down along Laramie Street, I might hear something." "Do that. Here." Chantry held out a couple gold coins. "I'm not carrying very much, but use that. Let me know what you hear." He paused. "Kim, Tyrel Sackett is working with me on this. I think there's going to be a lot going on this spring. Something can happen wherever there's gold shipment or payroll or a bank that looks easy. They've been quiet all winter, so I think they'll be looking for a big one." Kim Bacca walked outside. "Well now, a ride to Denver, all expenses paid, and some money to spend." There were few secrets. Somebody always talked, and somebody always listened. Most of the western outlaws were known, and when they traveled, they were noticed. No matter what their orders were, there was always one who wanted to see an old girlfriend or stop off for a drink with old acquaintances. Not for the first time, he was glad that he was no longer a wanted man. He could see what was happening. Chantry and Sackett were comparing notes, and if they were, others would be, and then the law would start to close in. He would have to be very, very careful. Ben Curry, or so the word was, wanted no killings during the commission of a holdup, but that was a matter of policy. and he would, and had killed when pursued. His own knowledge of Ben Curry's operation was limited to a comment here or there, or a rumor. He had not thought about a pattern to the crimes until Chantry pointed it out, showing his series of clippings, reward posters, and notifications from other peace officers. There was a pattern, and a pattern meant a trail that one could follow. Not all trails were tracks on the ground. Behavioral patterns were difficult to eliminate, and in moments of stress one reverted to them. The outlaw might believe he was winning for a time, but someone, like Chantry or Sackett, somebody was carefully working out a trail. His weakness had always been horses. Better horses than he could afford to buy. He loved them for their speed, their beauty, and just for themselves. He had stolen some of the finest horses in the West. But the trouble was, such horses were usually known. Just a few weeks ago, Chantry had taken him out to Chantry's old ranch and pointed out the handsome bay gelding. Kim caught his breath when he saw the horse. It was a beauty. The man who owned that horse, Chantry said, I sent to prison. He'll do 20 years if he lasts that long, as he's a sick man now and neither of us believes he will. I asked him what to do with his gear. Keep my guns, rope, and saddle, he told me. I never sold my saddle and I never will. What about the gelding, I asked. That's the finest horse I ever rode, and I wouldn't want him in the wrong hands, he told me. Chantry said I know how he felt, and I told him I had a man who loved horses and would care for him as long as he lived. He asked me who, and I told him Kim Backa. He laughed. Kim, he laughed real hard. Kim! Well, I'll be damned. Sure, I'll write a bill of sale for him. I'll bet that's the first bill of sale Kim ever had, and I'll bet that was the first horse he was ever given. You mean he gave that horse to me? He surely did. Here's the bill of sale. And Kim? Yes, sir. When you ride that horse, carry the bill of sale with you. Any time the law sees you on a fine horse, they're apt to ask questions. Kim caught up the gelding and saddled it. Across the pasture, bunched together like they were old friends, were 5 other horses, all of them fine stock. That them? He asked, knowing the answer. That's them, just waiting to be picked up when somebody is traveling fast and needs fresh horses to outdistance a posse. He turned as Chantry followed him outside. They rode to town together. Take me a few days to get to Denver, Kim suggested. Take the steam cars. They'll put your horse in a stock car, or if there isn't one, I'll get him in the baggage car. Why didn't I think of that? I can't get used to thinking of trains and railroads and such. He turned his horse away. See you in about a week. Borden Chantry sat his horse, watching Kim ride away. The sky was clear and blue, and the air fresh and cool with morning. From the low hill on which he sat his horse, he could see the distant Spanish peaks far off to the westward. Some day he'd ride over that way again, a beautiful country. Closer, he saw a coyote trotting across the distance, stalking some antelope. The coyote was wasting his time unless there was an old one or a cripple amongst them. No fawns yet that he had seen, but several of the antelope looked about ready, which was probably why the coyotes were closing in, waiting until the does were down and helpless. No wolf or coyote would catch an antelope running, and several times he'd seen an antelope run right away from the fastest greyhounds and staghounds. He looked around slowly, drinking in the vast distances. Bess wanted him to leave this. He loved her, but could he do it? And she did not realize what position she was putting before him. She had always seen him in the position of strength, as a rancher and then as a town marshal and sheriff. Back east he would have none of the needed skills, nor had he the education required there. He started his horse and walked it slowly down the slope. Kim Backa was of course right. He should be paying more attention to the counterfeiting. For years now it had been one of the major crimes in the West, and a comparatively safe one. A bogus bill might be months or even years reaching a bank where it could be identified, and a lot of queer money had been showing up. Both he and Backa believed the source was close by. First he must prepare for the attempted robbery. The Ben Curry boys had refrained from killing, but he knew that if capture appeared to be a possibility, they would fight. He was going to alert the town and select a couple of deputies for the emergency. If Ben Curry wanted his bank, he would have to get it the hard way. This new man Backa mentioned, what about him? Who would he be? Whoever he was,
they could expect a shooting fight. And with the kind of men Ben Curry recruited, that meant somebody could get killed, unless he could figure out a plan. He didn't want to kill anyone or see anyone killed, but the choice might not be his. At the red wall it was quiet. A few cows grazed on the meadows below the house. Drew Regan stood on the wide porch and looked broodingly down the canyon. There had been nothing friendly about that rider she had seen, nor was he an Indian. An Indian might not have approached the house, and out of curiosity might have just looked it over. But had it been a white man, and had he been friendly, he would have come on up to the ranch for a meal or at least a coffee. Most of her life had been spent in the East, but she was instinctively Western in her thinking. From first sight, she had loved this wild, lonely, wonderful country with all of its marvelous red canyons, its blue distance with the green forests, and golden leaves of aspen when autumn came to the hills. She loved seeing the cattle out there and riding through the sage on horseback, topping out on a high ridge with a magnificent view in every direction. This had been sacred land to the Indians, and the great peaks they revered and had become important to her also. And now there was this other thing, this lurking danger, or was it danger? Riding around, she scouted the country, knowing little about tracking, but looking for the obvious. She came upon the tracks of the rider that she had seen and followed them. Several times, from several positions, he'd looked at the ranch. That was obvious enough, for she could see where he had stopped and his horse had moved restlessly, leaving many tracks in one position. She wanted to follow the tracks as they seemed plain enough, but the hour was late. She glanced off to the north where the great canyon lay. Someday she wanted to see it. Someday she would stand on its rim. Voyle Regan was waiting when she rode up. He was standing on the porch where she had looked over the country before the beginning of her ride. He was worried, she could see that. "See anything?" "Tracks," she said. "Somebody has definitely been looking us over." With its shielding canyon walls, darkness came early to the V-Bar. The red walls lost their color to shadows, and the night lay like velvet upon the meadows and the range. Only the stars were bright, and the windows of the house and of the bunkhouse. They would need to keep watch again. Voyle walked back to the house and took his rifle from the rack. He would keep it at hand. He should put on a gun belt, but hesitated because of the women, as he rarely wore one around the house. He had never thought of night as an enemy, but now he was no longer sure. Ben had means of crossing the canyon. How, he could not imagine, but it worried him that others might discover that route. Ben's success had been due to keeping it a secret, and to the fact that no one suspected he had a reason for crossing. He blew out the lamp in the living room, returning to the kitchen where the girls and their mother were already seated for supper. The night was very still. He sat down, and there was little talk, where there was usually much. Only a pleasant rattle of dishes and an occasional low-voiced request for something. Voyle kept his ears sharp for the slightest sound from outside. Why couldn't all of this have waited until the roundup and trail drive hands were here? That's why it was happening now. Or was he just worrying too much? Maybe that cowhand who was looking them over was just shy. He hadn't known them to be. Maybe there was nothing to worry about at all. A soft wind blew down the ranges, whispering in the pines, stirring the leaves of the aspen. Out in the open country beyond the canyon, an antelope twitched its ears listening. A sound whispered across the stillness, far off, as if something was moving. The antelope listened, and the sound faded, and then it rested again. A cloud blotted out the moon, the wind stirred again. A tumbleweed rolled across the short distance and stopped as the wind eased. Overhead a bat swooped and dived and searched for insects in the night. At the V-Bar the women had gone to bed. Voyle Regan blew out his last lamp and walked to the porch to listen. The night was still. Walking back through the house, he went down the back steps and across to the bunkhouse. Garfield was sitting outside. "Better get out in front of the house, or on the porch," he suggested. "You can hear better." Garfield got up. Taking his rifle, he walked around to the front steps. This was kind of silly. What was Voyle afraid of anyway? He put the rifle down and lit his pipe. He looked at the stars. Mighty pretty. A man out in this country looked at the stars a lot.
The trouble was, a man was so busy that he forgot to take the time to enjoy. Garfield did not know that he was looking at the stars for the last time. He did not know that within a matter of hours he would be dead, sprawled on the ground, cold and dead. End of chapter 13. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 14. Mike Bastian awakened with a start. For a few minutes he lay still, trying to remember where he was and why he was there. He sat up. His guns were there, and his rifle. He was in a small stone house, and he could hear the river. He was supposed to cross that river, although from the sound he could not imagine anyone crossing it. The old Indian was seated by the fireplace smoking. He glanced over at Mike. "You had better eat something. The moon is rising." He paused. "Not even he has ever tried to cross at night." "You speak very good English," Mike commented, thinking his own was none too good. The Indian gestured with his pipe. "I was a guide for a missionary when small. He was a kind, sincere man, trying to teach Indians something they already knew better than he, although the words were different. He taught you to speak well, anyway." "He did. I spoke English with him every day for 6 years. He taught me something about healing, and I think my mother taught him something about it. She was wise about herbs. He asked me one time why I never went to church, and I told him that I went to the mountains. I told him that my church was the mountainside somewhere to watch the day pass in the clouds. I told him, I will go with you to your church if you come to mine. I think by the time he left, he liked mine better." The old Indian turned to Mike. "When you are tired and the world is much to you, go to the mountains and sit, or someplace alone. Even a church is better when it's empty. So it is that I think. But who am I? I am an old Navajo, who talks too much because he wishes to speak his English." When Mike had eaten, they walked together to the trail that led them up even higher, and then to a place where there was a ledge. "Ben Curry needed 2 years to build this bridge," the Indian said, "and nobody has crossed it but him, and him only a few times." Mike stared into the roaring darkness with consternation. Crossed there? Nothing could. No man could even stay afloat in such water, nor could any boat live, except with luck riding the current downstream. The river was narrow here, at least it was narrower than elsewhere. The water piled up at the entrance to a chasm and then came roaring through with power. Of course, this was spring and snow and mountains were melting. There, you see, there is the bridge. It is a bridge of wire cable made fast to rings in the rock. He stared across the black canyon, where 2 thin threads were scarcely visible, 2 threads of steel that lost themselves in the blackness across the canyon. One thread some 5 feet above the other. On bare, cold rock he stood and stared and felt fear. Real fear for the first time. "You mean Ben Curry crossed that?" "Several times." "Have you crossed it?" The old Navajo shrugged. "The other side is no different than here. If there is anything I need over there that I want, I shall ride around by Lee's Ferry or the crossing of the Fathers. I have too little time to hurry." A faint mist arose from the tumbling waters below. Mike Bastian looked at the 2 wires and his mind said, "No." He wet his lips with his tongue, his lips gone suddenly dry. Yet Ben Curry had done it. How far was it across there? How long would it take? He was deep in the canyon, deep in this vast cleft cutting into the red heart of the earth. Around him were rocks, once bare to the world's winds, rocks that had been earth pounded by rain, swept by hail, crushed down by eons of times changing. Looking up, he could glimpse a few stars. Looking out across the deep, he could see nothing but looming blackness. Somewhere, somehow, the cables were made fast, and if they were strong enough to hold Ben Curry, who was 40 pounds heavier, they would have to be strong enough to hold him. He put his rifle over his head and across one shoulder. Again he hesitated, but there was no other way. Curb Perrin was already riding to the V-bar. He must be there before Perrin arrived. Taking hold of the upper cable, he put a tentative foot on the lower and eased himself out.
A moment passed, then he glanced back. The old Navajo was gone. A slow wind whispered among the canyon walls, stirring the night with ghostly murmurings, and then was lost down the blackness of the canyon. Bastian took a deep breath. He had never liked heights, and was glad the depths below were lost in darkness, except for where white water showed around the rocks, catching a few last rays of light. He edged out. It was not too late. He could go back. He could return for his horse, and then ride back to Toadstool Canyon. But what of Drusilla and Juliana? What of their mother and the cowboys? Would they be warned? Would they have any idea until death swept down upon them? He edged out further, clinging to the upper strand, not lifting his feet above the cable, but sliding them. One slip and he would be gone. How far to the water? 200 feet? More like 500, although he was already deep in the canyon. He remembered now hearing some talk of this when he'd been a small boy, and it was being done. Roundy had been. He told Ben of finding an iron ring in the wall and wondering why it was there. No doubt the idea had come from that. He tried to keep his mind away from the awful depth below, but the roaring waters of the spring floods made that hard to do. Many times he had seen the river when it was like this, although never from this point. He moved on. At places the wire was damp from mist and thrown up from the raging river. Once he slipped, his foot touching some mud left from the boot of the previous traveler. His foot shot from under him, and he was saved only by his tight grip on the wire. Slowly, carefully, he pulled himself erect once more, feeling the cable with his foot. Now he was at the lowest point above the river, and from now on he would be climbing a little, pushing his foot along the slanting cable. Carefully he worked himself along. He could see the loom of the cliff on the opposite side. Was there a good place to get off? Would the rock be wet and slippery? He remembered climbing out of a cliff dwelling once, and the ladder stopped below the top of the boulder against which it rested, a smooth, polished boulder, and he'd had to work himself to the edge, turn himself around, clinging to that polished surface, feel for the steps of the ladder, with a 500-foot drop behind him. He'd not liked it then, and he would not like it now. Little by little he edged along until he was under the loom of the cliff. He was trembling when he stepped off the cable into the safety of the rock cavern at the cable's end. He was so relieved to be safely across that he did not immediately notice the Indian who was awaiting him. The Navajo got up without a word and led him along the trail to the cabin built in a branch canyon. Tethered at the door of the cabin was a huge bay stallion. With a wave for the Indian, Mike stepped into the saddle and was off, the stallion walking the trail it obviously knew. Would Perrin travel by night? Bastian doubted it. After all, what was the reason for hurry? His victims awaited him practically helpless, and with no warning of what impended. The trail led steadily upward. No doubt Curry himself had ridden this horse. It obviously knew where it was going, and he was eager to be there. As the trail widened, the horse broke into a swinging lope that ate up the ground. The country was rugged, red rock, cedar, and occasional flats where the purple sage grew. Only not purple tonight, merely dark patches here and there. As for the cedar, he could smell it, and the pinyons too. Dawn came slowly, breaking through the long streaks of gray cloud. He drew up at a pool of snow water and drank, then let the stallion drink. He took a strip of jerky from his small pack and chewed on it while he unslung his rifle and edged it to the boot. The approach must be with great care. He was not sure as to the exact position of the ranch, and Perrin might already be there. As he drew nearer, he must ride slower to make the beat of his horse's hooves less loud. He knew the men he was facing, and they were skilled and dangerous fighting men. The shadows were almost gone, but the sun was not yet up. Mike slowed the stallion to a walk, but the animal tugged at the bit, eager to go. Now he must listen for any sound, any movement. A distant shot. Drusilla Reagan brushed her hair thoughtfully and then pinned it up. She could hear her mother moving in the next room, and the Mexican girls who cared for the house were tidying up. Juliana was outside talking to the young blonde cowhand, who had been hired to gentle some horses. Suddenly Drusilla heard Juliana's footsteps. She came to the door, her cheeks glowing. "Aren't you ready? I'm famished. I'll be along." And then as Juliana turned away, she asked, "What did you think of him, Julie? That cowboy, or whatever he was, who got the buckboard for us. Wasn't he the best-looking thing you ever saw?" "Oh, you mean Mike Bastian? I was wondering why you were mooning around up here. Usually you're the first one up." "Yes, I expect he is good-looking, and you know something? He reminded me of Pa. Not in looks, but in some of his mannerisms." Drusilla was no sooner seated at the breakfast table than she decided to ask Uncle Voyle about Mike Bastian again. Regan knew the girls had met Mike Bastian in Weaver. He knew about the gold train, so he tried to keep his expression bland. "Did you say his name was Bastian?" "No, I don't place it." "You said he was wearing buckskins? Sounds more like a hunter than a cowboy, but you can never tell." "He's probably a hunter from up in the Calibab. It's unlikely you'll ever see him again. It's pretty wild up there on the other side of the canyon." "The driver of the buckboard said there were outlaws up there," Juliana said. "Could be. It's very wild up there." And he added truthfully, "I've never been up there." He lifted his head, listening for movement. He thought he'd heard horses coming, but it was too soon for Ben to arrive. If anyone else stopped, he would have to get rid of them, and promptly. Visitors, however, were extremely rare. He heard the sound again, closer. He got up quickly. "Stay here." He spoke more sharply than intended. His immediate fear was a posse, and then he recognized Curb Perrin. He had seen Perrin many times, but doubted if Perrin had ever seen him or had any idea who he was. There were several riders, and they were Ben's men, but Ben had assured him the outlaws knew nothing of the V-Bar or his connection to it. He walked out onto the porch. "How are you?" He spoke mildly, suddenly aware that he was not even wearing a gun. "Anything I can do for you?" Where were his hands? Where was the sentry? And why had he not warned him? "You can make as little trouble as possible," Curb Perrin said harshly. "You can stay out of the way, and maybe you won't get hurt. We heard there were women here. We want them, and we want your cattle." Voyle Regan stood tall and alone. "My advice for you is to ride out of here and ride fast. You aren't welcome." He paused, stalling for time. "The only women here are decent women who are visitors." Duckrose slid from his horse and shucked his Winchester. At that moment Garfield appeared around the corner of the corral. "All right," he shouted. "Back off there." The others were on the ground, spreading out. Garfield was cool. He stepped out, his rifle up. "Back off," I said. He saw a movement, and his eyes flickered to Duckrow, and he shot across the saddle. Garfield took the bullet and fired back. A man beyond Duckrow spun and fell. Garfield worked the lever on his rifle, and Duckrow shot into him. The cowhand backed up, going to his knees, fighting to get his rifle up. Another shot knocked him over, and yet still he struggled. Ignoring the shooting, Curb Perrin started up the steps, and Voyle Regan hit him in the mouth. The blow was sudden, unexpected, and it landed flush. Perrin put his hand to his mouth and brought it away bloody. "For that, I shall kill you." "Not yet, Perrin." The voice had a ring of challenge, and Curb knew it at once. He was shocked. Bastian here? He'd left Bastian a prisoner at Toadstool Canyon. How could he be here, of all places? And if he was free, that meant Ben Curry was back in the saddle. He must kill Mike Bastian, and kill him now. "You're making fools of yourselves. Ben Curry is not through, and this place is under his protection. He sent me to stop you. All those who get in the saddle and ride out of here now will be in the clear. And if you don't want to fight Ben Curry, get going, and get going now." Curb Perrin went for his gun. End of chapter 14. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 15. Curb Perrin knew he was going to kill Mike Bastian. There had never been a time he was not sure of his skill with a gun, and now even more so. Who did this kid think he was anyway? Curb Perrin was smiling as his hand dropped to his gun, yet even as his gun cleared his holster, he saw a stab of flame from the muzzle of Bastian's gun, and something slugged him hard in the midsection. Staggered and perplexed, he took a step backward. Whatever had hit him knocked his gun out of line, and he shot, and it fired into the dirt in front of him. He lifted his gun to swing it into line when something hit him again, half turning him. What was wrong?
He struggled with his gun, feeling suddenly very, very heavy. There was a strange feeling in his stomach, something he'd never experienced before. Suddenly he was on his knees, and he could not remember how he got there. A dark pool was forming near his knees. He must have slipped. He started to rise. He was going to kill Mike Bastian. He had to kill him. He peered across the space between them. Bastian was standing with a gun in his hand, holding his fire. What was the matter with Bastian? Did he think that he, Curb Perrin, needed time? He lunged to his feet and stood swaying. His legs felt numb, and he was having a hard time getting his breath. That blood. It was his blood. He'd been shot. Mike Bastian had beaten him? Beaten him like hell! His gun muzzle started to lift, and then it fell from his fingers. He had another gun. He reached for it and fell into the dust. His eyes opened wide. He started to scream a protest, but no sound came. Curb Perrin was dead. In the instant that Curb Perrin's gun came up too late, Duckrow wheeled and ran into the house. Kiefer, seeing his leader fall, grabbed for his own gun and was killed by a shot from Voyle Regan's rifle, hurriedly grabbed from its place beside the door. The others broke and ran for their horses, and Mike got off one quick shot as they fled. He'd lifted his gun for a final shot when he heard the scream. Duckrow had come to the ranch for women, and it was a woman he intended to have. Dashing through the house when all eyes were on the shooting, he was just in time to see Juliana, horrified at the killing, run for her bedroom. The bedroom window was open, and Duckrow grabbed her and threw her bodily from the window. Before she could rise, he was through the window and caught her up from the ground. Swiftly he threw her across the saddle of a horse, and with a few swift turns of the experienced hand, she was bound hand and foot. Her scream was partly stifled by a backhanded blow across the mouth. Then Duckrow leapt into the saddle of Perrin's mount, which was better than his own, and catching up the bridle of her horse, he went out of the yard at a dead run. Mike had wheeled, running for the house, believing that the scream had come from inside. By the time he glimpsed them, they were disappearing into the pines. He saw them, 2 horses, 1 rider, and... "Where's Juliana?" he shouted. He had already glimpsed Drusilla standing on the porch. Voyle Regan ran around the house. "He's got Julie," he yelled. "I'll get a horse." "You stay here. Take care of the women and the ranch. I'll go after Juliana." He walked to his horse, thumbing shells into his gun. Drew Regan started toward another horse. "You go back to the house," he ordered. "She's my sister," Drew flared. "And when we do find her, she may need a woman's care." "Come on, then, but you'll have to do some riding." He wheeled the big bay and was off in a jump. The horse Drew mounted was one of Ben Curry's big horses, bred not only for speed but for staying power. Mike's mind leapt ahead. Would Duckrow try to return to Toadstool? Or would he join Monson and Klatt? If he did, Mike was in trouble. He was worried about no one of them, but all 3? He held down the bay's pace. He had taken a swift glance at the hoof tracks of the 2 horses that he was trailing. Mike Bastian went over the situation, trying to view it from Duckrow's standpoint. Duckrow could not know that Juliana was Ben Curry's daughter. But at this stage, he probably would not care. Yet he would realize that Ben was back in the saddle again, so a return to Toadstool Canyon was out of the question. Also, Duckrow would want to keep the girl for himself. That he would kill her had to be understood, for any attack on a decent woman was sure to end in hanging if he was caught. Long ago, Roundy had taught him that there were more ways to trailing a man than merely following his tracks. One must follow the devious trails in a man's mind as well. He tried to think as Duckrow would be thinking. A fleeing outlaw could not have much, if any, food. On previous forays, however, he must have learned where there was water. There were also some ranch hangouts that he would know. Some of these would be inhabited, others would not. Owing to the maps Ben Curry had him study, Mike knew the locations of all such places. The trail veered suddenly, turning deeper into the stands of brush, and Mike followed. Drusilla had not spoken since they started, but glancing back, he saw that her face was dusty and tear-streaked. Yet he noted with a thrill of satisfaction that she had brought her rifle. She was Ben Curry's daughter after all, a fit companion for any man. He turned his attention to the trail. Duckrow must know that he was followed or would be followed, and he would want to leave no trail, nor was he inexperienced. In his many outlaw raids as one of Ben Curry's men, and before, he would have had much experience with such things. And now it happened. Despite the small lead he had, Duckrow had vanished.
Turning into a thicker desert growth, he had dipped down into a sandy wash. There, because of the deep sand, the tracks of cattle and other horses, it needed several precious minutes to decide whether he had gone up or down the wash. He searched, trying not to disturb the sand, until he had worked it out, and then he saw a recognizable hoof print following the winding way of the wash as it led up country. Duckrow would not stay in the wash long, as it was tiring for the horses to walk in deep sand, and he would wish to save his horse's strength. From there on, it was a nightmare. Duckrow rode straight away, and then turned at right angles, using every bit of cover he could find and mingling his tracks with others whenever found. At places, he'd even stopped and brushed out the tracks, but Roundy's years of training had not been wasted, and Mike clung to the trail like a bloodhound. Following him, Drew saw him pick up sign where she could see nothing. Once a barely visible track left by the edge of a horseshoe. Again a broken twig on a brush that they had passed. Hours passed, and the sun began to slide down the western sky. Drew, realizing night would come before they found her sister, was cold with fear for her. Mike glanced at her. "You wanted to come," he said, "and I'm not stopping because of darkness." "How can you trail them in the dark?" "I can't, but I believe I know where they're going, and we'll have to take a chance." Darkness closed down upon them. Mike's shirt had stuck to his body with sweat, and now he felt the chill of the night wind, but grimly rode on. One advantage he had never ridden with the gang, so Duckrow might not suspect he knew of all the hideouts. Duckrow could not know of the hours that he spent with Ben Curry and Roundy, going over trails and checking hideouts, and what he could expect at each one. The big bay horse seemed unwearied by the miles of travel, yet at times Drew heard Mike speak encouragingly to the big horse. At the edge of the clearing he suddenly drew up, so suddenly that she almost ran into him. "Drew," he whispered, "there's a small ranch ahead. There might be one or more men there, and Duckrow is almost surely there with your sister. I'm going to find out." "I'll come too. Stay here. When I whistle, come and bring the horses. I have a skill at this sort of thing, and I can get close. And I have to get close, without making a sound." Removing his boots, he slipped on the moccasins he always carried in his saddlebags. He was there a moment, and then he vanished into the darkness. She heard no sound, nothing. Suddenly a light appeared in the window, too soon for him to have reached the cabin. Moving like a ghost, Mike reached the corral. There were horses there, but it was too dark to make them out. One stood near the bars, and putting a hand out, he touched the horse's flank. It was damp with sweat. Without so much as a whisper of sound, Mike was at the window, his head carefully to one side but peering in. He saw a square-faced man with a pistol in his hand, and as Mike watched, the man placed the pistol on the table with a towel over it. Soundless in his moccasins, Mike walked around the house and stepped into the room. Obviously, the man had been expecting the sound of horses' hooves, or even a jingle of spurs and the sound of boots, and Mike's sudden appearance startled him. He made an almost inadvertent move toward the pistol under the towel. Mike closed the door behind him. The man stared at him. This black-haired young man in buckskins did not look like the law. He was puzzled, but wary. "You're Walt Sutton. Get your hands away from that table before you get blown wide open. Move!" Sutton backed off hurriedly, and Mike swept the towel off the gun. "If you'd tried that, I'd have killed you." "Who are you, and what do you want here?" "You know damn well what I want. I'm Mike Bastian, Ben Curry's foster son. He owns this ranch. He set you up here, gave you a stock to start with, and now you double-cross him. Where's Duckrow?" Sutton shook his head. "I ain't seen him," he protested. "You're a liar, Sutton. His horses are in the corral. You're going to tell me where he is, or I'll start shooting." Walt Sutton was unhappy. He knew Duckrow was one of Ben Curry's men, and he'd come for fresh horses. He'd never seen this young man before, yet so far as Sutton was aware, nobody but Ben Curry himself knew the facts about this ranch. If this man was lying, how could he know? "Listen, mister, I don't want no trouble, least of all with old Ben. He did set me up here, and I've been doing well. Yes, I seen Duckrow. He told me the law was after him." "Do I look like the law?" "Duckrow's kidnapped Voyle Regan's niece, and they're friends of Ben's. I gotta find 'em." "Kidnapped Voyle Regan's niece? Gosh, mister, I wondered why he wanted 2 saddle horses."
Mike backed to the door and whistled sharply. Where did he go? Damned if I know. He rode in here about an hour ago, wanting 2 pack horses with grub and blankets. He took 2 canteens and then lit out. Drusilla appeared in the doorway, and Sutton's eyes went to her. I know you, he said. Evening, ma'am. Get us some grub and make it quick, and then I want the 2 best horses Ben left here, and I want them fast. Sutton put bread and meat on the table and ducked out of the door. Mike watched him hurry to the corral and saw him bring 2 fresh horses from the stable. They were typical Curry horses, big, handsome animals. Sutton led them up to the door and then stacked up some supplies and tied them behind the saddles. You've been a help, Mike said, and I'll tell Ben about it. Now, do you have any idea where Duckrow might be going? Well, Sutton hesitated, obviously frightened. He'll kill me if he learns I told you. But he did say something about Peach Meadow Canyon. Peach Meadow? Bastian frowned. The canyon was a legend in the Red Rock country, and Roundy had talked of it. What did he ask you? If I knew the trail there, and if it was passable. What did you tell him? What could I tell him? I've heard of that canyon ever since I came into this country, and I've looked for it. Who wouldn't, if all they say is true? As they moved out, Mike put his hand on Drew's arm. Drew, this is going to be rough if you want to go back. I wouldn't think of it. Well, I won't say I'm sorry. I like having you with me. In fact, his voice trailed off. There was more he meant to say, and Drusilla realized it. She also knew he was very tired. She had no idea of the brutally hard ride before he arrived at the Reagan Ranch, or the crossing of the canyon, but she could see the weariness in his face. They rode side by side when the trail permitted, and Mike explained, I doubt if Duckrow will stop for anything now. There isn't another good hideout within miles. And he'll know he's pursued, although not by whom or how many. I almost wish he knew it was me. Why? Because he wants to kill me, he said simply, and he might just stop long enough to try. End of chapter 15. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 16. Then they were alone in the night, with only the horses under them, only the stars to watch. Is it far? I do not know, he said. If Duckrow knows where it is, then he's found the perfect hideaway. Outlaws often stumble across such places in making getaways from the law, or they hear of them from some Indian, some trapper or prospector, and file the knowledge away against future need. What is Peach Meadow Canyon? It's said to be near a river, one of those deep canyons that branch off from the Colorado, or one of its tributaries. According to the stories, someone discovered it years ago, but the Spanish had been there before them, and the Indians before them. There are cliff-dweller ruins in the place, but no way to get into it from the plateau. The Indians had a way, and the Spanish are supposed to have reached it by boat. The prospector who found it told folks that there was fresh water in a small meadow. Somebody had planted some peach trees, probably from pits he carried in his pack. Nobody ever saw him, or it, again, so the place exists only on his say-so. The Indians now say there's no such place, but they may just want nobody nosing about. Duckrow may be trying to throw us off, but he might actually know something. You'll try to follow him in the dark? No, not actually. It is night, and he'll be taking it easy as this is rough country. He can't get out of this area that we're traveling, so we'll stay behind him until he leaves the canyon. And by that time, it'll be daylight, and we can pick up his trail. I'm worried for Juliana. Of course, but I think he knows somebody is following, so I don't think he'll stop until he reaches the canyon or turns into rough country. For several miles, they rode down a high-walled canyon, from which there was no escape. Ben Curry and Roundy had both told him of it, as one of the approaches to Walt Sutton's place. Once they emerged from the canyon, however, he must be extremely careful. At the canyon's end, where it opened into a wide stretch of semi-desert, he pulled up and swung down. We can't have a fire, he said, because in this country, where a man can see for miles, and we don't want him to think we're pushing hard on his trail. He put his folded poncho on the ground near a flat-faced boulder and handed Drew a blanket. Rest, he said, you'll need it. She was feeling the chill and gathered it close about her.
"Aren't you cold? If we sat close together, it would be warmer, and we could share the blanket." He hesitated, and then sat down beside her and pulled the blanket across his shoulders. He was desperately tired, but feared to fall asleep. Duckrow might leave Juliana and double back to kill him. He had unsaddled and ground-hitched the horses, but had no worry of them drifting off. This was one of the few patches of grass anywhere around. Yet he did sleep. When the sky was faintly gray, he awakened suddenly, listening, looking to the horses who were cropping the grass contentedly, and then eased from under the blanket. He caught the horses, smoothed the hair on their backs with his hand, and saddled up. From time to time he glanced at Drew, who was sleeping peacefully. He was amazed that he should be here in this lonely place with this beautiful girl. He, an orphan and a foster son of an outlaw. Some movement of his must have awakened her, for her breath caught and her eyes opened. She looked up at him with a sleepy smile. "I was tired." She sat up and watched as he kindled a small fire in the shadow of a boulder. Using very dry wood that would offer almost no smoke, he got up and got a small coffee pot from his pack and started coffee. Digging into his pack, he found some hard biscuits and beef jerky. "Better eat what you can," he said. "We won't be stopping again." She drew on her boots and stood up, shaking out her hair. Squatting by the fire, he studied the terrain that lay before them, trying to recover it from his memory, all that he'd been told about it. Duckrow would have no trail to find, and he would have moved swiftly. By now, he probably would have reached his goal or was nearing it. When they were in the saddle again, they picked up the tracks of 3 horses they were following. It was easier, because the pack horse Duckrow was leading was a horse that Mike remembered, and the tracks were familiar. What sign there was, he could follow from the saddle, and they gained distance, moving swiftly. Dawn broke, and the sky was streaked with rose and gold. The warming sun began to ease some of the stiffness from their muscles. The trail crossed a small valley, skirted an alkali lake, and then dipped into a maze of boulders and rocky outcroppings, before entering a pine forest. Nowhere did he see any sign of a camp. Juliana, who lacked the strength and fire of Drusilla, must be almost dead from fatigue. Obviously, the outlaw knew exactly where he was going, and that his destination was not far off. He was making no effort to save his horses. The trail had become more difficult to follow. Mike slowed his pace and then suddenly stopped. The tracks had vanished as if all 3 horses had stepped off a cliff. "Stay in the saddle, I've got to look around a bit." Mike studied the ground and walked back to the last tracks he had seen, which he'd taken care not to cross in the event that he needed to examine them again. He knew the stride of each horse now, and he measured the distance with his eye, knowing where each hoof must fall. Nothing. He paused, studying the ground, and then the pine timber that surrounded the spot. It seemed absolutely uniform, as he would expect it to be. Avoiding the trail ahead, he went into the woods and walked with a slow circle around his own horses, studying the ground and trunks of the trees, everything. He found no tracks. He stopped, hands on his hips, scowling in consternation. They were gone. They seemed to have left no trail. Drew was watching him, worried now. She started to speak, but he lifted a hand. "Wait, I need to think." He studied inch by inch the trail ahead and the trail on his right. Nothing offered a clue. The 3 horses and the 2 riders had vanished as if they'd ridden off into space. On the left, the pine woods were thick, so dense as to offer no means of passing through. He studied the trees and brush. Even if a horseman had turned off, there was no place to go. As the trail ahead was trackless, it had to be on the right. Again he walked into the bush and found no tracks. It was impossible. Yet what had happened? Had they backtracked? Drew asked. "There were no tracks except those going ahead, I believe." He stopped and swore softly. "I'm a fool. Lend me your hat." Puzzled, she removed her hat and handed it to him. Using the hat, he began to fan a wave over the pine needles, letting the wind he created move the needles. He worked for several minutes and suddenly stopped. "Got it. There they are." He pointed. Drew stepped her horse closer. With the pine needles wafted away, the tracks were plain. Duckrow was smart. He rode across an open place and then turned back the way he'd come, riding over on the far side to that wall of pines. Then he dismounted and, probably in his sock feet, came back and scattered pine needles over the tracks, letting the wind sift them down naturally. Mounted again, they started back, but from time to time he dismounted to check for tracks. Suddenly the trail turned into a narrow gap in the pine forest. They followed, winding their way through the thick woods. Once Mike indicated a scar on a tree where a stirrup had brushed. "Move as quietly as you can," he whispered, "and don't speak aloud. Voices carry. He may try to ambush us." "Do you think he knows we're following?" "I'm sure of it. And he knows I'm a tracker, but not whether I'm any good or not." The trail was now no longer hard to follow, and they made better time. Bastian had a hard time keeping his thoughts from the girl with whom he rode. What would she think when she discovered that her father was an outlaw, and that he himself had been raised to be an outlaw? Pine trees thinned, and before them was a vast, misty blue distance. Mike stepped down from the saddle and walked forward on moccasined feet. On the rim of the canyon were a few cedars, and a pinyon pine or two. Scouting the rim, he stopped suddenly, feeling the air prickle on the back of his neck. Had they gone down that? He knelt on the rock. Yes, it was the scar of a horse's shoe on the rock. He moved a little further, looking down. The cliff fell away for hundreds of feet, but the trail was there. A rock ledge scarcely 3 feet wide. He walked back and explained. Drew nodded. "If you are ready, I am." She paused. "Mike, he may be waiting for us. We may get shot." He shrugged. "I knew that when I started, Drew. These are rough men, and Duckrow has a reason to hate me. Of course he'll try to kill me." "But you needn't have come, Mike." He shrugged again. "I didn't think much about it. Your sister was kidnapped. I was there and I knew what to do. It's as simple as that." "Who are you, Mike?" "Uncle Voyle seemed to know about you. And that man, the one who tried to kill you, he knew you. And I heard you say Ben Curry sent you to stop them from raiding the ranch. Who is Ben Curry? And are you an outlaw?" For as long as a man might have counted to a slow 10, Mike looked out over the canyon. "No," he said at last, "I'm not an outlaw, although I was raised to be one. Ben Curry raised me like his own son, planning that I should inherit the leadership." "You lived with them?" "When I wasn't out in the woods, Ben Curry taught me everything that there was to be taught. How to shoot, how to track, how to ride, even to open locks and safes." "What's he like, this Ben Curry?" Drew asked. Mike hesitated, and then said in another time he might have been considered a great man, and in his own way he is. Back in the days of robber barons, he would have wound up with a title, I expect. When he came west, it was wild. There was little law, and much of that was enforced by men big enough to get away with it. If they rustled cattle, they were building their herds. If a cowboy did it, he was rustling. He had a small outfit, and he branded loose cattle like they all did. But the trouble was he wasn't big enough. They came after him, and he fought. He fought altogether too well, and that made him an outlaw. He accepted the role, but he's one of those men who can do nothing small. Soon he was organizing a bigger outfit, planning jobs like the general plans a campaign, arranging getaways. He no longer went out himself, but he was behind the scenes planning it all. I doubt if any other man could have it done. For outlaws do not take to organization, and when they have money, they want to spend it where there are bright lights. Has he killed men? 2 that I know of. One was a justified killing, and the second one, well, he was in a hurry. Are you apologizing for him? After all, he was an outlaw and a killer of men. He was all of that, and no, I'm not apologizing for him, but he's a man who's always stood on his own 2 feet. He may have been wrong, but he was always good to me. He took me in when I had no place to go, and he cared for me. Was he a big man, Mike? A big old man? His eyes avoided hers, so she knew then. In many ways, he was one of the biggest men I ever knew. We'd better get started. It was like stepping off into space, but the horses accepted it calmly enough. After all, they were mountain bred and would go anywhere as long as there was a foothold. The canyon gaped to receive them, and they went down a narrow switchback trail. Here and there Mike could see that work had been done. Somebody with a pick and perhaps high explosive of some kind had made a trail where there had been none before. It was late afternoon when they started down, and soon shadows began to creep up the canyon walls, reaching with hungry fingers for the vanishing sunlight. At a wider spot, Mike dismounted, and Drew did also. Mike carried his rifle in his right hand, ready for instant use. What was to happen could begin at any moment, and he had not wanted to be caught in the saddle on a narrow trail where a wounded horse might rear and fall. His eyes sought the shadows, searching the canyon below for some signs of a house, a fire, movement. He saw nothing. Supposing they were not here at all, the duckrow had tricked him somehow. He shook his head. He could not accept that. He had to be right. He thought of Juliana and Duckrow. She could never cope with such a man, Drew now. He grinned despite himself. He had an idea that Drew would have made Duckrow wish he'd never been born. She was lovely, but there was steel in her too. He could hear the river now, not the roaring one that he'd heard when crossing the cable, but swift, silent, rushing water. Silent, at least by comparison. The tracks led back from the river into a high-walled, almost hidden canyon. It seemed only a gap in the canyon walls, but it angled off to the east. He followed the tracks. It would soon be dark. The canyon turned a little, and he glimpsed a fire reflecting from the canyon walls. He paused and passed the reins to Drew. "You will have to stay with the horses." Is it them?" "It couldn't be anyone else." He paused. "I'll have to kill him, you know." "Don't you be killed." He started forward, and she caught his arm. "Mike, let me go. Maybe he would listen." "He won't, and you know that. I've got it to do." "Why are you doing this? She isn't your sister." "No, but she's yours." The moccasins made no sound on the sand or the rocks. He could see a figure moving about the fire, and then he saw Juliana, her head on her arms, sitting near the fire. Duckrow glanced over at her and then said impatiently, "Get some of this coffee into you. This is where you stay now, here in Peach Meadow Canyon. You're my woman now." He straightened from the fire. "Monson and Clat, they ran like scared foxes, no bottom to them. I come for a woman, and I got one." "Why don't you let me go?" Juliana lifted a tear-streaked face. "My father is a wealthy man. He will pay you well." "Your pa? I thought Voyle Reagan was your uncle." "He is. My father is Ben Reagan. He ranches north of the canyon." "North of the canyon? Not unless he's a Mormon, he don't." Suddenly he straightened from the fire again. "What's he look like, this pa of yours?" "He's a great big man with gray hair, a heavy jaw." She stopped talking, staring at Duckrow. "What's the matter with you?" "Your pa, this Ben Reagan. A big man with a scar on his jaw? Is that him?" "Oh, yes, take me to him. He will pay you well." Duckrow was laughing. "Well, I'll be damned. So I latched onto the old rooster's chick, did I?" He chuckled sourly. "Now I'm really going to enjoy this here. So the old devil had himself a family, did he? And I thought all he had was that damn brat, that Mike Bastian." End of chapter 16. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 17. Kim Bacca was on the town. It had been 3 years since he'd leaned on a bar in Denver, and he headed for Graham's opposite the courthouse. He was known there, and friends often dropped in. Moreover, it was a place to pick up news and information, and that was what he wanted. With money in his pocket and time on his hands, Kim was content. He played a few games of pool, bowled a little, and had a few drinks here and there, and ate in some of the best restaurants. He spoke to old acquaintances, talked with some of the girls along the street, but it was not until he reached the bar at Gam's that he actually heard anything. Kim was young, he was attractive, and he was friendly. He had removed the badge from his vest and carried it in his pocket, as he did not want to inhibit any old friends or rouse suspicion in others. At Gans, he ordered a beer and looked around. George Duval was having a drink with two shady-looking characters at a nearby table, and at the other end of the bar, Bill Cody was surrounded by a group of friends. It was as Kim remembered it. He was thinking of another beer when a man stopped beside him and in a low voice said, "Rounded up any good stock lately?" Kim glanced round and found himself looking into Doc Middleton's smiling face. Doc was said to be the most successful horse thief in the West, but they both knew that Kim had been every bit as good and perhaps better. "Not so's you'd notice," Kim said. "I resigned in your favor. You were making the competition too tough." Doc chuckled. "Your only trouble was that you loved fine horses," he said. "I just took 'em and sold 'em and went back for more. You just had to have the best horses in the country, and such horses are remembered. No way you could get away with it." Doc turned his back to the bar and leaned his elbows on it, watching the crowd. "I see you ain't wearing your badge. You quit?" "No," Kim replied. "I think I'm locked in for good, Doc, so do me a favor and stay away from my town, will ya? I'd hate to jail an old friend." "If you could catch me." Doc's expression changed, and he turned around, facing the mirror. "You working with Borden Chantry?" "I am." "I like him. When he was ranching down there, he always set a good table. I put my feet under it a time or two when riding the country." Doc turned and looked into his eyes. "This is no time for you to be away from home, Bacca. Bord's gonna need all the help he can get." "What is it, Doc?" "You know about Ben Curry's outfit?" "Just talk around, not much. It's big, the biggest. But the whisper is that it's breaking up. The whisper is that bank in your town may be the next one up. And the outfit riding that way are saying Ben's lost his grip and that he was a fool anyway, him wanting no shooting." "When?" "Next couple of days, maybe tomorrow. Remember Clatt?" "Yeah, he's one of them. He's talking it around that he's going to kill Borden himself if Chantry so much as shows up on the street." Doc Middleton touched the spot in Kim's vest where the badge had been pinned. "I never wore one of those, but some of the men who do are mighty square. I've been treated right here and there." "Far as that goes," he spoke more softly. "As I come up the street, I ran into Bat Matterson. We shook hands and talked about old buffalo hunting days, and then he suggested I not stay around Denver for too long. Too many people know me. He knows I'm wanted, but we also fit a couple Injun fights together. He's square." Kim Bacca nodded. "Know him myself. He's a good man." His thoughts were racing ahead. He was miles from home, and Borden would need him. He'd need him desperately. There was no way. He swore. Why couldn't he remember the train? He just hadn't gotten used to the idea, and the telegraph, too. He thought the thing through quickly, running over in his mind his every move. First the telegraph station, then a ticket on the train. "Damn it," he said bitterly. "I had me a bed in a fine hotel, and I was fixin' for a late breakfast of whatever was available, and now I got a light out. Was I you, with Borden Chantry for a friend, I wouldn't waste around." Kim finished his beer and left a coin on the bar. "Thanks, Doc. I'll not forget this." "You just tell Bord that I didn't forget. Monson and Clatt have never been anything but trouble. Borden Chantry's a good man." Kim Bacca went outside, heading for the railroad. At the dispatcher's office, he sent his telegram. "Not 5, 7 or 8. Monson and Clatt, today or tomorrow. Coming or running. KB." "When's the next train going east?" The dispatcher looked up from under his green eyeshade. "Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. I'll need one tonight." Bacca flashed his badge. "I need anything that'll roll. A place for myself and a horse. Will it help if I call Dave Cook?" "What's going on?" Briefly, Bacca explained. The dispatcher replied, "Monson and Clatt, is it? I'll get the train, master. We'll see." He started for the door, and over his shoulder he said, "They've robbed trains. 4, maybe 5 years back, Clatt killed one of our boys." An hour later, with his horse in the stock car and himself in the caboose, Kim Bacca was racing east. With luck, he would make it. There was only the locomotive, the stock car, and the caboose, and they had a clear track. There was coffee on the stove. Bacca found a cup and helped himself. Somewhere out there, Monson and Clatt and several friends were riding for Chantry's town. He had warned Borden that there would be 7 or 8, but that was guessing. With Ben Curry, it was nearly almost always a 5-man job. But Ben was no longer the big man, and Clatt had always run with a gang.
He would take all he could get together, and they would plan to hit fast and hit hard. Monson and Klatt would be shooting to kill. If Borden got his telegram, he would do some planning and round up a couple of good men. The bank was opposite the store, and the building next to the store was the express office. A man placed there could cover the door of the bank and the side door as well. If Borden was at the jail, where his office was, he could cover the bank door as well as the other side of the bank. With the man at the big barn, which was behind the bank, and a little further along, they could cover the front, both sides, and the rear. He finished his coffee and stretched out on a bunk. He was thinking of how the men should be placed and the probable action when he fell asleep. He was awakened by the slowing of the train. He sat up abruptly. Taking out his watch, he glanced at it. They were scarcely an hour out of Denver. The brakeman, watching the track, spoke to him. "Backa, fire up ahead, right alongside the track. One man and horse, he's trying to flag us down." Backa slung on his gun belt and picked up his rifle. "One man? Are you sure?" "Mister, you couldn't hide a sick goat out yonder. It's all wide open country, and this gent looks like he wants a train. There's a dirt ramp there for loading stock, and he's atop it." "All right, slow down." At the brakeman's signal, the locomotive slowed still more. Backa rested his Winchester on the windowsill and waited. He could see the man plainly now, but not his face. But that horse... Slowly the train braked to a stop. "All right out there, you're covered by a .44 Winchester, so speak your piece." "I need a ride for myself and my horse." The voice spoke off. "Backa, is that you? It's Sackett here. There's going to be a hold-up." "That's why I'm headed home. Load up and get on with it." "I was headed your way when I stopped off at the Wiggins place for supper. They've got a telegraph operator and a station there where they load stock. I didn't know of any trains. When the message came through, I headed off to join Chantry." He went to the stove for coffee, hotter and blacker now. Backa filled a cup and also laid out his plan. "I think Borden will have it set up just that way." "Monson and Klatt? Tough boys," Sackett said. Backa sipped his coffee. "With this here telegraph and the trains, it's getting so that a poor robber doesn't have much chance." "It's changing things," Sackett agreed. "Look at us. A couple of years back, we wouldn't have had a chance of getting there in time. And we may not now." The train rumbled along, and the two men alternatively slept, drank coffee, talked, and watched the wild countryside slip past them. Wagon trains had crossed this country and cattle drives. Before that there were Indians, various branches of Plains Apache, most of them wiped out by the Comanches. Backa spoke of it, and Sackett nodded. "More Indians were killed by other Indians than by white men," he said. "I've talked to a few who were the last of their kind." He peered from the window of the caboose. Antelope went skipping away over the plain, then paused to look back, and then ran on again. Half a dozen buffalo lay on a low hill watching the train. "We've got to hope he got that telegraph you sent," Tyrel said. "But even so, he's a careful man. Nobody's going to catch him off guard." "He knows they've set the place up," Backa agreed. The brakeman came back over the cars and dropped into the caboose. "Gonna have to stop by for water," he said. "You boys better stand by. Somebody might be wishful of taking a ride." The long plains twilight faded, and they waited alongside the water tank. The plain stretched out for miles, with here and there a gully, and far off a light from a distant window. Somebody else was in the world anyway. The brakeman released the water pipe and swung it back into place, tying up the rope. Backa and Sackett swung aboard. "When I first came west," Tyrel Sackett said, "I tied up with a cattle drive. Orrin and me went through to Abilene with it, and we came on into this country right south of here, rounded up wild cattle and sold them." "You were in on that land grant fight, weren't you?" "Uh-huh. Orrin and me were. Orrin was the sheriff there for a while. Then he studied more law and went into politics. Best get some sleep, be daylight before we know it." The shack said, the brakeman, that we'd get to town just after daylight. "Ben Curry always timed his robbery for about opening time at the bank," Backa said. "Fewer folks on the street and in the bank, getting out money for the day's business."
They dozed, slept, and awakened with grey light in the distance. Tyrel Sackett checked his guns. Bastian walked to the window of the caboose and peered out. For a moment he just looked, and then he said, "Sackett." Tyrel turned, struck by an odd sound in his voice. "What is it? Look." Tyrel bent to look out, and there they were, 3 abreast, the others strung out behind. Bastian counted aloud. 7, 8, 9. 9 of them. I hope Chantry has some help. 9 men were riding into town where Borden Chantry waited. "Well," Sackett said quietly, "one thing we know." "What's that?" "We're getting there on time." End of chapter 17. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour, chapter 18. Borden Chantry finished his coffee and stood up, reaching for his hat. "I'd best get over to the office." He turned and looked at his wife. "You gonna be around today, Bess?" His eyes met hers. She was as lovely as ever. Never a day passed that he did not thank the good Lord for letting him find her before he made a fool of himself with someone else. "Where would I go?" "Oh, I thought maybe over to Mary's or something." "I'll be here." She adjusted his coat collar. "Be careful, Borden. You never walk out that door but that I worry." "I'll be all right." A train whistled, and he turned sharply. "That's funny. We don't have any train coming this morning." He glanced out, and he could see it coming. Just a locomotive, a stock car, and a caboose. Now what the hell? He stepped outside and looked toward the station. The station agent had stepped out on the platform and was shading his eyes along the track. Borden Chantry slipped the thong from the hammer of his gun. He glanced toward the street, but the cafe cut off his view of most of it. 2 men were standing in front of the other cafe, which was across the street, facing toward his house and the railroad. Mary Ann's house was behind it, some distance back, but nobody was stirring there, although a thin trail of smoke rose from the chimney. The small train was pulling in alongside the unloading ramp, and 2 men swung down from the caboose before the train was fully stopped. They ran up the ramp and began opening the stock car door. One of them was Kim Baca, and the other, Tyrel Sackett. Chantry stepped back into the house and took his Winchester from the rack. Bess stared at him, her face gone white. "Borden, what is it?" "Trouble," he said. "Kim's back and Sackett's with him, and they're in a hurry." He checked the rifle and jacked a cartridge into the chamber and said, "If they stop here, I'm at the office. Shouldn't you wait for them? If there's trouble, I better alert the town. I think it's coming and fast, or they wouldn't be in such a hurry." He stepped down off the porch and strode quickly toward the opening between the cafe building and the post office. As he stepped up on the boardwalk, he saw Prissy sweeping the street in front of the post office. "Priss," he said quickly, "get off the street. I think we have trouble coming. Borden Chantry, if you think I'm afraid. Priss, there's going to be some shooting, and I think we've got a robbery coming. Get off the street. Or if you want to help, run up the street and tell George and Hyatt." "Not me, Marshal. I've my own rifle to get. You tell them." Somebody tugged at his sleeve, and Chantry turned. It was Billy McCoy, a friend of Tom's. "Can I? Let me." "All right, run up the street and tell them all to stand by. I think there's going to be an attempted hold-up." He turned and spoke loudly. "Everybody, off the street!" Big Injun, his jailer and occasional deputy, had come to the jail door, shotgun in his hands. "Stand by," Borden said. He was going to look like a fool if nothing happened. After all, Sackett and Baca might just be hurrying for breakfast. But why the special train? He glanced along the street. 3 saddle horses standing in front of the cafe, 1 down the street in front of the Mexican cafe, a buckboard at the grocery store, no time to move it now, so the horses would just have to take their chances. Kim walked out in the street and hesitated, and came over. "They're coming, Bord. We passed 'em just outside of town. There's 9 of them, led by Monson and Clatt." "How far?" "How far away? They should be riding into town any minute, unless our train scared 'em, but I doubt it." 2 miles out of town, Monson drew up to let the others gather around him. "You boys know the drill. Clatt and me and Porky will ride up the street to the bank.
Klondike, you come in from behind the corral saloon and hold our horses. The rest of you boys will cover the street. What if there's trouble? You've got a gun, and the old man ain't in charge now, Monson said. Me and Clat are. We'll show this bunch what we're made of. All right, Clat said impatiently. Let's go. Klondike hesitated. Monty, what about the train? I didn't like the looks of it. Forget it. It's just shifting a stock car to pick up some cattle. Let's go. Borden Chantry was in his office door with the jail behind him. Big Injun was at the window. Hyatt Johnson at the bank. He'd been a major in the Confederate cavalry, and George Blazer at the express office had been a sharpshooter with Sherman and was a veteran of a number of Indian battles. He glanced down the street. Here they were. 3 men riding abreast coming up the street, a trail of dust where one man had cut over behind the saloon. Big Injun, he spoke over his shoulder. There's one coming up behind the corral. You take him. Borden Chantry stepped out the door and went to the edge of the boardwalk. Down the street, Tyrel Sackett, a badge in plain sight, stepped from the shadow of the McCoy house as the last 2 riders rode into town. The others were a good 50 yards ahead of them, intent on the street and the town. Boys, I'm Tyrel Sackett, and I'd like to talk to you. Get down off those horses and come over here. And boys, keep your hands in sight. Tyrel Sackett, the Mora gunfighter? Denny Dismore felt himself go a little sick in the stomach. What the hell was this? Sackett here? He hesitated. Sweat broke out on his brow. Clyde Bussey was beside him, and Clyde was a good, tough boy, but... What is this? He protested. Sackett's tone was sharp. Get off those horses and get over here now! You want us to drop our gun belts? Denny asked. Sackett seemed to smile, but it was not a smile that Denny liked. Why did he ever want to be an outlaw anyway? Oh no! Keep your guns on. I'd never like it said that I shot an unarmed man. Clyde wasn't offering any argument. Slowly and carefully the 2 men dismounted. When the 3 advance riders drew almost abreast of Chantry, he lifted his left hand. Just a minute, boys. I'm Borden Chantry, the sheriff, and I'd like a word with you. Something clicked in Monson's brain. Chantry? It was at his place where the horses were. What had happened? An old man named Riggin was supposed to be the marshal here. Monson laughed. Sorry, Mr. Sheriff, I ain't got time to talk. Supposin' you just shuck them guns and walk ahead of us, walk slow up to the bank. Is that all right with you? Monson turned in his saddle. Anybody shows along the street, shoot 'em. Monson was cocky, and he was sure of himself. No Hicktown sheriff. He never saw the draw. Borden Chantry had stood there, big, formidable, his gun in his holster. Monson went for his gun, but as Chantry drew, he stepped to the left, and Monson shifted his gun to cover him, firing as he did so. And he shot his horse, the bullet grazing the black's neck. The horse plunged, and Monson was already falling. There was a burst of gunfire all along the street, the stab of flame from pistols, plunging, rearing horses, the smell of gun smoke. Riding from behind the corral saloon to become the horse holder while the robbery took place, Klondike heard the shots, saw Monson down, saw his horse racing away up the street, and somebody was shooting from the bank. He saw a big man kneeling in front of the express office with a big Sharps 50. There was no place for a man who wanted to spend his old age sitting in the sun. Klondike wheeled his horse and headed for the shelter of the barn, from which point he hoped to make the big wide-open country beyond. Klondike had never heard of Big Injun, a big, slow-moving, quiet man who rarely smiled. He did not know that the year Klondike was born, Big Injun had taken his 9th scalp. All Klondike knew was that, as things exploded all around him, he wanted to get away from there and fast. He turned his horse to go, and the horse made 2 jumps in the right direction. Big Injun, kneeling in the doorway, fired his Sharps, and the bullet, because the movement of the horse was a little low. It grazed the cantle of Klondike's saddle, and badly deformed, careened upward. The jagged metal
took off the back of Klondike's skull. What remained of Klondike stayed in the saddle for a quarter of a mile before it fell, toppling into the dust. The horse ran off a little way, and missing its rider, stopped and trotted off a few steps, and then waited. Klondike lay where he had fallen. Klondike, a tough man, was tough no longer. He stared up at the sky. I just wish. The sun faded, and a grasshopper leapt to his shirt front, then hopped again. A few yards off, his horse started to graze. Back in the street, Clat, who'd always been proud of his big silver buckle, had no chance to regret it. Up the street, George Blazer was kneeling behind a post on the boardwalk, in front of the express office. His days with Sherman were since gone, but his skill with a rifle was not. The belt buckle flashed an invitation, and George accepted it. He was a quiet man who liked to read his newspaper over coffee in the morning, but he did not like a bunch of would-be tough men shooting up his hometown. You could have laid a silver dollar over the spot where the 2 rifle bullets went in, but you couldn't have covered it with a bandana, the place where they emerged. Clat was down, and nobody knew who accounted for the other 2, as several men were shooting and all showed evidence of skilled marksmanship. Suddenly the thunder of guns, sudden flashes of gunfire and plunging horses, the shouts, cries, dust, and then silence, with the smell of dust and gun smoke. A horse walked away up the street. Another ran away between the buildings. Others, faithful to their training, stood where their reins had fallen. Borden Chantry thumbed cartridges into his almost empty gun. People emerged on the street. Prissy came from the post office.
"Sheriff Chantry, you should be ashamed of yourself. What did we elect you for? So this sort of thing wouldn't happen. What will people say?"
"I'm sorry, ma'am," Borden said. "We tried to spread the word that this was a quiet town, but I'm afraid somebody didn't get the message." Big Injun, his rifle across the desk, came outside. "I'll get the buckboard and pick 'em up." Tyrel Sackett came up the street with 2 frightened outlaws. They stared at the fallen bodies, faces gray. Denny Dinsmore felt like throwing up, but he didn't want to, not in front of all these people. Clat and Monson dead. Kim Bacca was looking at his gun. He'd fired 2 shots, and could not remember when or how. He had no idea whether they'd even hit anything. Denny licked his dry lips. "What's for us?" he asked, glancing at Chantry. Men who tried to steal money from others, that they'd worked hard for, had no sympathy from him. For you, if you're lucky, you might get no more than 20 years. Denny stared at him. Denny was 22. He'd thought an outlaw's career would be wild and exciting. He turned and stared at the bodies in the street. He'd never really liked any of these men, especially Monson. He'd always been a little afraid of Monson, but he'd eaten with him. He'd told stories and talked and slept in bunkhouses with them and in camps, and now they were dead. 20 years? Why, he'd be over 40 when he got out, his youth gone. He'd be an old man. What about Meg? Why, she'd never even know what happened to him, and after a little while she wouldn't care. "Mister," he pleaded, "You put your money on the wrong card," Chantry said. "And in this life a man pays to learn. You just didn't learn fast enough." He walked away and held out a hand to Sackett. "Thanks," he said. "Thanks very much." "I'll buy you a drink," Tyrel said, "or coffee." "Later," Borden said. "I'd better go speak to the wife first. She'll have heard all that shooting." She was standing waiting, her face white and still. "Borden, are you all right?" "All right, Bess. They were going to rob the bank. We had to stop them before someone got hurt. We stopped them." "You're all right? You're sure?" "I'm all right, Bess. I'll have to go back and see everything straightened up, though. There was some shooting. I heard. Was some outlaws. Tyrel Sackett arrested 2 of them. There are some pretty bad men among them. Some of them just can't understand that there isn't any free ride. Everything has its price." "I can't stand it, Borden. I just can't. I'm not cut out for this, Borden. I want to go home. I want to go back east. I want away from all of this."
I know, Bess, but what would I do back there? I don't care. Anything is better than this. Well, he turned away. I'll give it some thought, honey. Now I've got to go finish my job. He walked to the cafe and stopped outside. Already the bodies were gone. Dust drawn over the blood. Loose horses tied up. What could he do back east? What would he do? Sackett stood in the door of the Bon Ton. Come on in, Borden. Hyatt Johnson's here, and George. We'll have some coffee. He turned toward the door, looking back once more. This was his town, and it was safe once more. End of chapter 18. Son of a Wanted Man by Louis L'Amour. Final chapter. Chapter 19. Firelight flickered on the canyon walls. Somewhere in the distance a coyote howled. Winds stirred through the pines and fluttered the flame of the fire. You set up and eat. You and me, we're going to have a long time together. How long you live depends on how I get treated, understand? You give me any back talk or any trouble at all and I'll kill you. Wouldn't be the first woman I killed. Although the others were squaws, I never had nothing like you. You will hang for this. He chuckled harshly. Yeah? And who's going to know it ever happened? You sure ain't going to be in no shape to tell anybody. And who could find this place? Nobody's been here for 50 year. Maybe more than that. Out in the darkness, a horse stamped and blew. Duckrow straightened up from the fire, listening. Monson and them, he said, thinking aloud. I'll bet they want to do that bank job. Well, that'll be an easy one. If they're smart, they'll head for Mexico. He glanced around at Juliana. Your pa thought he was King Bee. He paused, then shook his head. And for a while there he was. He could plan 'em, I'll give him that. He glanced at Juliana. Your pa's dead, you know. Perrin and them, they'll have killed him by now. I mean, whoever Perrin left to do it. There was nobody but him all alone in that stone house of his. Juliana sat up straighter. Don't be too sure, she said. And when he has time, he'll hunt you down. Don't you suppose he knows this place? Who knows this country better than he does? Duckrow stared at her. What makes you think he knows this place? Peach Meadow Canyon? Juliana was frightened, but desperation was making her think. I've heard him speak about it, she lied. Duckrow was uneasy now, and she sensed the doubt. He had believed himself secure, but her comment had injected the element of uncertainty. If she had a chance, it lay in that doubt. He had believed himself secure, but now she could make him wary, make him hesitate. Aw, he don't know nothing about this place. Nobody does. Anyway, those boys back at Toadstool have taken care of him. All that damn discipline. Do this, don't do that. It makes a man sick. This here's been coming for months. The man you call Perrin, Juliana said. He was killed. I looked back. He was down and Mike Bastian was standing over him. Duckrow squatted by the fire. Rigmalina would be attempting to rob the treasure train. Monson and Clatt were gone, and if Perrin was dead, then what would stop him from moving in and taking over? Juliana had been afraid, but was so no longer. She was like a trapped animal fighting for its life. Drew would have known what to do. But what would she do? There had to be something, some way to outwit him, some way to trick him. How? The fire. If only she could get him into the fire. If she could trip him, push him. If she could get a hold of a gun, she could shoot, even if not so well as Drew. Or a knife, something she could hide until the proper moment. Even a sharp blade of stone, Indians use them. And some of the scrapers she'd seen seemed hardly to have been shaped at all. Her eyes searched the ground for a sharp-edged stone. She would slash him across the face. No, not the face. It must be the throat. She had to kill him, or hurt him badly. She must. Here, eat up, damn you. I haven't time to be stalling around to eat. Come daylight, we're moving further up the canyon. There's a place. This is the place, Duckrow. Right here. He couldn't believe it. Duckrow put the frying pan down, and he slowly straightened. Was the thong off of his gun or not? Old Roundy was right. Duckrow was stalling for the moment he wanted. He said that you could track a snake across a flat rock. Well, now that you're here, what are you going to do about it? "Whatever you like, Duckrow, but I suggest you carefully unfasten your belt and let your guns drop. If you don't do that, you can always shoot it out." "You're too soft, Bastian. You'll never make a gang leader like old Ben was. Ben would never have said aye, yes, or no. He'd have just come in blasting. You've got a sight to learn, youngster, and you're too soft. Too bad you ain't going to live long enough to learn it. Perrin always thought he was good with a gun. Never saw a day in his life that I couldn't have beat him." He lifted his right hand and wiped it across his tobacco-stained beard. The right made a careless gesture, but at the same time his left hand dropped to his gun, and it came up spouting flame. Mike Bastian simply palmed his gun and fired. It was smooth, it was fast, but most important, it was accurate. He fired, and then stepped to Duckrow's left and fired again. Duckrow stood staring at him, and then his gun dropped from loose fingers. His knees sagged, and he fell forward face down in the sand. One hand fell into the fire, and his sleeve began to smolder. Bastian stepped forward and pushed the hand away from the fire with his toe. He loaded his gun and holstered it. Drew came running, rifle in hand. "Oh, Mike! I thought you'd been killed. I thought—" "Juliana!" She dropped to her knees beside her sister, and Mike walked back to the horses. For a long moment he stood leaning on the saddle. After a while he heard the girls coming over, and he said, "There's ruins of a stone house over yonder. Go there. I'll come along in a minute and build a fire. We'll go home in the morning." He went to where Duckrow lay and dragged him over against a low ridge of sand and gravel. Then he caved the sand over him. "That's good enough for now, Duckrow. When we come back, I'll bury you right and proper." The coffee was already made, so he brought it to the new fire that he built. Later, as the coals burned down, Drew asked, "Mike, what will you do now?" "Go back to Toadstool," he said. He sipped his coffee and stared into the cup, and then at her. "I've got to go back to Ben. I've got to make sure he's all right. And then go someplace and start over. Not as an outlaw? I never was one. I never really wanted to be one." He looked up at her. "Drew, folks have to live together, and it can only be done if they work together to keep things right. There's no room for outlaws in a decent world. Not even the kind of world they would try to create. Ben was wrong from the start. Even as a small boy, I knew it. So, he was all I had. I had no place else to go, and he was kind. I'll say that for him. He was always kind." Sunlight lay white upon the empty street of the Toadstool Canyon when Mike Bastian rode into the lower end of town, his rifle across his saddle. Beside him was Drew Reagan. Juliana had stayed behind at the Reagan Ranch, but Drew refused. Ben Curry was her father, and she was going to him regardless, outlaw camp or not. Besides, she would be returning with Mike beside her. If Dave Lenneker had arrived, Mike thought, the town was quiet enough for it. No horses stood at the hitching rails, and the door of the saloon gaped wide. Something fluttered in the light wind, and Mike's eyes flickered. Torn cloth on a dead man's shirt, a man he did not know. He walked his horse up the silent street, and the hoof falls were loud in the stillness. A man's hand and wrist lay across a windowsill. A pistol lay on the ground beneath it. There was blood on the stoop of another house. "There's been a fight," Mike said softly, "and a bad one. Better get yourself set for the worst." At the mess hall, a man lay sprawled in the doorway. They drew up at the foot of the stone steps, and Mike helped her down. "Stay a little behind me if you must come." Up the steps and across the wide veranda and into the huge living room. Shocked, they stopped in their tracks. 5 men sat about a table playing cards, and a coffee pot bubbled on the stove. Doc Sawyer, Roundy, Garland, and Coley were there. Garland's head was bandaged, and Coley had one leg stretched out stiff and straight, as did Ben Curry, who was on the sofa. All were smiling. Drew ran to her father and dropped to her knees beside him. "Oh, Dad, we were so scared." "What happened?" Mike demanded. "Did Dave Lenneker get here?" "He surely did, but what do you think? It was Rigger Molina who got him. The Rigger got to Weaver and discovered that Perrin had double-crossed him before he ever even made an attempt on the train. When he found out that Perrin had lied about the number of guards on the treasure train, he simply rode back. When he found out that Ben was crippled and Perrin had run out, with Lenneker coming, he waited for Lenneker himself. He was wonderful, Mike. You never saw anything like it. He paced the veranda like a bear in a cage, muttering and waiting for Lenneker. Leave you in a lurch, will they? I'll show 'em. Lenneker thinks you're getting old, does he? They shot it out in the street down there, and Lenneker beat 'em to the draw. He put 2 bullets into Rigger, but he wouldn't go down. He just stood there spraddle-legged in the street and shot until both guns were empty. Lenneker must have hit him at least 5 times, but when Lenneker himself went down, Melina went over to him and spat in his face. That's for a double-crosser, he said. Mike, he was magnificent. They fooled me, Mike, Roundy said. I saw trouble coming and figured I'd better get to old Ben. I never figured in on them slipping in behind you and grabbing you. Then I heard Lenneker was coming. I knew him, and I was afraid of what he'd do, so I headed down the trail to meet him. Mike, I never killed a man in my life, except for some Blackfeet that attacked us when I was living with the Crows. But I sure aimed to kill Lenneker. That Lenneker come in on the old creek trail. And him and his boys went after Ben and the gold he was supposed to have. Doc was here, Garland said, and Coley. Roundy slipped through and joined us. Oh, it was some fight while it lasted. We got scratched up some, but nothing to what they got. Briefly, Mike Bastian described his fight with Curb Perrin and the pursuit of Duckrow. They've pulled out, Roundy said. All that's alive. The only man who ever fooled me was Rigger Melina, Ben Curry said. I'd have never guessed he was that loyal. But he took up that fight when I was in no shape to, and he soaked up lead like a sponge soaks water. Doc Sawyer idly shifted the cards. Ben, he said, I think we should move out as soon as you're able to ride. I think we should all move out. Ben Curry looked up at Drew. Now you know, your old man's an outlaw. I never wanted you to know, and I plan to get shut of this whole outfit and live out my days with your ma over there on the V-Bar. Well, why don't you? Drew asked. Funny, Ben said. I never figured I would get this big, never at all. One thing just followed another until it was too big to let go of. It was over, Ben. You held men together who did not like being held. You made things work. Now some of them will slip away and proudly just disappear, like you can. You shuffle them cards any more, Doc, Garland said, and I'll get worried what you're doing to that deck. Set up and deal. Mike and Drew walked outside and looked over Toadstool Canyon. There were no lights in the town where the dead men lay, sprawled in their last moments. Inside they heard argument. He's a fine lad, Ben, and well educated, if I do say. I'm the one who taught him all he knows. All he knows, Roundy exploded. Book larnin' is all well and good, but where would that gal be tonight if I hadn't taught him to read and follow sign? I ask you, where would she be? On the wide veranda, the stars brushed by the dark fingertips of the pines, Mike said to Drew, I can read sign all right, but I'm no hand at reading the trail to a woman's heart. You'll have to help me, Drew. She laughed, resting a hand on his arm. Mike, you've been blazing that trail ever since we met in Weaver, and you need no help at all. She turned him to face her. Mike, I love this country. Every bit of its red rock canyons, its green cedars, the pines, the distance, all of it. Why don't we get some cattle and go back to Peach Meadow Canyon? Why don't we build a cabin, plant some more peaches, and start a place of our own? You said you could make a better trail in than the one we used. From inside, Garland was saying, Monson and Clatt, wherever they went. We'll hear of them soon enough. That Clatt, Ben commented. He was the one I was going to drop. Liked to brag too much. He wanted to tell around the saloons what a tough man he was. He wasn't content with my kind of operation. Wanted to be pointed out as a bad man and an outlaw. Trouble with that, Garland remarked, is that the law listens too. He glanced at Ben Curry. He favored that bank job over the mountains. He always did think well of that job. Curry glanced at his cards. He would keep what he had. He looked over them at Garland. I was calling it off. The old Marshal Riggin was his name. He got himself killed. That rancher where we left the horses, Borden Chantry was his name. He took over as the marshal. He watched Doc draw 2 cards, 3 of a kind, maybe. There at their wagon, when I drank coffee with Chantry, I looked across my cup at him and I knew he was one man I wanted no part of. When he became the marshal, I decided to just forget that job. Not that I didn't think back to it every now and again, but it always came up to me as a bad bet. Come daylight, Doc said casually as he laid down 3 nines and took the pot. We should ride out of here. If somebody happened by, there'd be explanations. He stacked his winnings in neat piles. I'm glad it's over, Ben. You and me, we're the past. Those youngsters outside there, they are tomorrow. Ben hitched himself into a more comfortable position. You're right, of course, all of you. Me, Wyatt, Earp, Billy the Kid, Bill Hickok, we lived out our time in a world that we never made. Take Billy now. I knew him as a youngster, not a bad kid, but in the Lincoln country them days, you took sides, you had to. Billy took the right side, too. Turnstall and McQueen were good men. And then the whole 200 or so involved in that fight, Billy was the only one who was ever brought to trial. Garland, gathering the cards, suddenly stopped. On the back of a 9 of spades there was a small fingernail scratch. Quickly, he ran through the deck. There was another on the 9 of diamonds, and a third on the 9 of hearts. Doc, he yelled, damn you for a 4-eyed pirate, you! Ben chuckled and hitched himself around to get his foot on the floor. Gar, you ought to know Doc by now. With him it ain't the money, it's the winning. How many times has he staked you? Garland shrugged, smiling. Nevertheless. Out in the dark, a coyote pleaded plaintively to the silent stars. Ben heaved himself to his feet, leaning on a heavy cane. On the porch nearing the low stone wall, Mike Bastian stood with Drew. He stood staring for a minute and then muttered, Well, why not? He looked down the dark and empty street. Tomorrow it would be alone with its ghosts. Garland, Mike called out, see that Rig Molina gets a proper mark here, will ya? Say that he was a good man, and carve it in stone. End of Son of a Wanted Man.